Chapter 933. It is time to leave. To be honest, if it was possible, Li Fuchen would like to explore the voodoo ancestors' ruins for a period of time. But after battling with the 6 high-grade Sacred Lord-class shaman puppets for 10 months, his star-immortal body was on the verge of collapse and his vitality was severely depleted. Even his source was injured and it was already a miracle that he was able to last until the end. If he continued to explore, it wouldn't be an adventure, it would be courting death. Following the route that the Heaven Crystal Ball detected, Li Fuchen returned the way he came. A short moment later, he arrived at the vicinity of a teleportation platform. Along the way, Li Fuchen noticed 3 teleportation platforms. These teleportation platforms were used to teleport explorers that entered the voodoo ancestors' ruins out. Buzz! A radiance lit up and Li Fuchen vanished from the teleportation platform. After returning to the Divine Leaf City, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion. If his source wasn't treated in time, it would rapidly worsen. This was also the reason why the Giant Spirit Saint Lord and the Flame Destruction Devil Lord immediately retreated after their source was injured. A few months later, after consuming a massive amount of precious resources, Li Fuchen's source was finally healed. As for the vitality that was depleted, it could be recovered slowly. Of course, it would be faster if he consumed some vitality-replenishing resources. Let me inquire about the prices of the sorcery armors and weapons. The voodoo ancestors' ruins were in the vicinity of the Divine Leaf City and there were definitely plenty of sorcery armors and weapons flowing into the Divine Leaf City. The prices should have already stabilized. After a series of inquiries, Li Fuchen found out that a low-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery weapon would cost 10,000 to 20,000 peak-grade spirit stones. A mid-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery weapon would cost 100,000 to 200,000 peak-grade spirit stones. A high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery weapon would cost 1 million to 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. As for the sorcery armors, they were much more expensive. A set of low-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery armor would cost 50,000 to 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones. A set of mid-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery armor would cost 500,000 to 1 million peak-grade spirit stones. A set of high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery armor would cost 5 million to 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. This time, he had obtained a total of 24 witchcraft weapons and 24 sets of witchcraft armors. Among them, there were 10 low-grade, super first-rate witchcraft weapons, 8 mid-grade super first-rate witchcraft weapons, 6 upper-grade super first-rate witchcraft weapons, 10 low-grade super first-rate witchcraft armors, 8 mid-grade super first-rate witchcraft armors, and 6 upper-grade super first-rate witchcraft armors. Their total value was between 40 to 80 million top-grade spirit stones. The other things aren't cheap either. I've made a huge profit this time. Other than the witchcraft armors and witchcraft weapons, every treasure in the voodoo ancestors' relic was extremely precious. For example, a low-grade moon curse scroll was worth 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, a mid-grade moon curse scroll was worth 200,000, a high-grade moon curse scroll was worth 1 million, and a top-grade moon curse scroll was worth more than 5 million. There were 60,000 low-grade death scapegoat puppets, 300,000 mid-grade death scapegoat puppets, 2 million high-grade death scapegoat puppets, and 10 million top-grade death scapegoat puppets. There were 200,000 low-grade witchcraft rings, 1 million mid-grade witchcraft rings, 5 million high-grade witchcraft rings, and 30 million top-grade witchcraft rings. In the voodoo ancestors' relic, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 19 moon curse scrolls. Among them, there were 11 low-grade moon curse scrolls, 5 mid-grade moon curse scrolls, 2 high-grade moon curse scrolls, and 1 peak-grade moon curse scrolls. He obtained a total of 12 death scapegoat puppets. There were 8 low-grade death scapegoat puppets, 3 mid-grade death scapegoat puppets, and 1 high-grade death scapegoat puppet. He obtained a total of 7 witchcraft rings, 3 low-grade, 2 mid-grade, 1 high-grade, and 1 peak-grade witchcraft ring. All in all, the total value was around 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. If the witchcraft armors and witchcraft weapons were included, the total value would be around 90 million to 130 million peak-grade spirit stones. This was also the market price. If they were to be auctioned, it was possible for them to reach 150 million or even higher. There is no hurry to sell them. It won't be too late to sell them at the auction. Li Fuchen resisted the urge to sell these treasures. He was planning to sell them at a morning star or radiant moon auction in a certain city. Of course, he could sell some other things first. At the Voodoo Ancestors Relic, he obtained a spatial ring from a hidden fog race's sacred master. The resources and treasures inside were worth around 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, he killed plenty of demonic beast lords and peak-class overlords in the deep blue plane and obtained all their wealth. After including the Sky Patrol Beast Lord's wealth, if he sold them all, he would be able to gather 2 million peak-grade spirit stones with ease. 3 days later, Li Fuchen had a total of 3 million peak-grade spirit stones. After giving the Darcy clan 2 million peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen still had 1 million peak-grade spirit stones. Swordsman Guild, 10 bottles of divine leaf juice. After entering the Voodoo Ancestors' ruins, Li Fuchen had explored a significant area. After appraisal, he would be able to obtain 10 million guild points. Li Fuchen didn't hide it and immediately used it to exchange for the divine leaf juice. Li Fuchen believed that 10 bottles of divine leaf juice should be able to allow him to reach the late stage of the 7th level of Unity Realm. As expected, after consuming 10 bottles of divine leaf juice and absorbing a large amount of peak-grade spirit stones chi, Li Fuchen's cultivation had successfully reached the late stage of the 7th level of Unity Realm. He was getting closer to the 8th level of Unity Realm. In fact, Li Fuchen's cultivation was rather difficult to break through. If it was any other saint, it wouldn't be so difficult. The first-rate extremity cultivation technique allowed Li Fuchen's strength to grow stronger, but it also allowed his cultivation level to be abnormally stable. When breaking through, there was a very high requirement for the density and purity of the energy. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the difficulty for Li Fuchen to break through to the 8th level of Unity Realm was at least 100 times harder than regular saints. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's depleted vitality had already been replenished with all sorts of resources. In the manor, there was a sword light that was emitting primal chaos radiance that flashed by. The void of the divine leaf city was pierced and there was a pitch-black hole. My sword chi return has improved again. Right now, I only need 100% sword energy to execute this move. There was a huge difference between 10% sword energy and 100% sword energy. The former could only execute 10 swords, while the latter could execute 100 swords. It is a pity that I still need to consume a wisp of chi blood source. At this moment, Li Fuchen deeply understood the price he would have to pay if his cultivation level wasn't high enough. If his cultivation level was high enough, he wouldn't consume any chi blood source when executing this sword move. The sword energy would probably be less than 0.1%. The 0.1% sword energy might be a lot, but the effect of executing this move was thousands or even tens of thousands of times better than other moves. He is coming soon. Li Fuchen was waiting for something. 1 month later, a tall figure entered the Divine Leaf City. He is finally here. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The person was none other than the werewolf, Li Fuchen. In the Voodoo Ancestor ruins, the stronger one was, the more wealth one would obtain. Li Fuchen's spirit soul might be able to see through all traps, but he didn't have enough power. He would only be able to deal with high-grade Holy Lord Shaman puppets at best. If Li Fuchen was around, he would probably be able to deal with high-grade Holy Lord Shaman puppets with just a few claw attacks. He would probably be able to deal with peak-grade Holy Lord Shaman puppets with ease. Of course, before that, Li Fuchen was preparing to evolve Li Fuchen's bloodline into the Dark Wolfman bloodline. Li Fuchen had a great harvest in the ancient stone starfield and had obtained around 30 million peak-grade spirit stones. With the 30 million peak-grade spirit stones, half of Li Fuchen's bloodline had already been converted into the Dark Wolfman bloodline. However, if he wanted to convert the other half, he would need at least 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was much more than what Li Fuchen expected at the start. In another 2 years, the Silver Moon City will be hosting a Radiant Moon class auction. Take these items and head over first. Li Fuchen handed Li Fuchen a spatial ring that contained all the items that were going to be auctioned. Alright. After receiving the spatial ring, Li Fuchen didn't say anything else and left the Divine Leaf City. I will just wait patiently in the Divine Leaf City. Li Fuchen didn't plan to head to the Silver Moon City. With Li Fuchen around, there shouldn't be any problems. If Li Fuchen went, he would only be a burden at the crucial moment. Next, I will strive to increase the sword chi return to a higher rank. According to what Li Fuchen knew, the Wind Cloud Sword Master's strength was definitely above him. Unless Li Fuchen had the Joint Heaven Sword, he wouldn't be a match for the Wind Cloud Sword Master. This was mainly because when the Wind Cloud Sword Master executed the Quasi-Supreme Sword Art, the Wind Cloud Sword Art, there wouldn't be any repercussions. At most, it would just consume some sword energy. Li Fuchen wasn't like Li Fuchen, who would need to consume a large amount of sword energy and chi blood source. It was impossible for him to prolong the battle. Half a year later, on a giant martial stage inside the Swordsman Guild, Primary Extreme Sword Master, be careful. My red leaf sword art is sometimes called the blood leaf sword art. In the center of the martial stage, Li Fuchen and the red leaf sword master stood 100 meters apart. The Red Leaf Sword Master was a charming woman in red clothes. She was extremely powerful and was one of the few unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords in the Swordsman Guild. The duo naturally didn't have any grudges on the martial stage. After all, they didn't know each other in the past. The reason the two of them appeared on the martial stage was to exchange pointers. At their level, it was no longer useful to just immerse themselves in bitter training. They had to fight in actual combat, and the effect would naturally be the best if they fought against a Sword Saint Sovereign who was at a similar level. Apart from that, during the spar, they could also absorb the Sword Dao essence of others and perfect their own Sword Dao. This was the duo's main objective. Cling 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 cling, a distance of 100 meters didn't have any meaning in the duo's eyes. In the next moment, the duo suddenly clashed. Red Leaf Sky. The Red Leaf Sword Master's sword swung upwards. The sky was filled with red leaves that fluttered in the air. It was bright and beautiful. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen brandished his sorcery sword and a silver sword sea surged out. Bang bang. In the air, the silver sword sea and the red leaf sea clashed and caused a distortion in time and space. 10 moves, 100 moves, 1,000 moves, without relying on the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's strength was around the same level as the Red Leaf Sword Master. In fact, the Red Leaf Sword Art's sword art was more complete. After all, the Red Leaf Sword Art had 6 moves while Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art only had 3 moves. The third move, Sword Chi Return, couldn't be used recklessly. Primary Extreme Sword Master, this is the 7th move that I created a few dozen years ago. Drifting Red Leaves. Be careful. All of a sudden, the Red Leaf Sword Master's chi presence changed. There was a desolate and austere chi presence that caused the air to turn gray. Quasi-Supreme Sword Move. Chapter 934. After comprehending a quasi-supreme martial art, Li Fuchen was already halfway into the Heaven Monarch level. If there were no accidents, the Red Leaf Sword Master would become a Heaven Monarch in just a few years. Sword Chi Return to Origin. In a situation where the weapons were similar, the quasi-supreme sword move could only be countered with the quasi-supreme sword move. Bang! In the center of the martial stage, a black hole was produced and the horrific gravitational force caused the void to distort. Clang! Sheathing the sword, the Red Leaf Sword Master said, I cannot defeat you. I cannot defeat you either. To be honest, if Li Fuchen didn't have the Witchcraft Longsword, his strength should be slightly inferior to the Red Leaf Sword Master. It was mainly because the Red Leaf Sword Master's quasi-supreme sword move was more perfect and was closer to a supreme sword move. For the following days, Li Fuchen would frequently spar with the Red Leaf Sword Master, and both of them would obtain plenty of sword Dao comprehension. Inside the manor, crackle. When Li Fuchen executed a sword strike, the void was blasted open with a pitch-black hole. 1000, Li Fuchen slowly let out a breath. After a period of comprehension, his sword chi return to origin had improved again. Right now, he only needed 1000 sword energy and a trace of chi blood source to execute this move. Cling 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 cling. On the Swordsman Guild's martial stage, Li Fuchen and the Red Leaf Sword Master had another spar. But this time, the Red Leaf Sword Master was at a disadvantage. Incredible. He actually improved so much. The Red Leaf Sword Master's eyes flickered with radiance. Previously, her strength was similar to Li Fuchen. In terms of sword art rank, she was actually superior to Li Fuchen. But now, Li Fuchen's sword art was already on the same level as her. I have to thank the Red Leaf Sword Master for not hesitating to teach me. Li Fuchen believed that his sword Dao accumulation was already rather deep. He had read countless sword Dao manuals and had countless sword Dao skills in his mind. After sparring with the Red Leaf Sword Master multiple times, Li Fuchen gradually integrated all the sword Dao skills and incorporated them into the sword chi return to origin. It also depends on the individual's perception. If the perception isn't good, even with the guidance of a sword Dao Heaven Lord, it won't help. The Red Leaf Sword Master had finally witnessed Li Fuchen's terror. She had been in the Swordsman Guild for tens of thousands of years. She had seen most of the Sword Path secret manuals of the Swordsman Guild and fought with many Sword Path sacred lords. She had even sparred with the number 1 Sword Path sacred lord of the Swordsman Guild, Wind Cloud Sword Master. Furthermore, every 1,000 years, the President Sword Wind Heaven Monarch and Vice President White Rainbow Heaven Monarch would take turns to teach them a thing or two. But even so, her progress was extremely slow. She had only created the quasi-supreme sword move Drifting Leaves a few decades ago. I'm afraid the third Lord of Heaven of the Swordsman Guild will be you and Sword Master Windcloud, Sword Master Red Leaf continued. She might have also created a quasi-supreme sword move, but it was the result of her accumulation for tens of thousands of years. Li Fuchen might have intentionally concealed his age, but he didn't look more than 10,000 years old. He might only be 1,000 or 2,000 years old. To be able to create a quasi-supreme sword move at such a young age, it was only a matter of time before he became a Heaven Monarch. Thank you for your auspicious words, Sword Master Red Leaf. Li Fuchen replied humbly. Primordial Extreme Sword Master, please come to the Swordsman Guild. 1 month later, the Red Leaf Sword Master used the communication token to send a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't suspect anything and rushed towards the Swordsman Guild. In a conference hall of the Swordsman Guild, Sword Master Red Leaf smiled and said, Primordial Extreme Sword Master, let me introduce you. This is Sword Master Windcloud. Sword Master Windcloud, this is the Primordial Extreme Sword Master that I mentioned to you earlier. Primordial Extreme Sword Master, it is our first meeting. The Sword Master of the Wind Cloud Sword was a handsome young man. In his calm eyes, there was a hint of supreme dignity. Greetings to Sword Master Windcloud. The instant Li Fuchen saw Sword Master Windcloud, his heart shivered. The Sword Master Windcloud was obviously evolving into a Heaven Monarch. His body contained a wisp of supreme chi presence, and it meant that his bloodline had already fused with the power of a quasi-supreme sword art. Every race had different methods to progress into a Heaven Monarch, but in the end, it was all related to the same thing, bloodline. It didn't matter what race it was, after becoming a Heaven Monarch, the bloodline would definitely be a supreme bloodline. The difference was that the human race's bloodline was a martial Dao bloodline. The martial Dao bloodline was an acquired bloodline. It was produced when a martial artist cultivated the martial Dao to a certain extent. In order for the martial Dao bloodline to evolve into a supreme bloodline, the martial artist would have to cultivate a supreme martial art. Once a supreme martial art was cultivated, the martial artist would be able to communicate with the corresponding martial Dao source power to strengthen their bloodline. If Li Fuchen cultivated Sword Dao, he would be able to communicate with the Sword Dao source power. Some martial Dao contained many other Daos, therefore, they would be able to communicate with a lot of martial Dao source power. When the martial Dao source power was fused together, it would form a new type of martial Dao source power. In short, the human race's martial Dao bloodline was considered the most diverse bloodline. Basically, everyone's martial Dao bloodline was different. Correspondingly, the human race was also one of the strongest races in the universe. The malleability of the martial Dao bloodline allowed the human race's potential to be comparable with the divine race. Even the demon race wasn't comparable. Due to the strength of the martial Dao bloodline, many races started to cultivate the martial Dao and planned to use the martial Dao to become a heaven monarch. Take the Swordsman Guild for example, there were a large number of foreign race swordsmen. Of course, foreign races were foreign races after all. Their martial Dao talents were still inferior to the human race. The foreign race's martial Dao prodigies were also inferior to the human race's martial Dao prodigies. Take the Wind Cloud Sword Master and the Red Leaf Sword Master for example. They were both humans and not foreign races. Wind Cloud Sword Master, you haven't returned to the Divine Leaf City for a few centuries. I wonder what stage your Wind Cloud Sword art has reached. The Red Leaf Sword Master was eager to give it a try. She believed that her Red Leaf Sword art wasn't inferior to the Wind Cloud Sword Master from a few centuries ago. Since the Red Leaf Sword Master is interested, then let's spar on the martial stage. The Wind Cloud Sword Master laughed. Soon enough, the trio arrived at the martial stage. Wind Cloud Sword Master, be careful. The Red Leaf Sword Master brandished her sword and countless red leaves enveloped the Wind Cloud Sword Master. The Wind Cloud Sword Master shook his head and said, Red Leaf Sword Master, show me your strongest move. Hundreds of years ago, no one could force me to use my full strength. I hope you can this time. As he spoke, the Wind Cloud Sword Master easily broke the Red Leaf Sword Master's sword move. Alright, falling red leaves. The Red Leaf Sword Master displayed a quasi-supreme sword move. Seeing this, the Wind Cloud Sword Master's eyes lit up. I remember that hundreds of years ago, you didn't manage to comprehend a quasi-supreme sword move. I didn't expect you to comprehend it this time. No wonder you want to challenge me. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Break. The Wind Cloud Sword Master's sword slashed across and the sound of cloth tearing was heard. A gust of wind and clouds swept across the universe and instantly broke the falling red leaves of the Red Leaf Sword Master. Puff! The Red Leaf Sword Master spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What, so strong? The Red Leaf Sword Master couldn't believe it. Ever since she comprehended the falling red leaves a few dozen years ago, she had some fated encounters and had great improvements. She thought she was able to contest with the Wind Cloud Sword Master, but she didn't expect that she couldn't even withstand a single move. The Wind Cloud Sword Master withdrew his sword and said slowly, for the past few centuries, I have already communicated with the source power of the Wind and Cloud Sword Dao. It is normal that you aren't a match for me. His sword Dao was the Wind and Cloud Sword Dao and it contained the Wind Dao, Cloud Dao, and Sword Dao. Therefore, the martial Dao source power that he communicated with was the Wind Dao source, Cloud Dao source, and Sword Dao source. No wonder, you are actually able to communicate with the source power. The Red Leaf Sword Master was convinced. Primary Extreme Sword Master, I can see that you are very strong. I wonder if you are willing to have a match. The Wind Cloud Sword Master turned around and looked at Li Fuchen. The Sword Dao was the Dao of slaughter. To a certain extent, swordsmen loved to fight and the Wind Cloud Sword Master wasn't an exception. I shall accept your invitation. Li Fuchen was naturally willing to have a match with the Wind Cloud Sword Master. After sparring with the Red Leaf Sword Master multiple times, Li Fuchen had already benefited a lot. If he sparred with the Wind Cloud Sword Master, there would probably be more benefits. On the stage, the two unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords stood 100 meters apart. The duo didn't make a move immediately and stood there quietly. There was an indescribable chi field that was slowly emitting. It was just a few breaths of time, but the Red Leaf Sword Master felt as though a long time had passed. This made her frown slightly. Normally, only those with a higher level of strength would be able to make her have an illusion. The Wind Cloud Sword Master who has communicated with the source power is already considered a quasi-heaven monarch. If I am to fight with him, I will immediately be at a disadvantage. Can the primary extreme sword master withstand it? The Red Leaf Sword Master didn't even blink as she stared at the stage. Huff! The Wind Cloud Sword Master's figure vanished while a sword Dao power that was surging like a sea of clouds suddenly blasted at Li Fuchen. Such terrifying power! Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. He didn't even need to think and released the sword chi return at a certain spot in the void. Rumble! The void distorted to the extreme and a black hole was formed. It was accompanied by fearsome black lightning that extended in all directions. You are actually able to receive a move from me. Good. The Wind Cloud Sword Master's voice echoed from all directions. Immediately after, it was unknown when majestic wind and clouds gathered around Li Fuchen. The wind and clouds contained astounding sword Dao power and were blasting at Li Fuchen in waves. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change as he brandished his sword to counter the attacks. Each move was the sword chi return. Of course, each move might be the sword chi return, but the form was actually different. When a sword art reached this level, the sword moves contained limitless possibilities. When facing different enemies, the sword moves would evolve into different attack methods and wouldn't be repeated. Bang bang bang, on the martial stage, there was a chaotic scene. There were all sorts of horrific scenes that would only appear in dangerous places in the universe. The primary extreme sword master's sword art improved again. The Red Leaf Sword Master took a deep cold breath. Previously, Li Fuchen had already improved once. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to improve again. How could there be such a sword Dao prodigy in this world? PFFF. Finally, Li Fuchen still wasn't a match for the Wind Cloud Sword Master's Wind Cloud Sword Art. He was sent flying by the sword Dao power and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. No wonder you are the Wind Cloud Sword Master. I concede defeat. Li Fuchen didn't make another move and spoke with admiration. The Wind Cloud Sword Master's figure appeared and shook his head with a smile. You are very strong too. I am almost using my full strength. The Wind Cloud Sword Dao was a combination of wind, cloud, and sword Dao power. Therefore, he was the wind, he was the cloud, and he was the sword. During the battle with Li Fuchen earlier, he had already executed the quintessence of the Wind Cloud Sword Art. Chapter 935. In the manor, there was a small lake that was as clear as a mirror and didn't have any ripples. Li Fuchen sat on the lake and didn't reveal his chi presence. His heart was like still water. As the sword chi return realm gradually increased, Li Fuchen gradually understood that the process of progressing to the Heaven Monarch was actually a re-examination of one's sword Dao. It was just like an old man reminiscing about his past life. There was a sudden ripple on the lake. Li Fuchen was obviously still sitting cross-legged, but the lake was filled with his figures. Each of these Li Fuchen executed a sword move and in a split second, the lake was filled with sword chi that rushed into the sky. At the Swordsman Guild's martial stage, 100 moves. The Red Leaf Sword Master was appalled. Previously, Li Fuchen was far from being a match for the Sword Master of Wind Cloud. This time, he actually persisted for 100 moves. Most importantly, Li Fuchen was able to consecutively execute 100 moves of quasi-supreme sword moves. It meant that his sword moves had reached a new level and wouldn't consume chi blood source when executing them. Every time the Red Leaf Sword Master executed the Red Leaf Drifting Fall, she would consume a trace of chi blood source. Because it was very minute, she didn't really mind it. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't casually execute the Red Leaf Drifting Fall either. The Red Leaf Sword Master was shocked, but the Sword Master of Wind Cloud was even more shocked. He had only interacted with Li Fuchen for a short period of time and had never witnessed Li Fuchen's exceptional sword Dao perception. My Wind Cloud sword art has a total of 5 moves. The 4th and 5th moves are both quasi-supreme sword moves. During normal times, the 4th move, Sword Heart of Wind Cloud, is enough to instantly kill any Sword Dao Sacred Lord. I didn't think that I would use the 5th move today. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud lamented in his heart and his eyes flashed with radiance. If Li Fuchen was able to force him to use the 5th move, Li Fuchen might be evenly matched with him in the future. Such an opponent would allow him to reach the Heaven Monarch level faster. Primary Extreme Sword Master, you have already witnessed the 4th move, Sword Heart of Wind Cloud. Next is the 5th move, Sword Heart Quiet. You better be careful. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud twisted his sword and the terrifying sword intent pierced through layers of time and space to engulf Li Fuchen. When facing this sword move, Li Fuchen was only able to withstand for a few breaths before he was turned into a bloody person. This wasn't because the Wind Cloud Sword Master was too ruthless. In fact, if the Wind Cloud Sword Master didn't stop, Li Fuchen's star immortal body might not be able to resist. The Netherworld Sword Heart was clearly the same as his Sword Chi convergence, it was connected directly to the primal chaos and origin energy. However, compared to the returning Sword Chi, the Tranquil Sword Heart was undoubtedly closer to a supreme sword move. I lost. The blood on his body disappeared, and Li Fuchen was convinced. His opponent's move allowed him to see a higher level of Sword Dao, and it also opened a door for him. Originally, this door would only open after a few days. To be able to force me to use my 5th sword move, you are one of the few below the Heaven Monarch realm. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud sighed. Li Fuchen's heart was moved. From the Wind Cloud Sword Master's words, there were a few sacred lords in the horizontal River Star region that could force the Wind Cloud Sword Master to use his 5th move. It made sense as the horizontal River Star region was massive and there must be some sacred lords that were progressing to the Heaven Monarch realm. It wasn't possible that the Wind Cloud Sword Master was the only one. Sword Master Fengyun, I'm afraid you'll become a heavenly lord within 100 years. The Red Leaf Sword Master looked at Li Fuchen and then at the Wind Cloud Sword Master. She couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. As compared to these two individuals, her Sword Dao talent was still inferior. The Wind Cloud Sword Master shook his head, it isn't that easy. I might have already communicated with the origin energy, but it isn't a simple task to officially step into that level. In the near future, he would definitely become a Heaven Monarch, but no one knew the exact date. A moment of enlightenment might allow him to instantly become a Heaven Monarch. Perhaps, he would only be able to step into the Heaven Monarch realm after countless years of bitter cultivation. The lake was like a bright mirror. Li Fuchen's heart was like a bright mirror that reflected countless sword arts. Sword Chi convergence. So this is the case. Li Fuchen opened his tightly shut eyes and his eyes were extremely bright. It was like the first ray of light that split the heaven and earth. It pierced through the darkness and revealed the truth. Swish! Countless Li Fuchen appeared from his body. These Li Fuchen had all executed the Sword Chi return to origin sword move and had pure sword intents. Sword Chi return origin. It was unknown when Li Fuchen stood up and let out a voice. As he uttered the last word, countless Li Fuchen entered his body. In the next moment, an extremely dazzling Sword Chi pillar burst into the sky. It pierced through the sky and reached the origin of the universe. This Sword Chi pillar was too dazzling and most of the people in the Divine Leaf City could see it. This sword intent? The Wind Cloud Sword Master and the Red Leaf Sword Master were shocked as they vaguely guessed who it was. Interesting. After the Wind Cloud Sword Master, this is the second swordsman from our Swordsman Guild that communicated with the origin. In the depths of the Swordsman Guild, a middle-aged man wearing a Daoist robe opened his eyes and revealed a smile. City Lord Residence, the Divine Leaf City Lord was drinking tea. Another one that communicated with the origin energy? Speaking of which, during the recent tens of thousands of years, the number of Heaven Monarchs in the horizontal River Star region seems to be increasing. I am afraid another great era is coming. With the birth of a new heaven monarch, there would be the death of an old heaven monarch. When a new heaven monarch was born and the old heaven monarch wasn't dead yet, it would be a great era. The sword chi pillar reached the end of the universe. A wisp of sword Tao origin energy followed the sword chi pillar and descended onto Li Fuchen. SS. Li Fuchen couldn't help but let out a sound. When the origin energy entered his body, it was truly comfortable. From the bloodline to the origin, from the spiritual awareness to the spirit soul, up and down, inside and out, it felt as though he was drinking iced sour plum soup during the hottest days of summer. It is normal for the sword Tao bloodline, chi blood source, and spiritual awareness to be strengthened. I didn't expect for the spirit soul to be strengthened too. From the looks of it, the spirit soul of a heaven monarch might be blue in color. Li Fuchen guessed. It was very hard for a person's spirit soul to be improved. After so many years, Li Fuchen had consumed plenty of soul herbs. In the beginning, he could only find high-grade soul herbs. Later on, he even found plenty of special-grade soul herbs, but his spirit soul was still only 70% red. After 70%, even the consumption of special-grade soul herbs wouldn't have any effect. It is a pity that I can only draw out a wisp of sword Tao origin energy. A wisp of sword Tao origin energy wasn't enough for him to transform, it would only allow him to improve further. After confirming that Li Fuchen was the one that communicated with the origin energy, the Wind Cloud Sword Master invited Li Fuchen for another battle and Li Fuchen gladly agreed. On the Swordsman Guild's tournament stage, two figures were constantly clashing. Every time they clashed, it would cause the void to tremble and time would be in disorder. When a sword art reached the level of Li Fuchen and the Wind Cloud Sword Master, it was already able to affect time and space. If a regular person was in the range of their sword art, even if they weren't killed by the sword chi, they would still die of old age due to the disorder in time. Sword Heart Connect. Sensing that Li Fuchen's strength was already on the same level as him, the Wind Cloud Sword Master executed the fifth move, Sword Heart Connect. As compared to the previous time, this Sword Heart Connect was obviously more mystical and profound. When the sword was twisted, a spatial and time vortex would appear. Anyone that was sucked into the spatial and time vortex would immediately be turned into nothingness. Sword Chi returned to origin. Li Fuchen suddenly moved and brandished the sorcery art sword. Primal chaos radiance illuminated the past and present. Even the spatial and time vortex was filled with the primal chaos radiance. Bang! The spatial and time vortex exploded as Li Fuchen and the Wind Cloud Sword Master crossed paths. TSS. A trace of fresh blood splattered as the Wind Cloud Sword Master was injured. Turning around, the Wind Cloud Sword Master was in disbelief as he stared at Li Fuchen, seemingly wanting to see if Li Fuchen was injured. The Red Leaf Sword Master was also staring at Li Fuchen. Turning around and sheathing his sword, Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. Thanks for letting me win. He wasn't injured, but it didn't mean that his sword art rank was superior to the Wind Cloud Sword Master. Li Fuchen was able to dodge the Wind Cloud Sword Master's strongest sword because he saw through the Wind Cloud Sword Master's sword path and evaded in advance. Of course, he was able to dodge this sword, but if he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to dodge all the attacks. The spirit soul allowed it, but the body didn't. The Wind Cloud Sword Master was astonished at first, but immediately after, he laughed and said, "Good, very good. In terms of sword Tao, I have never been convinced by anyone. You are the first." Be it the Sword Wind Heaven Monarch or the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch, the Wind Cloud Sword Master only respected them and didn't have much admiration. In his heart, the Wind Cloud Sword Master believed that he would also reach such a stage one day. All he lacked was time. But Li Fuchen was different. The Wind Cloud Sword Master personally witnessed how Li Fuchen surpassed him in such a short period of time. It was hard to imagine what Li Fuchen's future accomplishments would be like. City Lord Class Heaven Monarch? Very likely. When the trio exchanged pointers, it didn't just allow Li Fuchen to improve greatly, it had also benefited the Wind Cloud Sword Master and the Red Leaf Sword Master. However, the duo didn't defeat Li Fuchen again and could only watch as Li Fuchen got further away. Time elapsed. There was still half a year before the Silver Moon City's auction. The Wind Cloud Sword Master and the Red Leaf Sword Master were heading to the Silver Moon City. Originally, the duo wanted to invite Li Fuchen along. After all, the Radiant Moon class auction was a rare opportunity for sacred lords. It was a pity that Li Fuchen had an incarnation there and didn't need to go himself. Furthermore, after communicating with the Sword Dao source power, Li Fuchen's mind had plenty of Sword Dao comprehensions and he had to digest them as soon as possible. On this day, a Sword Chi pillar that was even purer than before rushed into the sky. Wisps of Sword Dao source power followed the Sword Chi pillar and descended into Li Fuchen's body. 9 wisps. When the Sword Chi pillar dispersed, Li Fuchen's eyes were extremely bright. Chapter 936. Silver Moon City. One after another, great monarchs arrived. Among them, there was no lack of invincible sacred lords and heaven monarchs. The Radiant Moon auction was somewhat attractive to heaven monarchs, especially those who had just ascended to the heaven monarch realm. A few days later, the auction was held as scheduled. "I'll pay 500,000. 550,000. 600,000, unknowingly, the auction had already progressed to the middle stage. At this moment, the competition was extremely intense. In order to participate in this auction, many holy lords had sold off some of the resources and treasures that they did not need or that they did not use much in order to exchange for enough top-grade spirit stones. After all, the Radiant Moon auction was only held once every few years in the 11 Cosmos cities of the horizontal river star field. If they missed this auction, who knew how many years they would have to wait? As for existences below the Holy Lord realm, besides being extremely active in the early stages of the auction, there was nothing for them to do once it reached the middle stages. To them, an auction item that started at several 100,000 wasn't something they could touch. At most they would be able to feast their eyes on it. This is a top-grade super first-class extreme witchcraft staff, which is engraved with a witchcraft. As if with the help of God, it can make the wielder wield the staff faster, stronger, and more concentrated. The starting price is 1 million top-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins. On the auction stage, a long rod was presented and it was one of the witchcraft weapons that Li Fuchen obtained from the Voodoo Ancestor ruins. 1 million. 2 million. The price of the witchcraft staff kept rising, and finally, it was bought by a peak holy lord for 1.55 million. Following that, a few other high-grade, super first-rate witchcraft weapons were also sold at a price of around 1.5 million. Back then, Li Fuchen only kept the witchcraft long sword and the witchcraft long saber out of the 6 high-grade, first-rate extreme Dao witchcraft weapons. Not bad. Inside the supreme private room, the werewolf Li Fuchen nodded. The auction continued, and precious items were presented one after another. Even invincible sacred lords were moved by some of the items being auctioned. Some of the auction items were obtained by Li Fuchen from the Voodoo Ancestor ruins. All of them were extremely expensive and some of them were even beyond the market price. Next up is a set of high-grade, super first-rate ultimate sorcery armor. There's a sorcery inscribed on it, Static Field. On the auction stage, the auctioneer was all smiles. A full set of top-grade, first-rate witchcraft armor was still very attractive. Static Field. Hearing this, most of the sacred lords' eyes lit up, and their breathing quickened. In terms of defense, a high-grade super first-rate witchcraft armor was definitely not as good as a top-grade super first-rate witchcraft armor. However, with the addition of the static force field, its value was terrifying. Think about it, if you were constantly enveloped in a static force field, the speed of the enemy's attacks would be drastically reduced, and so would their attack power. This was equivalent to an increase in defense and reaction speed. This was much better than a top-tier armor that only had defense. I believe that everyone knows its value, so I won't say much about it. The starting price of this top-grade, super first-class witchcraft armor is 5 million high-quality spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 100,000. The auctioneer raised his voice. 5 million. 6 million. 2 million. 7 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the price shot up. Many peak sacred lords who were about to bid became dazed. This price was probably something that only invincible sacred lords and extremely wealthy peak sacred lords could participate in. Normal peak sacred lords only had a few million high-quality spirit stones, and they wouldn't be able to afford it even if they sold everything they had. What a good set of witchcraft armor. I'll take it. Sword Master Red Leaf raised his sign and bid 5 million. Sword Master Wind and Cloud revealed a faint smile and didn't have any intentions of participating. The armor on his body was a quasi-supreme armor, and it was much better than a witchcraft armor. He obviously wouldn't waste peak-grade spirit stones on something useless. 8 million, 9 million. At this moment, only invincible sacred lords were participating. Only invincible sacred lords had such wealth, 10 million. Sword Master Red Leaf was determined to get this witchcraft armor. In the end, this witchcraft armor was won by Sword Master Red Leaf for 10 million. Everyone, don't be in such a rush. I still have 3 sets of super-tier high-tier witchcraft armor. The auction for the second set will begin now. The auctioneer took out the second set of witchcraft armor. Maybe because he wanted to get the second set at a low price, this set of witchcraft armor was only sold for 9 million. It was a whole million less than Sword Master Red Leaf's set. Luckily, Sword Master Red Leaf was very rich and didn't mind being scammed for 1 million. Next, the third set of witchcraft armor was auctioned at a price of 9,800,000. The fourth set of witchcraft armor was auctioned for a price of 11 million gold coins. This was mainly because there were too many invincible sacred lords competing for the witchcraft armor. Everyone wanted to give up on the second set, but no one was willing to give up on the third and fourth sets. Just like that, the 4 sets of witchcraft armor were sold for a total of 39.8 million. This was, without a doubt, an extremely high price. Normally speaking, a set of supreme tier armor would be sold for around 5 or 6 million, and those that were a bit special would be sold for 7 or 8 million at most. It was very rare for one to be sold for 10 million. Everyone, please calm down. The auction has reached the latter stages, and the good stuff is waiting for everyone. Don't be impatient. The appearance of the witchcraft armor made the atmosphere of the auction much more lively, but it also made the atmosphere a bit more fiery. The auctioneer couldn't help but calm everyone down. Of course, while he was calming everyone down, the auctioneer also signaled backstage to hurry up with the auction items. The next item soon came on stage, and the auctioneer said with a faint smile, "This is also a treasure of the witch race. It is a supreme tier high-tier witchcraft ring, and there is a witchcraft technique imprinted inside, which masters gaze. This witchcraft technique has the effect of freezing the soul, and it is equivalent to a Soul Dao Sacred Lord using a Soul Dao secret technique," the auctioneer introduced in detail. Good stuff. The eyes of many invincible sacred lords lit up. At their level, there were no sacred lords that could threaten them, but invincible Soul Dao sacred lords were undoubtedly a huge threat. After all, the majority of people were extremely crude when it came to using the soul, and this was one of their shortcomings. After clearing his throat, the auctioneer said, "The starting price of the supreme tier high-tier witchcraft ring is 3 million peak-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones." In terms of value, the supreme tier high-tier witchcraft ring was still inferior to the witchcraft armor. This ring isn't bad. The Wind Cloud Sword Master nodded. The existence of the witchcraft ring wasn't able to increase his strength, but it could increase his survivability. It isn't bad. Since you have taken a liking to it, then I shall not compete for it. The Red Leaf Sword Master knew that his wealth wasn't comparable to the Wind Cloud Sword Master. A short moment later, The witchcraft ring was won by the Wind Cloud Sword Master for 7.5 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was 2.5 million higher than the market price. Soon enough, the auction entered the final stage. The prices of the items on stage were so high that even the invincible sacred lords were struggling and didn't dare to increase the price. I wonder what kind of price that Sky Dragon Horn will fetch. Werewolf Li Fuchen was rather looking forward to the next auction. Chapter 937. Low-grade Supreme Rate Weapon, Star Tearing Claw Set. This pair of claw sets contains supreme tearing power and can tear stars effortlessly. The starting price is 20 million peak-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones. As the auction came to an end, a heavyweight auction item appeared on the stage and stunned everyone. Supreme Rate Weapon. Even the Wind and Cloud Sword Sovereigns couldn't help gasping for cold air. It wasn't every Radiant Moon class auction that had Supreme Rate weapons. After all, Supreme Rate weapons weren't cabbages that could be found anywhere. There were plenty of Heaven Monarchs that didn't have a suitable Supreme Rate weapon. It was imaginable how precious Supreme Rate weapons were. In the entire Traversing River Star field, there was only one person who could refine Supreme Grade weapons, and that person was the 9-Star City's City Lord, 9-Star Heavenly Monarch. He would often take out Supreme Grade weapons to reward his subordinates. Many Supreme Grade weapons came from 9-Star City. As for the others, they could only search for Supreme Rate weapons in various danger zones and ruins. Of course, those Heaven Monarchs with some status could go to the 9-Star Heaven Lord and purchase a Supreme Rate weapon. 21 million. The bidder was a Paragon Saint Lord. This Paragon Saint Lord would normally use his claws to deal with his enemies. However, 20 million peak-grade spirit stones was already at his limit. 22 million, 23 million. 24 million. The price increased by 1 million peak-grade spirit stones without stopping, 30 million. The Werewolf Li Fuchen bid. This star-tearing claw set was obviously made for the werewolf race. Apart from the werewolf race, there were very few races that were adept at tearing laws, 31 million. 32 million. At the 30 million threshold, those who could continue bidding were all Heaven Monarchs. The Paragon Saint Lord might have 30 million peak-grade spirit stones, but it was impossible for him to have so many peak-grade spirit stones, 40 million. The Werewolf Li Fuchen was determined to obtain the star-tearing claw set. This claw set enhanced his strength much more than other Heaven Monarchs. 41 million. In another supreme private room, an old man with a hawk nose sneered. If someone knew this old man, they would definitely recognize that this old man was the demonic beast race's Red Claw Heaven Demon. His claw martial arts were extremely formidable, 45 million. The Werewolf Li Fuchen frowned. 46 million. The red-clawed Sky Demon continued bidding. 50 million. Werewolf Li Fuchen decided to give up on the star-tier claw set if it exceeded 60 million spirit stones. After all, a low-grade Supreme Rate weapon wasn't worth so many peak-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, this star-shredding claw gauntlet only contains the power of tearing. If it contained the power of fire, then I, the Scarlet Claw Heavenly Demon, might have to fight for it. The Scarlet-Clawed Skyfae gave up on bidding. He was called the Scarlet-Clawed Skyfae because he was skilled in the Fire Dao laws. In a situation where his attributes did not match, the Star-Tearing Claw Gauntlet's ability to amplify his strength was very limited. Just like that, the Werewolf Li Fuchen bid for the Star-Tier Claw set for 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. The second last item, a Heavenly Demon's Horn. The auctioneer smiled. What kind of Heavenly Demon's Horn is more valuable than a low-grade Supreme Rate weapon? Could it be the horn of a Supreme Rate Heavenly Demon? What a joke! How can a Supreme Rate Heavenly Demon's Horn appear in a Radiant Moon class auction? It would at least appear in a Radiant Sun class auction. Furthermore, it would be worth at least 1 billion peak-grade spirit stones. I reckon that this is a horn of a rather formidable existence among the regular Heavenly Demons. It should be so. Below the stage, everyone was in heated discussions. Heavenly Demon's Horn. The Red Claw Heaven Demon had an unpleasant expression. As a fellow demonic beast race Heaven Demon, he felt that it was a humiliation to him. While the crowd was discussing, the auctioneer continued, "I won't keep you in suspense. This is the dragon horn of the Calamity Fire Heavenly Dragon. Although it has been through countless years, and the remaining dragon power is very thin, even if there isn't a single bit of dragon power left, I believe that just based on the name of the Calamity Fire Heavenly Dragon, it is enough to make this dragon horn one of the finale items of this auction." Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon. The Red Claw Heaven Demon's eyes widened while he was breathing rapidly. The Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon, also known as the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon, was one of the most powerful top-tier saint beasts. Once it matured, its strength wouldn't be weaker than a cosmic sector-level heaven lord like the Crossing River Ancestor. Rumor had it that the fire that the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon spat out could return everything to chaos and had the power to destroy everything. However, there wasn't just one dragon horn on the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon, but 100. Of course, 100 dragon horns of the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon were extremely valuable. Perhaps only a City Lord level Heaven Lord would be able to afford it. I must get it. The Red Claw Heaven Demon's eyes were ferocious. The dragon horn of the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon was definitely a priceless treasure for him who had the Fire Dao bloodline. It might even allow him to reach a higher level and become one of the top ordinary Heaven Lords. Rumor has it that the fire of the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon is one of the most powerful flames. Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon. Even if the horn of such a top-tier existence is useless to me, I can still collect it. The Red Claw Heaven Demon wasn't the only one who had their eyes on the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn. There were some Heaven Lords who were proficient in the Fire Dao Law or those who liked to collect things. Alright, let's not waste any more words. The starting bid for the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn is 30 million peak-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be lower than 100,000. After taking a deep breath, the auctioneer announced loudly. 35 million, 40 million. 50 million. Without any suspense, the price of the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn quickly rose to 50 million peak-grade spirit stones, 55 million. A fire spirit race Heaven Lord made a bid, 60 million. 70 million. 100 million. Finally, the price rose to 100 million. This price was enough to make any invincible Saint Lord gasp in amazement. Even the werewolf Li Fuchen didn't expect this dragon horn to be auctioned for such a high price. After all, this dragon horn had very little dragon power and its value was far inferior to the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn that was filled with dragon power. But the werewolf Li Fuchen didn't know that Heaven Lords were at the pinnacle of the universe and all of them liked to collect things. Those who didn't like to collect things weren't because they didn't like to, but because they didn't have enough peak-grade spirit stones. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the truly powerful Heaven Lords were basically the greatest collectors of the universe. It was rumored that the Horizontal River Primogenitor's collection was enough to make any Heaven Lord gasp in amazement. There were plenty of treasures that couldn't be found in the Horizontal River Star region. There were some ancient treasures that were billions of years old. The value of the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn was only secondary. Its rarity was where the true value lied. 150 million. The Red Claw Heaven Demon roared. He might be a Heaven Lord, but it was still very painful to fork out 150 million peak-grade spirit stones. A Heaven Lord's wealth might start at a few hundred million or a few billion, but a Heaven Lord's expenditure was also huge. A random purchase might cost tens of millions or even tens of millions of peak-grade spirit stones. The peak-grade spirit stones weren't enough for them to spend. 160 million. The bidder was a powerful Heaven Lord called Heavenly Lord Chu Zong. Heavenly Lord Chu Zong was very famous among the normal Heaven Lords for two reasons. First, it was his strength, second, it was his rich collection. He was one of the top 10 collectors below the City Lord level. Rumor had it that Heavenly Lord Chu Zong had specially built a treasure palace for his collection. 200 million. The Red Claw Heaven Demon threw caution to the wind. He could earn more peak-grade spirit stones, but if he lost the dragon horn of the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon, he would really lose it. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Chu Zong frowned. To be honest, 200 million peak-grade spirit stones wasn't much compared to his wealth, but most of his wealth was from his collection. He could only use about 1 billion peak-grade spirit stones. Forget it if it's more than 250 million. Heavenly Lord Chu Zong wasn't the kind of person who would pay any price for his collection. First of all, he was a Heaven Lord, then a collector. He couldn't reverse the priority. After thinking for a while, Heavenly Lord Chu Zong increased the bid by 40 million. 260 million. The Red Claw Heaven Demon increased the bid without hesitation. Fine. Heavenly Lord Chu Zong gave up on the bid. It wasn't enough to hunt down the Red Claw Heaven Demon. It was extremely difficult for a Heaven Monarch to kill a Heaven Monarch unless there was a huge gap between the two. For example, a City Lord level Heaven Monarch could easily kill an ordinary Heaven Monarch. Of course, some extremely powerful ordinary Heaven Monarchs could also kill weaker ordinary Heaven Monarchs. Heavenly Lord Chu Zong might be formidable, but he wasn't confident he could kill the Red Claw Heaven Demon. Ultimately, the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn was sold to the Red Claw Heaven Demon for 260 million. Divine Leaf City, Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. I have made a huge profit this time. I didn't expect for this dragon horn to have such a high price. But it is mainly because of its rarity that it attracted competition from Heaven Lords. After researching the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn, Li Fuchen already knew that it wasn't an ordinary dragon horn. He suspected that it was the legendary Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn. Of course, even if it was the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn, Li Fuchen didn't expect it to be sold for such a high price. After all, the dragon power inside was too thin. Li Fuchen was already satisfied to be able to sell it for 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. As for keeping it for his collection, Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't necessary. Right now, he lacked peak-grade spirit stones and not these collectibles. When he became a Heaven Lord, he might be able to collect some collectibles. As the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn was sold to the Red Claw Heaven Demon, the final auction item was presented. It was a low-grade supreme rate armor and the starting price was a shocking 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. The final price was 180 million peak-grade spirit stones. It might not be more valuable than the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn, but it was still very shocking. Once the auction was over, the werewolf Li Fuchen arrived at the backstage. A total of 252 million peak-grade spirit stones. This is the remaining 172 million peak-grade spirit stones. The person in charge of the auction was a Heaven Lord. His eyes were filled with judgment as he handed a spatial ring to the werewolf Li Fuchen. Alright. The werewolf Li Fuchen took the spatial ring and scanned it with his spiritual awareness. Li Fuchen didn't give him all the treasures in the witch ancestors' ruins. He gave him roughly 40 million peak-grade treasures. Of course, these 40 million peak-grade treasures were sold for close to 60 million peak-grade spirit stones during the auction. With the addition of the 260 million peak-grade spirit stones from the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn, it was a total of 320 million peak-grade spirit stones. After deducting the 50 million peak-grade spirit stones that Li Fuchen spent and the auction commission, he was left with around 250 million peak-grade spirit stones. Previously, the auction house had already paid him 80 million peak-grade spirit stones and he was now paying the rest. After counting the peak-grade spirit stones, the werewolf Li Fuchen took the star tier claw set and left the auction house. Send someone to monitor him. Chapter 938. Divine Leaf City. On the lake of the manor, Li Fuchen was seated quietly as usual. My primary extreme sword art has a profound intention and is connected to the source of chaos. Strictly speaking, it belongs to the Chaos Sword Tao or Source Sword Tao. It is a Supreme Sword Tao. Martial Tao was separated into many levels, like Supreme Martial Tao, Super First-Rate Martial Tao, First-Rate Martial Tao, Second-Rate Martial Tao, etc. However, even the weakest Martial Tao would reach the level of Supreme Martial Tao if it comprehended the Chaos Realm. Take the Wind Cloud Sword Master's Wind Cloud Sword Tao for example. If it didn't comprehend the Chaos Realm, it would only be a first-rate Sword Tao. It was the same for the Red Leaf Sword Master's Red Leaf Sword Tao. As for how to comprehend the Chaos Realm, it wasn't difficult, but it wasn't simple either. The prerequisite was to cultivate one's martial Tao to the extremity. Once it reached the extremity, it would produce new transformations. It was just like a pure Yin martial Tao. Once it was cultivated to the extremity, it would produce Yang. Yin and Yang would blend together and become inseparable. This was chaos. The logic was the same. It depended on the individual's perception. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Tao theoretically contained the Chaos Realm, therefore, it could be considered as a supreme sword Tao. Of course, this was only in theory. Any martial Tao couldn't be considered a supreme martial Tao before reaching the supreme level. With a deep gaze, Li Fuchen flicked his finger and emitted a wisp of sword qi. It felt like it contained a world and also seemed to contain chaos. It circulated above the lake for a long time. If a Sword Tao Heaven Monarch was here, they would be able to see that Li Fuchen was getting closer to the Heaven Monarch realm. Just this sword qi was enough to kill a peak-level Sacred Lord. Just a little bit more. As compared to before, Li Fuchen's sword art rank had increased again. Right now, he was able to draw out 81 wisps of Sword Tao source power. It was a pity that this amount of Sword Tao source power was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It wasn't enough for his Sword Tao bloodline to metamorphose into a supreme bloodline. But Li Fuchen knew clearly that once he progressed to the Heaven Monarch realm, he would at least be an elite among regular Heaven Monarchs. Defeating those weak Heaven Monarchs would probably be a piece of cake. After all, the Martial Tao bloodline was a top-class combat bloodline. As for Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Tao, it wasn't a trivial matter. Am I going to metamorphose? All of a sudden, Li Fuchen's eyes had a change and was filled with delight. Silver Moon City, in a clean and unique courtyard, Wolfman Li Fuchen was seated cross-legged. His body was emitting a thick black qi that was spiraling upwards, along with streaks of black lightning. The black runes in his veins had long since filled up his veins, and the golden runes that represented the golden werewolf had been completely devoured. Waves of terrifying dark energy poured out of his bloodline, seemingly endless. Crackle. The surging power of darkness caused Li Fuchen to involuntarily transform. In the past, he had transformed into a werewolf with dark golden fur. The current Li Fuchen's fur was pure black, and when light shone on it, it didn't reflect any light and was immediately devoured. As such, when Li Fuchen stood there, he could only see a black silhouette. It was impossible to see what he looked like. At the same moment, the werewolf Li Fuchen's body was rapidly enlarging. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 1,000,000 meters. In just a short moment, the werewolf Li Fuchen's body broke through the 10 million meters height and it was still expanding. He was forcefully suppressed by the werewolf Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen knew that this was a phenomenon where the power of darkness couldn't be controlled. The power contained within a Heaven Monarch's body was too massive. If the Sacred Master's power was like a river, then the Heaven Monarch's power was like a sea. They weren't comparable at all. The reason why Heaven Monarchs possessed such surging power was mainly because the Supreme Bloodline was actually equivalent to a small-scale source. The universe had a myriad of sources, therefore, the universe's power was boundless. If a Heaven Monarch possessed a small-scale source, it was the same as having a small universe. The power wasn't considered boundless, but as long as the output didn't exceed the output, the power would be inexhaustible. With such a sudden increase in strength, even the werewolf Li Fuchen couldn't control it. Darkness source. Is someone breaking through to the Heaven Monarch? In the Silver Moon City, many heaven monarchs had lifted their heads. As heaven monarchs, they were very sensitive to the changes in the universe. Breaking through to the heaven monarch overnight and being free and unfettered from now on. I wonder which lucky person is it? A heaven monarch smiled. Heaven monarchs were definitely standing at the pinnacle of the universe. As long as they weren't killed, it was easy to live for 10 million years. Furthermore, the universe was huge and one could go anywhere. It was easy to go to other starfields and it would just take a short amount of time. Alright. Inside the City Lord Residence's hidden domain, a silver-haired woman with a silver moon mark on her forehead nodded. 1 million meters. 100,000 meters. 10,000 meters. He might have been caught off guard at the start, but when Li Fuchen regained his senses, he was still able to control the power of darkness. When Li Fuchen's body returned to normal, he had already completely controlled the power of darkness and wouldn't have the risk of losing control again. This is the Darkness Wolfman bloodline. Li Fuchen felt that the Qi blood source had already fused with the Darkness Wolfman bloodline and was inseparable. Endless power of darkness was surging out from the Darkness Wolfman source. Right now, the source was the bloodline and the bloodline was the source. They were inseparable. In other words, the current Li Fuchen source wouldn't be injured so easily. At the Sacred Lord level, the scariest thing was to injure the source. Once the source was injured, it would affect all aspects. If it wasn't treated in time, the person would become a cripple. Right now, the source was the bloodline and the power in the bloodline was inexhaustible. It was extremely difficult to injure the source. No wonder it is so difficult for a heaven monarch to kill a heaven monarch. Li Fuchen said to himself. Huff. Li Fuchen let out a forceful breath and lifted his head while his eyes were overflowing with radiance. This time, when he progressed to the heaven monarch level, he consumed more peak-grade spirit stones than the estimated 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was 150 million peak-grade spirit stones and it was 3 times more than expected. The reason why it was so much more was mainly because he didn't have a proper understanding of the supreme bloodline. When the bloodline was filled with black runes, all the black runes resonated and actually devoured another 100 million peak-grade spirit stones spirit chi before the bloodline officially transformed. Of course, 100 million peak-grade spirit stones were nothing to the current Li Fuchen. As long as he was willing, he would be able to earn back the 100 million peak-grade spirit stones very quickly. Let me familiarize myself with my strength first. 1 month later, I will head to God Leaf City. Withdrawing the radiance from his eyes, Li Fuchen returned to the house. In the auction hall, Heaven Monarch Cold Stone's expression was uncertain. He didn't expect Jiang Yi to advance to the Heaven Monarch realm so quickly. It was not easy to deal with a Lord of Heaven. He has just advanced, so he shouldn't be that strong. Let's find someone to test him. Heaven Lord Cold Stone contacted a Heaven Lord in the city. Heaven Monarch Cold Stone, as the person in charge of the auction house, you are actually practicing favoritism. If others find out about this, you won't have a good ending. The Heaven Monarch that Heaven Monarch Cold Stone contacted was called Heaven Monarch Iron Horn. The other party mocked. Heavenly Monarch Iron Horn, are you going to do it or not? If not, I'll get someone else to do it. Heavenly Lord Froststone said coldly. To be honest, in order to deal with the werewolf Li Fuchen, he did take a huge risk. The other party wasn't a fool. If they were attacked on the road, they would definitely think of him. However, he was in dire need of top-grade spirit stones, so he had to take risks. Of course, why wouldn't I do it? Same old rules, 50-50. Heavenly Lord of Ironhorn said. Alright. The Heavenly Lord of Froststone was relieved. The Ironhorn Heavenly Monarch wasn't considered weak among the ordinary Heaven Monarchs, especially his defense, which not many Heaven Monarchs could break. With the other party's help, there was a high chance of success. 1 month later. Wolfman Li Fuchen left Silver Moon City. In the pitch-black starry sky, the werewolf Li Fuchen turned into a dark shadow and vanished. Not good, he's trying to escape. Not far away, a ray of light flashed. It's already over 10,000 times the speed of light. Werewolf Li Fuchen felt that the surrounding time and space was like a lubricant. It was extremely smooth and allowed him to move faster and faster. At his current speed, he could no longer be simple. As long as he sped up, he would definitely affect space-time. But seriously speaking, once the speed exceeded the speed of light, it was no longer just pure speed. Being able to reach the speed of light meant that one's strength was extremely great, and this great strength would distort space-time. The greater the degree of distortion, the faster one's speed would be. How can he be so fast? Heavenly Lord Ironhorn was having a hard time chasing after them. At the same time, he was on guard. All of a sudden, Werewolf Li Fuchen stopped and turned to look at the void. In the void, a silver light appeared. It was a man with bright silver skin and a horn on his head. Why are you chasing after me? Werewolf Li Fuchen was neither servile nor overbearing as he stared at the Ironhorn Heavenly Lord. The Ironhorn Heavenly Lord chuckled, "Nothing much, I just wish to have a spar." While speaking, he circulated his force and blasted a fist at Werewolf Li Fuchen. When the fist was executed, there was a resplendent silver light that was like the radiant sunlight. After taking a closer look, it was obviously countless silver fist shadows. As soon as the Ironhorn Heavenly Lord arrived, he immediately used his signature move. Seeing the situation, Werewolf Li Fuchen let out a smile that didn't look like a smile and stood there motionlessly. Courting death. The Ironhorn Heavenly Lord sneered. It might be hard for a heaven monarch to kill a heaven monarch, but if he stood still and allowed the enemy to hit him, he would still suffer a great loss. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was just an initial stage heaven monarch and probably wasn't familiar with his own power. In the blink of an eye, the silver fist shadows blasted on Werewolf Li Fuchen. However, the effect that the Ironhorn Heavenly Lord anticipated didn't happen. The fist shadows were like clay oxen entering the sea. Once they made contact with Werewolf Li Fuchen, they vanished without a trace. Damn it, such powerful power of darkness. The Ironhorn Heavenly Lord had an unpleasant expression. With his eyesight, how could he not see that his power was absorbed by the power of darkness? In other words, Werewolf Li Fuchen's power was superior to him. Let's go. Without any hesitation, the Ironhorn Heavenly Lord turned and left. His objective was to test Werewolf Li Fuchen's strength. If Li Fuchen was weak, he would kill Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen was strong, he would immediately retreat. Do you think it is so easy to come and go as you please? Werewolf Li Fuchen brandished his claw and blasted the Dark Moon Claw at the Ironhorn Heavenly Lord. Bang! The Ironhorn Heavenly Lord's silver metallic body was slashed open and there was a black substance that drifted out. Seeing the situation, the Ironhorn Heavenly Lord increased his speed and hated the Cold Stone Heaven Lord to death. You sure run fast. Chapter 939. There were plenty of teleportation arrays between the universe cities and there weren't many places that required Li Fuchen to travel to. With the speed of a Heaven Lord, it only took a few days for Wolfman Li Fuchen to arrive at the Divine Leaf City from the Silver Moon City. Let's go. Li Fuchen was already waiting at the Divine Leaf City. Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. Outside the metal door, Li Fuchen placed his palm on Wolfman Li Fuchen's shoulder and the duo entered the metal door together. As expected, the duo were still together after entering the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. Furthermore, the first restriction trap that was discovered had a danger level of 5 and was similar to the last restriction trap previously. After avoiding the trigger, the duo arrived at the hall and awakened the 6 high-grade Holy Lord class voodoo puppets. Let me try first. After a few years, Li Fuchen's strength was no longer the same as before. He was confident that he would only need half a month to exhaust the voodoo power of the high-grade Holy Lord class voodoo puppets. Huff huff huff, there was a violent wind as the 6 high-grade Holy Lord class voodoo puppets attacked Li Fuchen from all angles. Clang! There was a dazzling sword light and the 6 voodoo puppets were sent flying. Clang 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 clang, Li Fuchen split into 6 and the 6 Li Fucans suppressed the voodoo puppet. 15 minutes later, the 6 Li Fucans merged back together. Li Fuchen shook his head and said, "You do it." Right now, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. It was a pity that it was hard to exhaust the power of the high-grade Holy Lord class voodoo puppets within a short period of time. Alright. Wolfman Li Fuchen didn't move and used the Dark Moon Claw to envelop the 6 voodoo puppets. Cling cling clang clang, voodoo armors and weapons flew everywhere. A single claw attack had exhausted the voodoo power of the 6 voodoo puppets. No wonder you are a Wolfman race's Heaven Lord. Li Fuchen praised. After progressing to a Heaven Lord, Wolfman Li Fuchen's strength was obviously superior to regular Heaven Lords. To be serious, the Waivya Heavenly Monarch wasn't much stronger than Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen was here, he would need at least 1 or 2 days to exhaust the voodoo puppet's power. The Iron Horn Heavenly Monarch was much stronger than the Waivya Heavenly Monarch, but he would probably need 2 hours too. On the table was a top-grade Death Substitution Puppet and a top-grade Moon Curse Scroll. Right now, Li Fuchen had 2 peak-grade Moon Incantation Scrolls, 1 peak-grade Death Substitution Puppet, and 1 peak-grade Sorcery Ring. He didn't sell any of them. Come on, let's move on to the next one. Li Fuchen let out a smile. This trip to the Voodoo Ancestors' ruins would have a harvest that was far beyond his imagination. To be honest, he was looking forward to it. The second and third halls were all similar to the first. However, one of the halls was empty. Someone had already entered it. When it was the 4th round, Li Fuchen knew the test was here. The danger level of this restriction trap had reached 6. This meant that the voodoo puppets inside were very likely peak-tier Sacred Lord voodoo puppets. After passing through the restriction trap with ease, Li Fuchen and Wolfman Li Fuchen entered the hall. Ka! The voodoo puppet closest to them moved and pounced on them. In response, Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword and welcomed the attack. Clang! An axe and a sword clashed together and a horrific ripple spread out. In the next moment, Li Fuchen was sent flying. Such power! Li Fuchen's expression changed. In terms of attack power, these peak-tier Sacred Lord voodoo puppets were actually stronger than him. In the hall, there were a total of 8 voodoo puppets. If the 8 voodoo puppets worked together, even the Boya Heaven Monarch would need to spend a long time to deal with them. Li Fuchen retreated while Wolfman Li Fuchen welcomed the attack. With a single claw, Wolfman Li Fuchen sent all the awakened voodoo puppets flying. 1 week later, Li Fuchen harvested 8 sets of peak-grade voodoo armor and voodoo weapons. A set of high-grade super first-rate voodoo armor is worth 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. I wonder how much peak-grade spirit stones would a set of peak-grade super first-rate voodoo armor be worth. Li Fuchen felt that the value of this set of voodoo armor was probably comparable to a low-grade supreme armor. After wearing the voodoo armor and activating the voodoo art, there was a buzzing sound. Within 10 feet of the armor, time and space suddenly stopped rippling and fell into dead silence. This peak-grade super first-rate voodoo armor was also engraved with a static force field. However, this static force field was several times stronger than the static force field of the high-grade super first-rate voodoo armor. Even time and space had stopped rippling. If the enemy wasn't strong enough, their attacks would never land on Li Fuchen. Just like the voodoo armor, the voodoo weapon's voodoo art was also like divine aid. However, it was a higher grade of divine aid. I didn't think that I would have to change my equipment so soon. With the peak-grade super first-rate voodoo armor, Li Fuchen naturally didn't fancy the original voodoo armor. However, the original voodoo armor and voodoo weapon could be given to the people around him. The reason why Li Fuchen only sold the Voodoo Ancestors' ruins that had a market value of 40 million peak-grade spirit stones was because he was planning to leave some for the people around him. It was enough to temporarily use peak-grade spirit stones and there wasn't a need to sell all the resources and treasures. The voodoo armor might be precious, but as compared to this item, it is still lacking. Li Fuchen flipped his palm and a scroll appeared in his hand. It was different from the previous halls. This hall had a danger level of 6 and there was only one artifact on the table. Of course, this single artifact was already comparable to the sum of all the artifacts in the previous halls. This scroll wasn't the incantation of the Moon Scroll, it was the incantation of the Sun Scroll. If the incantation of the Moon Scroll was a top-tier extreme Dao artifact, then the incantation of the Sun Scroll was a supreme artifact. From the incantation of the Sun Scroll, Li Fuchen could feel a wave that could incinerate all living things. It wasn't hard to imagine that once it was activated, even a heaven monarch would suffer if they were caught off guard. After exiting the hall, Li Fuchen arrived at the passageway. This doesn't seem to be good. Li Fuchen suddenly heard a subtle air-piercing sound. Be careful. Wolfman Li Fuchen waved his hand and his claw lit up. A thin and long shadow was severed into 6 segments. The strange thing was that the shadow that was severed into 6 segments wriggled before dispersing. TSS TSS TSS, there were even more air-piercing sounds and the speed was too fast for anyone to react in time. Using his spirit soul force to sense, Li Fuchen could see that in the nearby tunnel, there were densely packed thin and long shadows. These thin and long shadows were like ink lines and had no mouth and a single eye. Just by using his spirit soul force to sense, Li Fuchen could feel a malicious intent rushing at him. They aren't pure living beings or puppets. There are sorcery arts waves on them. Could they be formed by sorcery arts? Li Fuchen's expression changed. Originally, Li Fuchen thought that with his spirit soul force and Wolfman Li Fuchen's combat strength, he would be able to enter most of the voodoo ancestor ruins freely. Right now, he knew he was wrong. The voodoo ancestor ruins didn't just have restrictions and traps. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it would be. The voodoo ancestors' methods weren't something a regular person could imagine. Even if the voodoo ancestor left behind a sorcery art, it would be enough to kill a regular heaven monarch. Soon enough, the thin and long shadow attacked. Li Fuchen was wearing the sorcery art armor and was enveloped in the static force field. He was able to protect himself, but if he wanted to kill the thin and long shadow, he would need to brandish his sword a few times. It was fortunate that the werewolf Li Fuchen's combat strength was formidable enough. With a wave of his claws, countless slender shadows were shattered. The two of them continued forward. A few days later, they arrived at another hall. Unfortunately, the treasures in this hall had already been taken away. There was not a single voodoo puppet left. Unknowingly, several months passed. The ruins of the voodoo ancestor are getting more and more difficult to pass through. The hinterland of the ruins is not only filled with restrictive traps, but it is also filled with all kinds of witchcraft. There are slender shadows with shocking penetrative power, infinitely splitting powder particles that contain poison, and there are even some passages that have come alive under the effects of witchcraft. Li Fuchen shook his head and admitted that he had underestimated the voodoo ancestors' ruins. If one only had soul strength and no strength, one would not be able to go far in the sorcerer ancestors' remnant. Werewolf Li Fuchen was still able to protect him now, but when it came to the end, Li Fuchen might not be able to protect him anymore. Let's take a look first. If it really doesn't work, we'll leave. Although the harvest didn't meet his expectations, it was still 10 times or even dozens of times more than the last time. Boom boom boom, there was a blazing chi presence and the passage ahead was like a blazing hell. Li Fuchen's soul strength pierced through the blazing chi presence and saw fiery red beasts that were the size of puppies and had wings flying in the sky. They opened their mouths and shot out bundles of fireballs. The fireballs emitted waves that were very similar to the sun incantation scroll. In Li Fuchen's opinion, this should be the simplified version of the sun incantation. Li Fuchen believed that he wouldn't be able to resist the normal sun incantation, but if there were too many simplified sun incantations, Li Fuchen believed that he wouldn't be able to resist either. But with the werewolf Li Fuchen around, Li Fuchen didn't need to resist. The darkness barrier was activated and the werewolf Li Fuchen protected Li Fuchen. The fireballs that had astounding power and felt as though they could turn everything into primal chaos landed on the darkness barrier, but there were only some ripples. In just a short moment, the duo arrived in front of another restriction trap. Incredible. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. This restriction trap's danger level was actually at 7 points. It also meant to say that the voodoo puppets inside might be at the Heaven Monarch class. In addition, this restriction trap is even more complicated. It is useless to just know which places don't have restrictions. These restrictions might change at any moment, and as long as the sequence is wrong, they will immediately explode. But it is too regretful to leave just like this. Let's give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen and the werewolf Li Fuchen entered the restriction trap. 1 step, 2 steps, with the soul strength, the duo finally arrived at the center of the restriction trap. Crack. Not good. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen's expression changed. He didn't expect that he would have to take a step back and accidentally activate the restriction. A water blade appeared and slashed on the darkness barrier ruthlessly. There was a cracking sound as the darkness barrier was forcefully sliced open. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen lowered his head and the water blade flew past his scalp. The duo didn't dare to delay and continued to move forward. Swish 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 swish, the restriction trap was too complicated and it changed extremely quickly. Even if Li Fuchen could see through the restriction trap, it was useless, unless he could stop the restriction trap from changing. As the duo took another wrong step, countless holes appeared on the walls on both sides of the passage. Sharp arrows were shot at the duo. These arrows weren't ordinary arrows as they were emitting terrifying chi presences. PFFF. The werewolf Li Fuchen took an arrow for Li Fuchen. Chapter 940. In the hall, there were only 2 voodoo puppets. These 2 voodoo puppets emitted chi presences that were obviously at the Heaven Monarch level. Boom! Werewolf Li Fuchen and the voodoo puppets clashed. A terrifying wave spread out and Li Fuchen found it difficult to breathe. It is much slower. Li Fuchen frowned. These 2 voodoo puppets were enveloped by a powerful static force field. Under the effect of the static force field, werewolf Li Fuchen's attack speed was more than 2 times slower and the attack power was much lower. If I am not wrong, these must be supreme-level voodoo puppets. Li Fuchen stood in the corner of the hall and observed quietly. Werewolf Li Fuchen, who was promoted to Heaven Monarch, was indeed very powerful. His power of darkness had the effect of absorbing attacks. But everything had its pros and cons. When the power of darkness absorbed attacks, it would also increase the consumption. If there was no accident, this would be an unimaginable protracted battle. It was already the best result to eliminate the voodoo puppets within a year. 1 month. 3 months. Half a year. 1 year. The battle was still ongoing. Any of these 2 voodoo puppets was stronger than the Iron Horn Heaven Monarch. With their invulnerability and no weaknesses, werewolf Li Fuchen was having a hard time. After 1.5 years, the power of the voodoo puppets finally showed signs of decline. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. Only Heaven Monarchs could deal with these supreme voodoo puppets. If it was him, even if he had such strength, without the supreme bloodline, he wouldn't be able to persist and his sword energy would be exhausted. 2 years and 10 days, one of the voodoo puppets scattered into a pile of voodoo armor and voodoo weapons. 2 years and 18 days, the second voodoo puppet also scattered into a pile of voodoo armor and voodoo weapons. Let me recover. Werewolf Li Fuchen sat cross-legged. When the output was less than the output, the Heaven Monarch's power was endless. But when the output was more than the output, the Heaven Monarch's power would be exhausted. After more than 2 years, werewolf Li Fuchen's power was almost exhausted. If it dragged on for another month or 2, he would have to burn his origin to fight. Li Fuchen nodded. He was naturally clear about the werewolf Li Fuchen's situation. He was rather glad that the voodoo puppet didn't last for another month or 2, otherwise, the price to pay would be too high. Picking up a set of sorcery armor, Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness inside. Sure enough, this was a set of low-grade Supreme Shaman armor, and its value was probably not inferior to a set of mid-grade Supreme armor. Li Fuchen reckoned that if it was put up for auction, it would be sold for 1 or 2 billion. With this set of witchcraft armor, I should be able to fight against a weaker Lord of Heaven. Li Fuchen thought to himself. As of now, there was no news of a sacred lord defeating a Lord of Heaven. Even the most elite sacred lord of the divine race couldn't do it. This had nothing to do with innate perception. After all, the difference between a sacred lord and a Lord of Heaven wasn't a difference in cultivation level, it was a difference in cultivation level. Prodigies were able to transcend cultivation levels to fight with those in higher cultivation levels. But a Lord of Heaven was already at the supreme cultivation level. How were you going to transcend cultivation levels to fight? There had never been a case of a sacred lord defeating a Lord of Heaven, but there were plenty of cases of sacred lords escaping from a Lord of Heaven. It depended on whether the sacred lord had any incredible artifact, like a supreme death substitution puppet or a supreme shaman art scroll. If the sacred lord didn't have an incredible artifact, it would depend on if the sacred lord had any special ability. In the universe, there were millions of races and each race had their own specialties. Each individual had their own specialties too. The spirit light race didn't have a physical body, therefore, they were the hardest race to kill. The number 2 Scarlet Spirit Lord on the Time Sand City's Sacred Lord rankings was from the spirit light race. It was rumored that the Scarlet Spirit Lord had fought with a Lord of Heaven and was ultimately defeated, but he was able to escape and survive. The blood race could transform into countless tiny bats. As long as a single bat escaped, they would be able to make a comeback. Putting aside the other races, just the human race alone had invincible sacred lords that were proficient in the Void Dao or even more formidable invincible sacred lords that were proficient in the Time Dao. It was very possible for them to escape from a Lord of Heaven. In short, the ability to escape from a Lord of Heaven didn't just depend on strength, it also depended on the method of escape. Li Fuchen was a swordsman and was adept at head-on combat. His escape method was naturally inferior and his Void Dao wasn't at a high level either. If he was to use it in front of a Lord of Heaven, he would only be a laughing stock and wouldn't be of any use. Now that he had a set of supreme sorcery armor, Li Fuchen believed that he would be able to contest with a weaker Lord of Heaven. If he had some escape artifacts, he might even be able to escape unscathed and wouldn't suffer any injuries when facing a Lord of Heaven. Subsequently, Li Fuchen picked up the sorcery weapon. The value of a low-grade supreme sorcery weapon was much higher than a low-grade supreme weapon, but it would normally be inferior to a mid-grade supreme weapon. It was estimated to be worth 100 to 200 million peak-grade spirit stones. It is a pity that I don't have a sword. These 2 supreme sorcery weapons were a saber and an axe. That's right, I have the Joint Heaven sword. Why do I need a sorcery sword? Li Fuchen let out a silent laugh. The Joint Heaven sword was a high-grade supreme weapon and its value was even above a set of low-grade supreme sorcery armor. It wasn't something that a single low-grade supreme sorcery weapon could compare with. Finally, Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the table. There was a scroll on the table. Li Fuchen took a look and saw that it was the Sun Incantation Scroll. But it was of a higher grade than the Sun Incantation Scroll. It was probably a mid-grade Supreme Scroll. In the outside world, low-grade and mid-grade Supreme Scrolls were for regular Heaven Monarchs, high-grade Supreme Scrolls were for City Lord-class Heaven Monarchs, peak-grade Supreme Scrolls were for Star Region Heaven Monarchs. It also meant to say that this mid-grade Sun Incantation Scroll's power was equivalent to an all-out attack from a high-end regular Heaven Monarch. If it was used well, it was enough to severely injure a weaker regular Heaven Monarch. Not bad. Li Fuchen was very satisfied. He needed this kind of artifact that could decide the battle in a single move. After using a large number of peak-grade spirit stones, the wolfman Li Fuchen finally recovered some of his strength. Immediately after, the darkness source would constantly surge with power and he didn't need to rely on peak-grade spirit stones anymore. One for you and one for me. Li Fuchen gave the wolfman Li Fuchen a set of sorcery armor. The wolfman race might have tough defenses and the power of darkness could absorb attacks, but who would complain about having a high defense? They would only feel that it was better to have a higher defense. Alright. The wolfman Li Fuchen received the sorcery armor and wore it. But in the future, he wouldn't be able to transform as he wished. Of course, after reaching the Heaven Monarch realm, there wasn't a huge difference between transforming or not. As compared to the defense provided by the sorcery armor, the increase in strength provided by transforming wasn't that important. It is getting more dangerous. Li Fuchen frowned as he felt that the wolfman Li Fuchen was gradually unable to protect himself. If it wasn't for his spirit soul power, there were a few times when the wolfman Li Fuchen was nearly killed by the sorcery arts. It isn't bad to seek riches from danger, but one must know when to stop. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen decided to leave the voodoo ancestor ruins. He had already obtained enough, and if he wasn't satisfied, he might be killed by his greed. Following the original path, the duo quickly returned. A short moment later, they arrived at the vicinity of a teleportation platform. Wang. Chapter 941. After returning to the Divine Leaf City, the duo went into seclusion. Wolfman Li Fuchen needed to familiarize himself with his power and develop stronger innate abilities. Li Fuchen continued to research the primary extreme sword art and strive to upgrade it to a supreme sword art as soon as possible. Time flew by unknowingly. At the Swordsman Guild's martial stage, Sword Heart Quiet. It was obvious that the Sword Master of Wind Cloud's sword move was much more profound and mystical. As compared to the Sword Heart Quiet in the past, the current Sword Heart Quiet was obviously at the level of control. When the Sword Master of Wind Cloud brandished his sword, time and space would turn into a whirlpool. If one couldn't break the sword intent of this move, it would be useless no matter how high the body's defenses were. An instant inside was an eternity, and one would face endless attacks until one's body was shattered. It was a pity that the current Li Fuchen was no longer the same as before. When facing such a powerful sword move that could instantly kill a regular invincible sacred lord, Li Fuchen smiled and didn't draw his sword. He simply allowed the time and space whirlpool to devour him. Seeing the situation, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud frowned while the Sword Master of Red Leaf exclaimed. They didn't understand Li Fuchen's intention. Did he want to personally experience the Sword Heart Quiet? Didn't he know that a kill move like the Sword Heart Quiet would last for an instant? If the Sword Master of Wind Cloud was a little slower, Li Fuchen might not even have a corpse left. Something isn't right. All of a sudden, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud's expression changed. In his vision, Li Fuchen, who was already in the time and space whirlpool, suddenly became clear. There was a boom as the time and space whirlpool exploded as though it was pierced by thousands of swords. How is this possible? The Sword Master of Red Leaf felt that his brain wasn't enough to understand. Even if he was a fool, he would know that Li Fuchen's strength had reached an unbelievable level and was probably extremely close to the Heaven Monarch realm. Primary Extreme Sword Master, how many wisps of source power can you activate? The Sword Master of Wind Cloud couldn't help but ask. Li Fuchen didn't hide it and said, 999 wisps, 999 wisps. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud and the Sword Master of Red Leaf took a deep cold breath. As of now, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud was only able to activate 8 wisps of source power. The Red Leaf Sword Master was only able to activate 1 wisp of source power. This was the result of sparring with Li Fuchen and the Sword Master of Wind Cloud. Otherwise, if she was to comprehend Sword Dao by herself, she would need to spend at least a few dozen years. The more source power that could be activated, it meant that one's cultivation level was higher. At their level, an inch higher cultivation level was the same as before. If there was an insurmountable gap between Sacred Lords and Heaven Monarchs, then it was the same for them and Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was able to neutralize the Wind Cloud Sword Master's Sword Heart Connect not because of his attack power, but because his cultivation realm was high enough. It was just like two individuals with similar physiques, one was proficient in combat while the other was ordinary. Once they fought, the outcome was obvious. Just now, he did not unsheath his sword. After entering the space-time vortex, the 10,000 swords returned to origin burst forth, instantly breaking the sword will of the sword heart tranquility. Once the sword will was broken, the space-time vortex naturally could not hold on any longer and exploded. After letting out a bitter laugh, the Wind Cloud Sword Master said, "The primary extreme sword master is truly a god. I am ashamed of my inferiority." At this moment, he was completely convinced. Originally, he might have admired Li Fuchen very much, even more than Sword Dao Heaven Monarchs. But in his heart, he was still a little unwilling. After all, which swordsman would be willing to admit that they were inferior to others? Even if they were temporarily ahead, they would still think that they had the chance to catch up. But now, he no longer had the intention to catch up. If he advanced by an inch, the others would advance by 10 feet. How was he going to catch up? It was already fortunate that he wasn't left behind. The Red Leaf Sword Master had already treated Li Fuchen as a god. Therefore, after the shock, he quickly recovered and asked, "Didn't they say that one can break through to the Heaven Monarch realm after activating 100 wisps of source power?" There was such a saying. Li Fuchen was rather astonished. The Wind Cloud Sword Master shook his head and said, "There is no fixed time to break through to the Heaven Monarch realm. It will depend on the potential of the martial art that you comprehend. After all, even supreme martial arts have differences in power." The primary extreme sword master's innate talent is astounding. He must have comprehended an extremely powerful quasi-supreme sword art. I see. The Red Leaf Sword Master was enlightened, and so was Li Fuchen. That's right, primary extreme sword master. The Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild's Sword Saint technique that is held once every 10,000 years is about to begin. The top 4 of the Sword Saint technique will have the chance to use the Swordsman Guild's teleportation array to head to the Starwill class Swordsman Guild's sword pool for 10 years of cultivation. You better be prepared. The Wind Cloud Sword Master recalled something and said, "Which star region is the Starwill class Swordsman Guild located in?" "What is the sword pool?" Li Fuchen asked. The Red Leaf Sword Master said, "Our horizontal river star region is one of the ordinary star regions in the Twin Horn Star Wheel. In the Twin Horn Star Wheel, there are plenty of star regions. The largest star region is called the Tiger Fault Star region. The Starwill class Swordsman Guild is located in the Tiger Fault Star region's Sword Star City. That place is where Sword Dao Heaven Monarchs gather, and there are countless Sword Dao Saints. In the center of the Sword Star City, there is a sword pool. The sword pool has existed for countless years, and it has absorbed countless sword intents. What a great sword pool!" Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. How could reading thousands of Sword Dao manuals be more practical than experiencing thousands of sword intents? He had to go to this sword pool. When is the Sword Saint technique held? Li Fuchen continued to ask. The Wind Cloud Sword Master laughed and said, "There are still 3 years. 3 years, huh? That is rather long." It was unknown when it started, but Li Fuchen felt that time was like flowing water that would always elapse without him noticing. Once he became a Heaven Monarch, perhaps a few thousand or a few tens of thousands of years would also elapse without him noticing. After staying in the Divine Leaf City for a few months, the werewolf Li Fuchen left. To familiarize himself with the power of darkness and to develop his innate abilities, he needed an extremely spacious place. The Divine Leaf City was obviously not suitable. Around a few dozen light years away from the Divine Leaf City, in a star ruin, the werewolf Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on a broken star. Buzz! 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 Waves of power of darkness spread out in all directions. Apart from the broken star below him, everything in the surroundings was corroded by the power of darkness and turned into black substances that scattered without any wind. All of a sudden, the werewolf Li Fuchen opened his eyes. Dark Moon Claw. The claw was brandished and the black claw mark left a deep wound in the void that didn't heal even after a long time. As compared to the past, the current Dark Moon Claw was definitely much easier to control. At the start, before the werewolf Li Fuchen progressed to the Heaven Monarch, the power of darkness was very scattered when he executed the Dark Moon Claw. When the claw was brandished, the entire place would sink into darkness. It might seem intimidating, but it was useless against a Heaven Monarch of the same level. The current Dark Moon Claw was enough to create a giant wound on a Heaven Monarch. Dark Blood Claw. After brandishing the claw, the werewolf Li Fuchen followed up with another claw. The dark red claw mark was ghastly and it felt as though the universe was dripping blood. This was the combination of the Blood Moon Claw and Dark Moon Claw. It contained the laceration power and the power of darkness. After being clawed by this claw, one wouldn't just have to endure the laceration power, one would also have to endure the corrosion of the power of darkness. Of course, the energy consumption of this claw was 100 times more than the Dark Moon Claw and it was considered a Heaven Monarch kill move. As they approached the Sword Saint technique, Sword Dao Sacred Lords rushed back from every corner of the horizontal River Star region. They had been tempering themselves in the outside world just for this moment. I wonder which four will emerge victorious in the Sword Saint technique this time. Previously, it was the Wind Cloud Sword Master, the Saint Heart Sword Master, the Emotionless Sword Master, and the Black River Sword Master. This time, it will probably be the same four. I don't think so. Who knows what will happen after 10,000 years? The other invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lords wouldn't just watch as the slots to enter the Star Will Swordsman Guild slip away. That is true. The Red Leaf Sword Master's limelight is getting closer and closer. He might be able to squeeze into the top four of this Sword Saint technique. Most of the Sword Dao Sacred Lords rushed back to stop the invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lord's sword art. Only a few of them returned for the Sword Saint technique. As the days got closer, Li Fuchen's achievements were finally spread out. There is actually a new invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lord. It seems like the Sword Saint technique is going to be even more intense this time. A new invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lord probably won't be able to create any waves, right? Didn't you hear the Thunder Sword Master, Swift Wind Sword Master, and the others say that this primary extreme Sword Master repelled the Giant Spirit Sacred Lord and the Flame Destruction Devil Lord? So what if he relies on the sharpness of a Supreme Artifact Sword? The Sword Saint technique doesn't allow the use of Supreme Artifact Swords. Outsiders didn't know that Li Fuchen sparred with the Red Leaf Sword Master and the Wind Cloud Sword Master. Therefore, everyone's understanding of Li Fuchen's strength was still at the initial stage. If these people knew the strength of the primary extreme Sword Master, their teeth would probably fall off. The Red Leaf Sword Master laughed when he heard the discussions. The Swordsman Guild's martial stage was filled with people every day. After roaming the world for so many years, everyone wanted to test the extent of their strength. Shadow Follower Sword Master, please enlighten me. In the center of the martial stage, there were two figures facing each other. These two figures were rather famous. The one who challenged the Shadow Follower Sword Master was one of the pinnacle Sword Dao Sacred Lords of the Swordsman Guild. His name was the Windcutter Sword Master. He might not be able to shine in the Sword Saint technique, but his strength shouldn't be underestimated. As for the Shadow Follower Sword Master, he was even more famous. He was also an invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lord. It was unknown why he was willing to accept the challenge. Make your move. Sword Master Shadow Following nodded. Thousand Sword Slash. The Windcutter Sword Master used his ultimate move right from the start. 1,000 sword shadows slashed towards the shadow-following Sword Master. Shadow Follower Sword Master's body seemed to have lost its weight and seemed to have lost its corporeal form. The 1,000 sword shadows passed through his body, unable to harm him at all. So powerful. As expected of the Shadow Follower Sword Master. Everyone was shocked. The Windcutter Sword Master was a peak Sword Dao Holy Lord, but he couldn't even attack the Shadow Follower Sword Master. How were they supposed to fight? Wind-cleaving waves. After his first attack failed, Wind Cutter Sword Master shouted and unleashed his killer move. The sword intent of this move was already very close to a quasi-supreme sword move. Once it had a bit of chaotic charm, one would immediately become an invincible sword path sacred lord. It's useless. The shadow follower sword master shook his head and allowed the sword chi to pass through his body without suffering any injuries. I lost. The Wind Cutter sword master stopped attacking and smiled bitterly. He couldn't even hit his opponent, so how was he supposed to fight? Amazing. This time, Sword Master Swaying will definitely be in the top 4 of the Sword Saint art. Most likely. He's too powerful. The spectators cheered in satisfaction. Chapter 942. 3 years might be a long time for regular people, but to sacred lords, it was just a period of seclusion. Soon enough, the Sword Saint technique arrived. Inside the Swordsman Guild, there was a giant martial stage. During normal times, this martial stage wasn't open to the public. It would only be open for grand occasions like the Sword Saint technique. More than half of the seats in the spectator stands around the stage were already occupied. It could be said to be a sea of people. Li Fuchen, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud, and the Sword Master of Red Leaf arrived at the bottom of the martial stage. There are so many people. Li Fuchen looked up and saw that the spectator stands were all saints. Furthermore, they were all Sword Dao saints. It was Li Fuchen's first time seeing so many Sword Dao saints gathered together. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud said, as compared to the Tiger Watchtower Star Region's Sword Star City, the number of Sword Dao saints in the Divine Leaf City isn't even 0.1%. Of course, the Sword Star City has the Sword Pool and is invisibly affected by the Sword Pool. The chances of a Sword Dao saint being born is very high and it isn't something the Divine Leaf City can compare with. Is the Sword Pool really that mystical? The Sword Master of Red Leaf had never been to the Sword Star City. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud nodded. 10,000 years ago, my sword art wasn't a quasi-supreme sword art. After going to the Sword Pool, my sword art was immediately pushed to the quasi-supreme sword art level. Immediately pushed to the quasi-supreme sword art level? The Sword Master of Red Leaf's eyes contracted. She had only comprehended a quasi-supreme sword move a few dozen years ago and knew how difficult it was to comprehend a quasi-supreme sword art. It could be said that if it wasn't for a fated encounter, she might not be able to comprehend the quasi-supreme sword move, drifting red leaves, even after a few hundred or a few thousand years. At their level of cultivation, they would need to comprehend something. If they couldn't comprehend it, they would have to spend a large amount of time to grind it. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who could increase his cultivation level as easily as eating and drinking. Furthermore, I was only at the periphery of the sword pool and wasn't able to get close to the core. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud added. The sword pool is truly something to look forward to. After taking a deep breath, the Sword Master of Red Leaf made up her mind. This time, she was determined to enter the top 4 of the Sword Saint technique. If she couldn't head to the Sword Star City's sword pool to cultivate, she might have to spend 10 times or even 100 times more time to step into the Heaven Monarch realm. She might have made great progress in her sword art recently and was able to communicate with a wisp of source power, but it was mainly because she had yet to digest the fated encounter. With the addition of frequent interactions with the Wind Cloud Sword Master and Li Fuchen, she was able to have a breakthrough. Moreover, he had only communicated with a strand of origin energy. He was still a long way from comprehending a supreme sword technique. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to comprehend a supreme sword technique without spending tens of thousands of years. With your strength, you have a high chance of entering the top 4. While the duo was conversing, Li Fuchen had already taken a look at all the Sword Dao sacred lords that were participating in the Sword Saint technique. Apart from him and the Sword Master of Wind Cloud, there was only one person who had a stronger Sword Dao Chi presence than the Sword Master of Red Leaf. The rest of them were around the same level as the Sword Master of Red Leaf and anyone had a chance of winning. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud nodded. The Sword Master of Sacred Heart hasn't returned yet. The only one who is stronger than you should be the Sword Master of Heartless. As for the Black River Sword Master, his innate talent and perception aren't comparable to yours. He might have gone to the sword pool, but during these 10,000 years, he didn't have much improvement. He had at most communicated with a few wisps of source power. You should have quite a fated encounter, and this fated encounter isn't inferior to going to the sword pool. In the Sword Saint technique 10,000 years ago, the Sword Master of Sacred Heart was ranked first, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud was ranked second, the Sword Master of Heartless was ranked third, and the Black River Sword Master was ranked fourth. Back then, only the Sword Master of Sacred Heart comprehended a quasi-supreme sword art, the other three didn't. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud might be known as the number one Sword Dao Sacred Lord of the Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild, but the Sword Master of Wind Cloud knew that he wasn't a match for the Sword Master of Sacred Heart. However, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud seemed to have left the horizontal River Star region and had never returned. Therefore, the title of number one Sword Dao Sacred Lord gradually fell to the Sword Master of Wind Cloud. Then I shall rely on your auspicious words. The Sword Master of Red Leaf smiled. This person is the primary Extreme Sword Master. Seeing Li Fuchen beside the Sword Master of Wind Cloud and the Sword Master of Red Leaf, everyone thought to themselves. If Li Fuchen wasn't here, the Sword Master of Red Leaf would definitely be the most outstanding swordsman in the Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild for the past 10,000 years. Many people guessed that she must have some fated encounter. Of course, everyone knew that fated encounters were also a part of a martial artist and couldn't be separated. I heard that he has the strength of an unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lord. This Sword Saint technique is just the right time to witness his strength. 10,000 years ago, the Swordsman Guild only had 6 unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords. 10,000 years later, there were 8, including the Sword Master of Red Leaf and Li Fuchen. 8 unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords were competing for 4 spots. It was needless to say that the competition would be very intense. As for the other peak-level Sacred Lords that were participating in the Sword Saint technique, they were ignored. A peak-level Sacred Lord wanting to compete for the top 4 of the Sword Saint technique was definitely a pipe dream. Even if he broke through during the competition, there was no hope. I have already linked up with the Black River Sword Dao Source Power. This time, I must make another trip to the sword pool. On the other side of the martial stage, the black-clothed Black River Sword Master looked around with sharp eyes. 10,000 years ago, he was fortunate enough to visit the sword pool. After a few years, he comprehended a quasi-supreme sword art. He knew his own limitations. If he didn't visit the sword pool 10,000 years ago, he might not have comprehended a quasi-supreme sword art, let alone linking up with the Black River Sword Dao Source Power. There were times when a single fated encounter was comparable to tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation. 90% of the audience was already seated. All of a sudden, a figure appeared on the martial stage. Everyone took a closer look and couldn't help but reveal a fanatical expression. It was the Vice President, White Rainbow Heaven Monarch. White Rainbow Heaven Monarch had a beard and a pair of small eyes. In terms of appearance, he wasn't very outstanding, but the supreme aura he exuded was enough to make people's hearts shake and not dare to look directly at him. The Sword Saint technique is held once every 10,000 years. The top 4 can head to the sword pool of Sword Star City in the Tiger Grave Star Zone to cultivate. However, you must thank Sword Master Sacred Heart, or more accurately, Heavenly Lord Sacred Heart. Heavenly Lord Sacred Heart became a Heavenly Lord several thousand years ago and fought for a spot for the Swordsman Guild of Divine Leaf City. Therefore, the top 5 of this Sword Saint technique can all head to the sword pool to cultivate. White Rainbow Heaven Monarch's voice sounded clearly in everyone's ears. What? Sword Master Sacred Heart became a Heavenly Lord? Amazing. I was wondering why we haven't seen Sword Master Sacred Heart in so many years. He's still calling him Sword Master Sacred Heart. He's a Heavenly Lord now. In the spectator seats, everyone was talking about it. Different from the audience, below the martial stage, the participants of the Sword Saint technique were paying attention to the spots for the sword pool. It was good news that there were actually 5 spots for this year's sword pool. The Sword Saint technique shall officially begin. Those who believe that they have the strength, step up. White Rainbow Heaven Monarch waved his hand and split the martial stage into 5. In response, 8 figures skimmed towards the martial stage. These 8 figures were all unrivaled Sword Dao sacred lords, including Li Fuchen. Retreat. With 8 individuals contesting for 5 martial stages, there were bound to be 2 or 3 competitors. On Li Fuchen's side, his competitor was the Black River Sword Master. The Black River Sword Master drew his black longsword and brandished it. The sword light was like a black wave. It was real yet illusory, illusory yet real. It was so contradictory that it made people want to vomit blood. You are the one to retreat. Li Fuchen's body emitted a torrential sword sea that clashed with the black wave. Boom! The black wave caused the Black River Sword Master to bleed from his nose and mouth while he was sent flying. What? He can repel me without drawing his sword. The Black River Sword Master was shocked. After communicating with the Black River Sword Dao source power, he believed that he could contest with the Sword Master of Wind Cloud and the Sword Master Emotionless. He didn't think that anyone could defeat him without drawing their sword. Such power! This primary extreme sword master is simply ridiculously powerful. The Black River Sword Master was ranked 4th in the previous Sword Saint technique, but he couldn't even withstand a casual attack. Too ferocious. There doesn't seem to be any suspense in this Sword Saint technique. The spectators were flabbergasted. After repelling the Black River Sword Master, Li Fuchen successfully ascended one of the martial stages. The calm Li Fuchen was now unfathomable in everyone's eyes, like a god of the sword. Apart from him, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud and the Sword Master Emotionless had also ascended the martial stage. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud was fine, but the Sword Master Emotionless' eyes contracted as it was the first time Li Fuchen made a move. Sword Master of Wind Cloud, what is the background of this primary extreme Sword Master? The Sword Master Emotionless asked the Sword Master of Wind Cloud. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud said, in terms of innate talent and perception, he is the most horrific swordsman I have ever seen. A few years ago, he wasn't even a match for me. That is rather terrifying. Sword Master Heartless was shocked. Even the Sacred Heart Sword Master back then was not this amazing. On the other 2 stages, the competition was extremely intense. The opponent of the Red Leaf Sword Master was an invincible Sword Saint Lord called the Yin Yang Sword Master. His opponent cultivated the Yin Yang Sword Dao, but it was obvious that his Yin Yang Sword Dao had already broken through the limits. In his sword arts, Yin and Yang were fused together, containing primal chaos. Each of his moves contained boundless energy, making it hard for others to block. Fortunately, the Red Leaf Sword Master had already communicated with a wisp of the Red Leaf Sword Dao origin power. Otherwise, he might not have been able to withstand it. On another martial stage, Shadow Follower Sword Master was fighting against another unrivaled Sword Dao Saint Lord. Shadow Follower Sword Master's Shadow Follower Sword art was ethereal and formless, hovering between illusion and reality. It made his opponent feel very uncomfortable, and it wouldn't be long before he defeated his opponent. Seeing everything, Li Fuchen thought to himself, it is fortunate that there are 5 slots, otherwise, it would be difficult for the Red Leaf Sword Master to fight against the Shadow Follower Sword Master. Previously, he could only distinguish the strong from the weak through the aura of the Sword Dao. After seeing everyone's moves, he more or less knew the ranking. It was needless to say that he would definitely be first. The second place would be between the Sword Master of Wind Cloud and the Sword Master Heartless. The 4th place would most likely be the Shadow Follower Sword Master, while the 5th place would most likely be the Red Leaf Sword Master. In just a short moment, the Shadow Follower Sword Master defeated his opponent and stood in the center of the martial stage. The Red Leaf Sword Master was still in battle with the Yin Yang Sword Master. The Yin Yang Sword Master might not have communicated with the Yin Yang Sword Dao origin power, but the Yin Yang Sword Dao that broke through the limits was able to attack and defend at the same time. It was extremely powerful, and the Red Leaf Sword Master might seem to be suppressing the Yin Yang Sword Master, but he wasn't gaining any advantage at all. Chapter 943. Sword Master Red Leaf, I'll fight you. The Black River Sword Master might not be a match for Li Fuchen, but it didn't mean he wouldn't be a match for the Red Leaf Sword Master. He was different from the Yin Yang Sword Master. He had communicated with a wisp of the Black River Sword Dao source power. Before he arrived, the sword light had already arrived. The black wave, which was neither real nor fake, blasted toward the Sword Master of Red Leaf. Good timing. The Red Leaf Sword Master brandished the sword in his hand. Pieces of red leaves fell from the void and danced in the wind. Wherever they fell, there would be killing intent. Bang bang bang, the red leaves were crushed, and the black waves exploded. Both of them had already communicated with their origin energy. Now, they were competing to see whose explosive power was greater and whose swordsmanship was superior. As for the other 4 stages, there were challengers. The challengers were basically all peak Sword Dao Sacred Lords. They didn't have any hopes of entering the top 4 of the Sword Saint art. They just wanted to use this opportunity to spar with the invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lords. Normally, they wouldn't have the chance to see the invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lords, and even if they did, the other party might not be willing to spar with them. I am the Star Jade Sword Master. Please advise me. On Li Fuchen's martial stage, a P-class Sword Dao Sacred Lord skimmed over. Please. Li Fuchen nodded. Mustering his courage, the Star Jade Sword Master launched an attack at Li Fuchen. His swordsmanship was like a spinning galaxy, magnificent and magnificent. Li Fuchen had the intention to spar, but he didn't want to waste time. He pointed at the flaw of the sword move. Although he was defeated, the Star Jade Sword Master wasn't unhappy. Instead, he cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks." If a sword move had a flaw, it meant that it wasn't perfect. An imperfect sword move couldn't be pushed to the level of a quasi-supreme sword move. As time passed, no one dared to challenge the other 4 besides Swordmaster Scarlet Leaf. At this moment, only Swordmaster Scarlet Leaf and Swordmaster Black River were still fighting bitterly. The 2 of them were evenly matched. It was not an easy task to determine a victor. Perhaps it was because he had previously defeated the Yin Yang Sword Master. The Red Leaf Sword Master became more and more courageous as he fought. 2 hours later, he broke through the Black River Sword Master's defense with 1 strike and left a sword mark on his body. In a real life and death battle, being hit once was nothing. However, this was the Sword Saint technique, so losing was still a loss. The Black River Sword Master was not willing to accept this, so he went to challenge the Shadow Follower Sword Master. Unfortunately, Sword Master's shadow following was much stronger than Sword Master Scarlet Leaf. It only took him 15 minutes to defeat Sword Master Black River. Ultimately, there were 5 candidates for the Sword Saint technique. They were Li Fuchen, Sword Master Wind Cloud, Sword Master Emotionless, Sword Master Shadow Trail, and Sword Master Red Leaf. The invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lord is indeed the invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lord. Watching them fight gave me a lot of inspiration. Quasi-Supreme Sword Technique, it contains the charm of chaos. After seeing it many times, one will naturally feel it. Sword Saint wasn't too intense, but it allowed everyone to clearly see the next realm. The 5 of you, prepare yourselves. 3 days later, we will head to the Tiger Starfield Sword Star City. The White Rainbow Heaven Monarch revealed a smile and looked at Li Fuchen for an instant. It was rare to see such a powerful sacred lord of the Way of the Sword. Perhaps he could enter the 3rd ring of the sword pool to cultivate. Back then, Sword Master Sacred Heart could only enter the 8th ring of the sword pool, while Sword Master Wind Cloud and the other 2 could only cultivate in the outermost 10th ring. However, the Sacred Heart Sword Master at that time had yet to communicate with the power of origin. 3 days later, in a hidden grand hall within the Swordsman Guild, the Starfield Teleportation Array will consume 1 billion peak-grade spirit stones for every additional person. If the 5 of you go to the Sword Star City, someone will receive you. I will not be going. It wasn't that the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch couldn't afford 1 billion peak-grade spirit stones, but it wasn't necessary. 1 billion peak-grade spirit stones per person. Li Fuchen didn't expect for the Starfield teleportation array to consume so many peak-grade spirit stones. Teleportation within the star field would at most cost a few thousand or 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones. For shorter journeys, 5 or 10 peak-grade spirit stones would be enough. Of course, Li Fuchen also knew that this wasn't teleportation to the neighboring star field, but to the Tiger starfield that was many star fields away. The teleportation fee was naturally higher. As the 5 of them stood in the teleportation array, it was activated. There was a dazzling pillar of light that rushed into the sky and entered the void. Within the pillar of light, everyone was frozen and couldn't move at all. In fact, they couldn't even think. Of course, Li Fuchen was an exception. When he released his spirit soul force, Li Fuchen first saw a flash of starry sky. Immediately after, it was an endless chaotic space of darkness. East Unicorn Continent. That insectoid battlefield is in between star fields. In between star fields, there was an endless chaotic space of darkness. In the chaotic space of darkness, it was almost impossible to see stars. Even if one could see them, they would only be broken stars that had broken away from the star field's gravity and were gradually disintegrating. Tiger Starfield, Sword Star City. This was an extremely majestic giant city, and in the center of the giant city, there was a giant sword. The giant sword was surrounded by countless stars. In one of the plaza of the Sword Star City, there were many star field teleportation arrays. Through these star field teleportation arrays, one could teleport to different star fields. Correspondingly, those star fields could also teleport people over. But during normal times, not many people would use the star field teleportation arrays to teleport as the fees were too expensive. When the sword pool was about to open, on the star field teleportation plaza, there would be a teleportation array that would light up after a certain period of time. On this day, in the afternoon, a star field teleportation array at the corner of the plaza lit up and Li Fuchen and the others appeared. This is the Sword Star City. The 5 of them looked up and saw the giant sword that was rushing into the sky. Around the giant sword, there were countless stars that were revolving slowly. The sword chi is too concentrated. The Shadow Follower Sword Master immediately noticed the difference in the Sword Star City. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud nodded and said, "The Sword Star City is a city of swordsmen. More than half of the people living here are swordsmen. With so many swordsmen gathered together, it is enough to affect the Heaven Dao. I'm afraid even a demigod wouldn't be able to attack this city." Swordmaster Red Leaf guessed. The emotionless Swordmaster said, "Not even 10 demigods can take down the Sword Star City. Offense and defense at the same time, not bad." Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the giant sword. His intuition told him that this giant sword was very horrific. Once it was activated, it would burst out with destructive power. "You are from the Horizontal River Starfield, right?" As soon as the 5 of them teleported to the Sword Star City, a Sword Dao Sacred Lord came over to receive them. "That's right." The Sword Master of Wind Cloud nodded. "There is still 1 more month before the sword pool opens. I will arrange accommodations for all of you first." After a conversation, everyone found out that this Sword Dao Sacred Lord was called the Chong Yuan Sword Master and was a deacon of the Sword Star City's Swordsman Guild. Different from the Star Region Swordsman Guild, the Star Will Swordsman Guild didn't just have regular members. There were also deacons that were responsible for receiving guild members from various starfields. Due to their duties, they were able to obtain peak-grade spirit stones. Along the way, the 5 of them saw a large number of unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords. Some of the unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords looked as profound and unfathomable as Li Fuchen. The Chong Yuan Sword Master introduced, that is the Storm Star Region's Chaos Origin Sword Master. During this period of time, he has already defeated over 90 unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords. It is very likely for him to enter the second ring of the sword pool to cultivate. Second ring? The Red Leaf Sword Master was curious. The Chong Yuan Sword Master introduced, the sword pool is divided into 10 rings. The smaller the rings, the better the cultivation effects. Normally speaking, those that can enter the third ring are already top-notch unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords. Those that can enter the first ring are definitely standing at the pinnacle of Sword Dao Sacred Lords. In the entire Star Wheel, there aren't more than 5 of such individuals. Is that so? The Red Leaf Sword Master turned around to look at Li Fuqian and wondered how many rings Li Fuqian could enter. Chapter 944. Under Sword Master Chong Yuan's arrangement, the 5 of them stayed in a medium-sized manor. The manor's location wasn't too remote, and there were several bustling streets nearby. Look, it's a sword testing rock. On the training field inside the manor, Sword Master Maple discovered a huge sword testing rock. A sword testing rock that could appear in Sword Star City wasn't just a simple sword testing rock, but one that contained the profundity of the universe. It's a high-grade sword testing rock. Sword Master Windcloud said. The sword testing rock was divided into 4 grades, low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and top grade. Even the worst low-grade sword testing stone required a paramount sword technique to leave a mark on it. The mid-grade sword testing stone required a second-rate paramount sword technique to leave a mark. The high-grade sword testing stone required a super first-rate paramount sword technique to leave a mark. As for the top-grade sword testing stone, that was a treasure of the universe, and only a supreme sword technique could leave a mark on it. The high-grade sword testing rock before them was filled with sword marks on the inside, but the outside was smooth and flat. Sword Master Windcloud explained, the reason why the sword testing rock is so magical is that it can absorb sword marks and turn them into a part of itself while leaving no damage on the outside. Let me give it a try. Sword Master Maple drew his long sword and struck the sword testing rock with maple drifting leaves. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The Red Leaf Sword Master's all-out attack only left a mark that was half an inch deep on the sword testing stone. Soon, the mark was absorbed by the sword testing stone as if it had sunk into water. From the outside, the mark was so shallow that it was almost invisible. On the contrary, the other sword marks on the inside of the sword testing rock were very clear. Some of them were like black cracks that nearly penetrated the sword testing rock. After Sword Master Maple tested it, Sword Master Shadow also struck at the sword testing rock. When the sword struck out, an ethereal sword mark appeared on the sword testing stone. Although this sword mark was very shallow, only a little more than half an inch deep, it was still slightly clearer than the sword mark left behind by the Red Leaf Sword Master. Sword Master Heartless, we haven't fought in the Sword Saint technique. Let's have a showdown on the sword testing rock. Sword Master Windcloud gestured with his right hand. Alright. Sword Master Heartless didn't hesitate and unsheathed his sword. A threatening cold light swept across the sword testing rock. Kacha! A sword mark appeared on the surface of the sword testing rock, and it was about 4 inches deep. As the sword mark was absorbed, a clearer sword mark appeared inside the sword testing stone. As expected of the Heartless Sword Master. The Master of Red Leaf sighed in admiration. She and the Shadow Follower Sword Master could only leave a sword mark that was half an inch deep, which was nothing compared to the Heartless Sword Master. It's my turn. The Wind Cloud Sword Master's eyes lit up as he slashed at the sword testing rock. Kacha! There was also a sword mark on the surface of the sword testing stone. This sword mark was 6 inches deep, which was clearly above the Heartless Sword Master's. You win. Heartless Sword Master's expression did not change. Thank you for letting me win. As the Sword Master Wind Cloud laughed heartily, his heart shivered. If he didn't have an exchange of Sword Dao with Li Fuqian, he might not be able to suppress the emotionless Sword Master. Sword Master Primordial Extreme, give it a try. When the Red Leaf Sword Master saw that Li Fuqian didn't intend to make a move, he couldn't help but ask. In response, the emotionless sword master and the shadow-tracking sword master looked at Li Fuchen. At the entrance of the Misty Rain restaurant, there was an endless stream of people and it was bustling with noise. Many of the unrivaled Sword Dao sacred lords came because of the reputation and specially wanted to have a taste of the Misty Rain wine. Those unrivaled Sword Dao sacred lords weren't nameless individuals, especially that Sword Dao sacred lord called the Mystic Void Sword Master. He had extremely formidable strength and had been in the Sword Star City for a week and had already defeated 29 unrivaled Sword Dao sacred lords. Doublehorn Starwheel's 100 famous wines, the Sword Star City monopolizes 8 of them, and the Misty Rain wine is one of them. If you don't have a taste of the Misty Rain wine, you would have come to the Sword Star City for nothing. This time, it is my treat. Everyone, drink to your heart's content. 10,000 years ago, Sword Master Fengyun had come to the Misty Rain restaurant. Although he only drank the low-grade Misty Rain wine back then, he had never forgotten the taste of the Misty Rain wine. Aren't you afraid that we will drink you to the point of collapsing? Sword Master Red Leaf laughed. Sword Master Heartless said at this moment, the Misty Rain wine has a very strong alcohol content. It's like an ordinary person drinking hard liquor. Being able to drink 500 g is already considered a shocking alcohol capacity. With our alcohol capacity, we can at most drink 500 g of low-grade Misty Rain wine or 500 g of mid-grade Misty Rain wine. As for high-grade Misty Rain wine, it would be considered amazing if we can drink 500 g. A flask of wine or a bottle of wine was 500 g in weight. I see. However, I don't believe that 500 g of mid-grade Misty Rain wine can make me drunk. Sword Master Red Leaf still didn't believe it. In the Divine Leaf City, she had drunk fine wines that were worth tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones. If she was allowed to drink freely, it wouldn't be a problem for her to drink a few kilograms. If you can make me collapse, I will consider you formidable. Sword Master Wind Cloud led the way into the Misty Rain restaurant. The Misty Rain restaurant had a total of 10 floors. The 10th floor was only for Heaven Monarchs while the 7th to 9th floors were for invincible sacred lords. Of course, if you were thick-skinned and went up, no one would stop you. However, you would be easily humiliated. The 9th floor was already full. Sword Master Wind Cloud and the others sat at a table near the window on the 8th floor. Waiter, bring me 25 flasks of mid-grade Misty Rain wine and some snacks. Sword Master Wind Cloud was rather generous. One had to know that 25 flasks of mid-grade Misty Rain wine was worth over 1,000,000 spirit stones. Adding on the snacks, it would probably be close to 2,000,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Alright. Please wait for a moment. The waiter hurried down the stairs. Have you heard? Another ruthless person appeared in the Sword Star City. He is called Polaris Sword Master. Just this morning, he defeated Sun Moon Sword Master with a single sword. He is indeed a ruthless person. Sun Moon Sword Master is qualified to cultivate in the Sword Pool 5th ring. There were dozens of tables on the 8th floor. At one of the tables, a few invincible Sword Dao sacred lords were slightly drunk and had a rather loud voice. Sword Master Mystic Void, another opponent has appeared. This Polaris Sword Master seems rather strong. Sword Master Mystic Void's table was in a heated discussion. When cultivating in the sword pool, the smaller the number of rings, the better the cultivation effect. Correspondingly, the smaller the number of rings, the smaller the number of people that could be accommodated. The second ring of the sword pool only had 10 futons, which could accommodate 10 people. The third ring of the sword pool had 20 futons, which could accommodate 20 people. Sword Master Mystic Void's target was the second ring of the sword pool. As for the first ring of the sword pool, he would fight if he could. If he couldn't, he wouldn't force himself. After all, those who could cultivate in the first ring of the sword pool were all heaven-defying Sword Dao sacred lords. They might not be able to defeat Heaven Monarchs, but they had the strength to suppress regular Heaven Monarchs for a short period of time. It is only meaningful if there is an opponent. Sword Master Mystic Void had a calm expression and had eyes of confidence. Chapter 945. The strength of the mid-grade Misty Rain wine was indeed shocking. After drinking 3 pots, apart from Li Fuqian, the Wind Cloud Sword Master and the others were already slightly drunk. Primary Extreme Sword Master, your alcohol tolerance is truly shocking. You aren't drunk at all. The Red Leaf Sword Master's face was flushed as he spoke with admiration. The Wind Cloud Sword Master nodded. The amount of alcohol tolerance is related to the cultivation realm. Of course, more practice will also increase your alcohol tolerance. The strength of the wine is indeed great, but this amount of wine isn't enough to make me drunk. Li Fuqian smiled. After drinking 3 pots of mid-grade Misty Rain wine, he didn't feel drunk at all and felt very comfortable instead. Incredible. The Wind Cloud Sword Master gave a thumbs up. This female Taoist friend, are you willing to drink with me? Just as they were drinking to their heart's content, a discordant voice echoed. Li Fuqian and the others looked over and saw a golden-clothed swordsman at the center table on the 8th floor. This golden-clothed swordsman was extremely arrogant and had an outstanding temperament. It is the Soaring Cloud Sword Master. I heard that the Soaring Cloud Sword Master is a romantic person, but it didn't affect his sword Dao. His sword Dao talent is said to be top 3 in the history of the Lu Qiong Star region. It is obvious that the Soaring Cloud Sword Master is interested in that red-clothed young lady. I wonder if her companion dares to offend the Soaring Cloud Sword Master. Everyone was in a heated discussion and looked like they were watching a good show. Who are you? The Shadow Follower Sword Master frowned. I am not asking you. Just keep quiet and drink your wine. The Soaring Cloud Sword Master didn't even look at the Shadow Follower Sword Master. You are courting death. The Shadow Follower Sword Master was enraged. With a wave of his hand, the wine in the cup turned into a sharp sword and shot at the Soaring Cloud Sword Master. This sword was between reality and illusion. If it was a regular invincible sword Dao Sacred Lord, they would definitely be injured. Child's play. The Soaring Cloud Sword Master used his finger to clamp the water sword with ease. What? The Shadow Follower Sword Master was shocked. His drifting shadow sword art contained the Wind Dao and Sword Dao. It was extremely ethereal. He wouldn't be surprised if his drifting shadow sword art was shattered by someone else. But being caught by someone else was too surprising. This meant that his drifting shadow sword art wasn't mysterious at all in the eyes of his opponent. This is a little tricky. Sword Master Wind Cloud and Sword Master Heartless frowned. With their strength, they were not confident that they could stop the water sword sent out by Shadow Follower Sword Master. At most, they could only scatter it. They did not expect Sword Master Wind Cloud to stop it so easily. His strength was beyond their imagination. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Sword Master Ling Yun swung his hand that was holding onto the water sword. The water sword turned around and shot towards Sword Master Shadow following at an even faster speed. Vaguely, there was a golden light flowing within the water sword. Be careful. Sword Master Wind and Cloud Sword Master and Heartless Sword Master could see how terrifying this sword was. If Shadow Follower Sword Master dared to take it head-on, he would definitely be injured. Therefore, the two of them immediately appeared in front of Shadow Follower Sword Master and slashed at the water sword. Boom! It was clearly just a water sword, but it gave off the sound of a tsunami. Thud thud thud, the Sword Master of the Wind and Cloud Sword Master and the Heartless Sword Master were pushed back by a huge force. Just as they were about to hit the table behind them, a gentle force supported them. This person is very strong. You guys are not his match. Leave the rest to me. Li Fuqian's voice was transmitted into the duo's ears. The Sword Star City is truly filled with hidden talents. Sword Master Wind and Cloud Sword Master nodded and returned to their seats with the Heartless Sword Master. I have already said to drink your wine quietly. You didn't listen. Sword Master Ling Yun's voice was calm and domineering. Li Fuchen smiled and said to the Red Leaf Sword Master, "This person is truly tyrannical. It seems like he should be cultivating the Sovereign Sword Dao." The Sovereign Sword Dao was supreme, superior, and didn't allow anyone to resist. "Since the female Daoist isn't willing to come over, I shall go over." Sword Master Ling Yun stood up and was about to walk over to Li Fuchen's table. "It is shameful to waste good wine." Li Fuchen waved his hand and gathered the wine that was splashed on the ground into a lump. It then turned into a water sword and shot at Sword Master Ling Yun. Sword Master Ling Yun's eyes flashed with radiance as he blasted a fist at the water sword. Rumble. The water waves surged and Sword Master Ling Yun took a step back. He actually repelled the Sword Master Ling Yun. Li Fuchen's move had shocked everyone. "Sword Master Mystic Void, can you see through this person's strength?" Beside the Sword Master Mystic Void, an invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lord asked. Sword Master Mystic Void said, "This person's Sword Dao is broad and profound. He has probably communicated with more than 100 strands of source power. At the Sacred Lord level, the more source power one communicated, the stronger the potential." There were plenty of invincible Sacred Lords who were already confident in breaking through to the Heaven Monarch level, but they had been suppressing themselves and wanted to communicate with more source power. Of course, by doing so, it would only be a waste of effort and time. "Interesting. The sword pool has opened and I am looking forward to a fight with you." Sword Master Ling Yun's expression changed first but quickly regained his composure. This was a restaurant and it wasn't suitable for a fight. As for embarrassing himself in front of the Red Leaf Sword Master, he didn't care. The reason why he invited the Red Leaf Sword Master was because he fancied the Red Leaf Sword Master and also because he wanted to have some fun. "You aren't a match for me." Li Fuchen shook his head. "That might not be the case. Once the sword pool opens, you will witness my true strength." Sword Master Ling Yun left with large strides. The appearance of Sword Master Ling Yun was just an interlude. Li Fuchen and the others continued to drink and chat. From the conversation between the five, all the swordsmen on the 8th floor knew that Li Fuchen was called the primary extreme sword master. For a moment, the title of primary extreme sword master was resounding and wasn't inferior to the Polaris sword master, Chaos Origin sword master, and Mystic Void sword master. Primary extreme sword master, come out for a fight. Ever since Li Fuchen revealed his extreme strength at the Misty Rain restaurant, swordsmen would come to the manor to challenge him every day. Among them, a portion of them had a very pure motive and just wanted to challenge Li Fuchen. There were also those who were driven by powerful swordsmen. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious in every battle. The strength that Li Fuchen displayed at the Misty Rain restaurant had already attracted a lot of attention. But the sword pool hadn't opened yet and they didn't wish to reveal their strength, hence, they had to find someone to probe on their behalf. At the start, Li Fuchen didn't want to bother about these people, but he underestimated the atmosphere in the Sword Star City. As it was a city of swordsmen, the Sword Star City didn't prohibit fights, but killing was prohibited. Even if Li Fuchen didn't accept the challenge, these people weren't discouraged and continued to guard here. Creak. After pushing open the manor's door, Li Fuchen said, "Attack together." In response, half of the swordsmen didn't move while the other half attacked Li Fuchen from all directions. They were all instructed or entrusted by others, therefore, they didn't care about the form of the fight. They just wanted to probe out Li Fuchen's actual strength. When facing the encirclement of so many invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lords, everyone felt that they should be able to probe out Li Fuchen's limit. It was a pity that they underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's body was emitting a myriad of radiance like a sun. The invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lords that rushed at Li Fuchen were like moths flying into the flame. Before they could even get close to Li Fuchen, they were sent flying with blood spurting out from their mouths and noses. So powerful. The spectators were shocked. Among the group of swordsmen that surrounded Li Fuchen, some of them had communicated with the source power. Even when they attacked together, they weren't a match for a single move from Li Fuchen. It was too exaggerated. The sword pool's second ring is stable. He might even be able to contest with the sword pool first ring's monsters. There is no hurry. There is still half a month before the sword pool opens. It will be clear who is strong and who is weak. Chapter 946. As the day of the sword pool's opening got closer, the Sword Star City was in a temporary deathly silence. It seemed like everyone was accumulating their strength for that moment. In the manor, Li Fuchen stood quietly in front of a patch of green water. His body was emitting two kinds of supreme chi presences. One was the primordial pure sword Dao Chi presence, the other was the glorious and resplendent sword Dao Chi presence. Heaven monarchs possessed supreme bloodlines. But a heaven monarch didn't necessarily have just one supreme bloodline. Apart from the withering glory bloodline, the 100-flower empress also possessed a supreme sword Dao bloodline. The number of supreme bloodlines didn't determine the strength of a heaven monarch. The strength of a heaven monarch was still determined by the strongest supreme bloodline. But if there were more supreme bloodlines, it would definitely allow the heaven monarch to become more all-round and invulnerable. The 100-flower empress who possessed the withering glory bloodline had already controlled the power of withering and life. With the addition of the supreme sword Dao bloodline's attack power, her status in the horizontal river star region was only inferior to the horizontal river primogenitor. If she only possessed the withering glory bloodline, it was impossible for her to have such a high status. Li Fuchen used the sword Chi return to origin to connect with the sword Dao source power. Subsequently, the sword Sea Horizon and the sect origin swords had also naturally connected with the sword Dao source power. Furthermore, they had connected with 999 wisps of sword Dao source power. However, 999 wisps seemed to be the limit and Li Fuchen couldn't break through anymore. Therefore, he turned to study the Radiance sword art. Li Fuchen's attainment in the primary extreme sword art was too high. When he turned to study the Radiance sword art, it was like a hot knife through butter. He pushed the Radiance sword art to the super first-rate extremity with ease. He then connected with a wisp of the Radiance sword Dao source power, 9 wisps of Radiance sword Dao source power, and 333 wisps of Radiance sword Dao source power. As compared to the primary extreme sword art, the Radiance sword Dao was definitely more tyrannical, more gorgeous, and more flamboyant. If the primary extreme sword art was said to be a reclusive peerless expert, then the Radiance sword art was like a blazing sun of the current era's expert that was dazzling. On this day, the sword pool opened. Tens of thousands of swords resonated in the universe, and all sorts of sword Dao phenomena were born in the void, shocking everyone. In the center of the Sword Star City, below the gigantic sword, there was a pond that occupied an area of 50 kilometers. The color of the pond was chaotic, as though it was an illusion. From time to time, there would be sword shadows spreading out, as though mist was rising. The sword pool was the #1 sword Dao cultivation sacred ground in the Sword Star City. It contained thousands of sword intents, and it was said that there were even supreme sword intents within the third ring of the sword pool that were left behind by many sword Dao heaven monarchs. The sword pool opens once every 10,000 years. Every time, it is a grand event for the double-horned Star Wheel's sword principle. I wonder what kind of sword principle genius will appear this time. 2 sword principle heavenly lords stood on top of the sword pagoda near the sword pool. Previously, someone triggered the limitless old man's limitless sword intent. I wonder if someone can trigger a supreme sword intent of this level this time. Similarly, there were different levels of supreme sword intent. The limitless old man, the first president of the Deep Blue Plains Swordsman Guild, was famous even in the double-horned Star Wheel. His limitless sword art was known as one of the top 10 supreme sword arts in the history of the double-horned Star Wheel. It was imaginable that the limitless sword intent would definitely be one of the most terrifying supreme sword intents in the sword pool. It wasn't something that the other supreme sword intents could compare to. I heard that the successor of the Heaven Killer Sword God will come to the Sword Star City this time. There are too many successors of the Heaven Killer Sword God. If he only inherited the inferior grade Heaven Killer Sword, it isn't worth mentioning. Speaking of which, the sword pool also contains a wisp of the true Heaven Killer Sword intent. I wonder who can trigger it. If the limitless old man was famous in the double-horned star wheel, then the Heaven Killer Sword God was famous in the entire universe. His weapon, the Heaven Killer Sword, was known as the leader of the three great divine swords in the universe. It had slaughtered countless sages, sacred lords, and even heaven monarchs. On the sword pool, there were tens of thousands of praying mats. The deeper one went, the fewer the praying mats. The sword intent in the sword pool was too violent. If one didn't sit on a praying mat, they would be constantly attacked by the sword intent and wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace. They are here. On the sword pagoda, two Sword Dao heavenly monarchs saw countless Sword Dao sacred lords surging towards the sword pool. The Sword Dao sacred lords that could come to the vicinity of the sword pool were naturally invincible Sword Dao sacred lords. Even if ordinary Sword Dao sacred lords let them in, they wouldn't be able to enter. Under the impact of the sword intent in the sword pool, those that could enter were all invincible Sword Dao sacred lords without exception. This time, I must enter the fifth ring of the sword pool. An invincible Sword Dao sacred lord that was charging at the front didn't slow down and skimmed towards the depths of the sword pool. Chi chi chi. Blood mist spread out as though there were many sharp swords piercing through the invincible Sword Dao sacred lord's body, causing countless amounts of blood to flow. This invincible Sword Dao sacred lord retreated rapidly with a horrified expression. Without a certain level of strength, even if no one stops you, you won't be able to enter the depths of the sword pool. An invincible Sword Dao sacred lord sneered. The invincible Sword Dao sacred lords were extremely fast. In just a short while, apart from the central region, the periphery of the 100-mile sword pool was filled with people. There was naturally no need to fight for the 10th ring of the sword pool. There were many praying mats here. As for the 9th ring of the sword pool, there was a need to fight for it. But overall, it wasn't too intense. From the 8th ring to the 5th ring, the competition gradually became more intense. Those that could come here were all elites among the invincible Sword Dao sacred lords. None of them were willing to admit defeat. Sometimes, 2 people would fight for a praying mat. Sometimes, 3 to 5 people would fight for a praying mat. The battles were extremely intense. Sword-heart connection. 10,000 years ago, the sword head of Wind Cloud could only cultivate in the 10th ring of the sword pool. This time, he obviously wouldn't be satisfied with the 10th ring. He, who had connected to 8 wisps of the Wind Cloud Sword Dao origin power, could fight for the 5th ring of the sword pool. At the very least, the 6th ring of the sword pool would be good. Within the 5th ring of the sword pool, the sword head of Wind Cloud was fighting with an extremely strong invincible Sword Dao sacred lord. Near the two was a praying mat. Not far away from the sword head of Wind Cloud, the sword head of Heartless was also fighting with an invincible Sword Dao sacred lord. His strength was only slightly weaker than the sword head of Wind Cloud, so he also had the right to fight for the praying mat in the 5th ring of the sword pool. As for the shadow following sword head and the red leaf sword head, they were much weaker. The two could only fight for the praying mat in the 7th ring of the sword pool. In the 2nd ring of the sword pool, the mystic void sword head had just defeated a competitor. Suddenly, a sharp transparent sword light howled over. Void Sword Dao. The mystic void sword head's eyebrows rose. He also cultivated the void sword Dao. Dang! The two swords clashed. The mystic void sword head shouted, "It's the Sky Killer Sword. You're the successor of the Sky Killer Sword God." The mystic void sword head had once fought with a successor of the Sky Killer Sword God, so he recognized the Sky Killer Sword. Since you know, then hurry up and move away. The successor of the Sky Killer Sword God was a rebellious youth. He wielded the Sky Killer Sword and his sword moves were sharp and had myriad transformations. He was obviously attacking from the left, but the sword light had to come from the right. you are only wielding a low-grade Sky Killer sword. If it is a mid-grade Sky Killer sword, I might be apprehensive. The Mystic Void's sword head wasn't fearful at all. His sword art was like a kaleidoscope that was neither real nor fake as it enveloped his opponent. With the isolation of the sword pool's sword intent, the commotion of the battle here isn't considered huge. On the surface of the sword pool, Li Fuchen walked forward unhurriedly. Along the way, be it the invincible sword Dao's sacred lords that approached him intentionally or unintentionally, they were all sent flying. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the second ring of the sword pool. Primary Extreme Sword Master, I said before that I will fight with you in the sword pool. The High Cloud Sword Master wielded a golden longsword and his body was emitting a supreme sword Dao Qi presence. It is the High Cloud Sword Master. He wants to challenge the Primary Extreme Sword Master. Let's observe first. Those that were able to arrive at the second ring of the sword pool were all unparalleled prodigies of their respective star regions. Using the unseen sword Dao senses, they knew clearly how terrifying the High Cloud Sword Master was. Li Fuchen, who was standing opposite of the High Cloud Sword Master, was even more unfathomable. Previously, it was said that Li Fuchen didn't even draw his sword and used a single move to defeat numerous invincible sword Dao sacred lords. He was even more famous than the High Cloud Sword Master. The battle between the duo had immediately attracted plenty of attention. I also said before that you aren't a match for me. Li Fuchen shook his head. Shameless boasting. Receive my move, World Domination. The High Cloud Sword Master burst out with a yell. His body was emitting a supreme chi presence that felt like it was going to subdue and suppress the chaos. At the same moment, an extremely bright sword light was launched at Li Fuchen. Such a terrifying sword move. As the saying went, the layman watched the show while the connoisseur recognized the artistry. In the eyes of the Chaos Origin Sword Master, Polaris Sword Master, and the others, the High Cloud Sword Master's sword move was unimaginably tyrannical. They believed that they wouldn't be a match if they were to clash head-on. Of course, they didn't need to clash head-on either. Interesting sword move. He must have communicated with over 100 wisps of source power, right? After walking from the edge of the sword pool, Li Fuchen had a rough understanding of the strength distribution of each ring. The 10th ring of the sword pool would normally be the weakest invincible sword Dao sacred lords. They didn't even comprehend a quasi-supreme sword art. From the 9th ring to the 8th ring of the sword pool, they would have comprehended a quasi-supreme sword art. The 7th ring of the sword pool would have just communicated with the source power. From the 6th ring to the 5th ring of the sword pool, they would have communicated with multiple wisps of source power. From the 4th ring to the 3rd ring of the sword pool, they would have communicated with close to 100 wisps of source power. At the 2nd ring of the sword pool, they would have communicated with at least 100 wisps of source power. Their strength was comparable with the High Cloud Sword Master, and even if they were weaker, they wouldn't be that much weaker. Still not going to draw your sword? In the blink of an eye, the High Cloud Sword Master's sword light had already arrived in front of Li Fuchen. So weak, you aren't qualified for me to draw my sword. The bright and dazzling sword light was 1 foot away from Li Fuchen before it froze. What? It wasn't just the High Cloud Sword Master, the Polaris Sword Master, Chaos Origin Sword Master, and the others had all contracted their eyes. The High Cloud Sword Master, who communicated with over 100 wisps of source power, actually couldn't even break Li Fuchen's sword chi protection and was immediately frozen. How many wisps of source power did Li Fuchen communicate with? 200 wisps. 250 wisps. Chapter 947. Impossible. The High Cloud Sword Master rotated his wrist and the bright sword light also rotated. He wanted to drill through Li Fuchen's sword chi protection. You have some ability, but it's a pity that it's all in vain. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, a resplendent sword light swept out and sent the High Cloud Sword Master flying. Too strong. Chaos Essence Sword Master, Polaris Sword Master, Mystic Void Sword Master, and the others were frightened. In the entire Sword Star City, apart from the Sword Dao Heavenly Monarch, only the heaven-defying Sword Dao Sacred Ruler who cultivated in the first ring of the Sword Pool could defeat them in a single move. After sending the High Cloud Sword Master flying, Li Fuchen walked towards the first ring of the Sword Pool. Interesting. There were only 5 people in the first ring of the Sword Pool. The 5 of them stood in the first ring of the Sword Pool and no one dared to enter. Previously, Sword Master Arcane Void, Sword Master Polaris and Sword Master Primordial had wanted to enter. However, after being forced back by a single sword beam from one of them, they immediately gave up on the idea. The 5 of them were a white-clothed youth, an armored youth, a rainbow-clothed woman, a bald youth with tentacles on his head, and a 3-eyed youth. The person who spoke was the woman in colorful clothes. I wonder which one of us he will challenge. The 3-eyed youth's eyes flashed with a threatening sharpness. The 3-eyed race was one of the races with the highest comprehension of martial arts in the universe, second only to the human race and the god race. As a rare sword genius of the 3-eyed race, the 3-eyed young man was not afraid of anyone. Li Fuchen didn't have the intention to choose but went straight to the nearest futon. The owner of this praying mat was a bald youth with tentacles on his head. Me? The bald youth had a cold expression on his face. Many people saw that he was from the Su Lantern race and thought that he was the weakest. After all, in the universe, there were too few martial arts experts from the Su Lantern race. However, he would let the other party know what regret was. Brilliant lights. The bald-headed youth's sword move was very poetic. With a shake of his wrist, countless lumps of bright sword lights were like lanterns that shrouded Li Fuchen. What a terrifying sword intent. In the second ring of the Sword Pool, Sword Master Ling Yun and the others were shocked. They believed that they would definitely be heavily injured if they were to face this sword. The 3-eyed young man was startled to see the bald young man use his ultimate move right from the start. He had fought with the bald young man before, so he knew how terrifying this move was. Glorious sword principle. Li Fuchen smiled and pointed at the void. Puff. The lights went out one by one. If the bald-headed youth's sword moves were lights, then Li Fuchen's finger would be a small sun. In front of the sun, the light of the lamp was like a candle in the wind, extinguished with one blow. What? Glorious sword principle. The bald youth was horrified. The other party had actually used the glorious sword Dao to break his glorious sword Dao. How could he not be shocked? Dazzling. The bald-headed youth burst out with a yell and thousands of lantern flames appeared again. As the bald-headed youth brandished his sword, the thousands of lantern flames instantly fused into one and turned into a resplendent pillar of light that blasted at Li Fuchen. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen would be able to break this move so easily. About 200 strands of origin energy. Li Fuchen nodded silently. Generally speaking, if one could communicate with 100 wisps of origin power, he would have the hope of becoming a heaven monarch. If he could communicate with more than 200 wisps of origin power, he would almost be able to fight against a weaker heaven monarch. It was just that he would not be able to last long. It is a pity that it is still a little lacking. Li Fuchen's sword finger was like lightning as it thrust at the resplendent pillar of light. Boom! The resplendent pillar of light appeared with countless fine pillars of light before it exploded and scattered. The force recoiled and the bald-headed youth was sent flying, giving up the futon. Is he defeated? Apart from the white-clothed youth, the other 3 were rather astonished as they didn't expect for the bald-headed youth to be defeated so quickly. The primary extreme sword master's strength was much stronger than they imagined. Still not giving up. A familiar sword Dao Qi presence leaked out as Li Fuchen looked in the direction where the bald-headed youth flew. Primary extreme sword master, you forced me to do this. The bald-headed youth switched to another sword. This was a sword that was identical to Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword. It was obvious that this was also a joint heaven sword, but it was unknown what grade it was. Joint heaven sword. The armored youth's eyes lit up. The true Joint Heaven sword was an existence that surpassed the peak-grade Supreme Artifact sword. It was unknown why the owner of the Joint Heaven sword forged 3 more peak-grade Joint Heaven swords, 12 high-grade Joint Heaven swords, 108 mid-grade Joint Heaven swords, and 3,600 low-grade Joint Heaven swords. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the Joint Heaven sword, the higher the potential of the user. Clang! The Joint Heaven sword was unsheathed. Waves of absolute sword chi burst out and the radius of 10 miles was extremely cold. So it is just a mid-grade Joint Heaven sword. The armored youth's eyes retracted the radiance. But a mid-grade Joint Heaven sword wasn't worth mentioning. The world is truly small. Li Fuchen already found out from the Joint Heaven sword's spirit that the Joint Heaven sword in his hand wasn't the only one. There were plenty of other Joint Heaven swords in the universe. Resplendent light. Wielding the Joint Heaven sword, the bald-headed youth's body was surrounded by boundless sword chi. The sword prowess flourished as he attacked at Li Fuchen. Just in time. Li Fuchen laughed heartily. The bald-headed youth wielding the mid-grade Joint Heaven sword was already qualified for Li Fuchen to be serious. There was a burst of blinding radiance. In an instant, Li Fuchen felt as though he had turned into a human-shaped sun. Billions of radiance were emitted from his body. At the same moment, a sword appeared in his hand. But this sword wasn't the Joint Heaven sword. It was a peak-grade, first-rate sorcery art longsword. With the bald-headed youth's strength, it wasn't enough for him to reveal the Joint Heaven sword. This was the Sword Star City where Sword Dao heavenly monarchs gathered. Who knew if someone would be eyeing his high-grade Joint Heaven sword? With the sorcery longsword in hand, Li Fuchen blasted at the bald-headed youth with the myriad radiance. Boom! When the Radiant Sword Daos clashed with the Radiant Sword Daos, the impact was rather appalling. In the sword pool, it was as though 2 suns had collided. The radiance was so resplendent that it was enough to extinguish anyone below the Sword Dao's Sacred Lord level. Right now, when illuminated by the radiance, apart from a few people who could vaguely sense the surroundings, the rest of the people were completely blinded. Not only could they not see, they couldn't sense anything either. The only thing they could sense was the boundless radiant sword intent. In the sky above the sword pool, the bald-headed youth's sword and Li Fuchen's sword were clashing. Time seemed to have frozen. Retreat! The bald-headed youth yelled out and poured boundless radiant sword energy into the Joint Heaven sword. Waves of astonishing Sword Dao power pressed at Li Fuchen. The mid-grade Joint Heaven sword is indeed formidable. Li Fuchen praised silently. He had already executed his Radiant Sword Dao at full strength, but his opponent had the mid-grade Joint Heaven sword. It was obviously impossible for Li Fuchen to crush his opponent. This child is going to lose. It is normal for him to lose to the mid-grade Joint Heaven sword. If the sword pool forbids the use of Supreme Artifact swords, he wouldn't be the one to lose. The sword is also a part of one's strength. How can it be prohibited? On the Sword Pagoda, the 2 Sword Dao heavenly monarchs were conversing. Under the suppression of the mid-grade Joint Heaven sword, Li Fuchen was finally unable to withstand it. Just as the bald-headed youth thought that victory was in his grasp, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao Qi presence suddenly changed. It turned from radiant to simple and primitive. At the same moment, the majestic Sword Dao power was like a tide that blasted at the bald-headed youth. PFFF. After vomiting fresh blood, the bald-headed youth was sent flying and couldn't resist at all. Incredible. The second type of Sword Dao is actually stronger. Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch, how many wisps of source power do you think he has communicated with? I'm afraid it is no less than 400 wisps. The Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch was rather shocked. After communicating with 100 wisps of source power to evolve into a Heaven Monarch, he was no longer a weakling. After communicating with 200 wisps of source power to evolve into a Heaven Monarch, it was considered a mid-tier standard among regular Heaven Monarchs. After communicating with 300 wisps of source power to evolve into a Heaven Monarch, it was already considered outstanding among regular Heaven Monarchs. As for communicating with 400 wisps of source power to evolve into a heaven monarch, it was definitely in the upper tier among regular heaven monarchs. As for communicating with 500 or 600 wisps of source power to evolve into a heaven monarch, it was said that no one had ever achieved the double-horned star wheel swordsman. Even in the history of the double-horned star wheel, there were only a handful that could communicate with 400 wisps of source power. This child is truly a rare sword Dao prodigy of the double-horned star wheel. Once he becomes a heaven monarch, our swordsman guild will have another formidable general. Chapter 948. Seeing that the bald-headed youth with the mid-grade joint heaven sword wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, the armored youth, the rainbow-clothed woman, and the three-eyed youth's eyes contracted. How could they not know that before progressing to the heaven monarch realm, the more power one could communicate, the stronger one would be after progressing to the heaven monarch realm? They had done the same too, but it was obvious that Li Fuchen was ahead of them. With their eyesight, Li Fuchen had communicated at least 400 wisps of power. 400 wisps was a terrifying number. It meant that once Li Fuchen's sword art evolved into a supreme sword art, it would reach an extremely high level. Interesting. This was the first time the white-clothed youth sized up Li Fuchen seriously. His eyes were filled with seriousness and battle intent. He will probably be able to temporarily suppress a weaker heaven monarch. The rest of the people were already stunned. Only the Wind Cloud Sword Master and the Red Leaf Sword Master who knew the situation weren't as shocked. They knew that Li Fuchen had communicated with 999 wisps of source power. Once Li Fuchen broke through to the heaven monarch realm, his strength wouldn't be as simple as a high-grade regular heaven monarch. Even if he couldn't contest with regular city lord-class heaven monarchs, he would have the strength to threaten them. Damn it! The bald-headed youth was definitely furious that he couldn't defeat Li Fuchen even with the mid-grade joint heaven sword. But he might be angry, he didn't dare to find trouble with Li Fuchen. He looked around and looked at the three-eyed youth. Treating me as a pushover? The three-eyed youth laughed and flipped his hand. A long sword with a single eye appeared in his hand. It was obvious that this was also a supreme artifact sword. It might only be a low-grade supreme artifact sword, but there wasn't a huge difference between low-grade and mid-grade supreme weapons. Furthermore, those below the heaven monarch realm wouldn't be able to utilize the full power of a supreme weapon. As such, the difference between low-grade and mid-grade supreme weapons was even smaller. The battle between the duo was very intense and was even more intense than the battle between the bald-headed youth and Li Fuchen. After all, the duo's strength was about the same. After 10,000 moves, the bald-headed youth still lost to the three-eyed youth. He didn't lose in combat strength, but in combat awareness. The three-eyed race's innate talent in the martial Dao was only inferior to the human race and the divine race. It wasn't something the Su Lantern race could compare with. The bald-headed youth wasn't resigned and looked at the rainbow-clothed youth. The woman in multicolored clothes sneered, and she didn't even wait for the bald young man to issue a challenge before she held a feather-like sword in her hand and attacked him. It was unknown whether it was because the feather sword was mystical or because the rainbow-clothed woman's sword technique was mystical, but as her sword technique danced, time in the entire ring would suddenly speed up and slow down, and space would change constantly. Space-time sword principle. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. The space-time sword principle was the most terrifying one among the countless sword principles. It was also known as the most flawless sword principle. In the face of the space-time sword Dao, all your responses are actually meaningless. If he wanted to break the space-time sword Dao, he had to surpass his opponent by a lot. It was obvious that the bald young man's comprehension of the way of the sword did not surpass the multicolor-clothed woman by much. In fact, he was much weaker than her. Thus, the bald young man lost without any suspense. He lost even faster than the three-eyed young man. The bald youth was about to go crazy. He looked at the armored youth again. The armored youth said indifferently, "You're not my opponent. Don't waste your energy." How would I know without fighting? How could the bald youth give up? Shaking his head, the armored youth's sword was suddenly unsheathed by an inch and a trace of sword chi leaked out. It was obviously a joint heaven sword, and the sword chi was much sharper than the mid-grade joint heaven sword in the bald youth's hand. High-grade joint heaven sword. The bald youth was flabbergasted. In the entire universe, there were only 12 high-grade joint heaven swords and 108 mid-grade joint heaven swords. The armored youth's sword Dao proficiency was already extremely high. With the high-grade joint heaven sword, the bald youth felt that he would only be humiliating himself if he went up, and it was impossible for him to win. Interesting. The armored youth's sword might have been quickly sheathed, but Li Fuchen was still able to capture the sword chi from the joint heaven sword. In the universe, there were a total of 12 high-grade joint heaven swords. Li Fuchen and the armored youth came from the same star wheel and had already taken up 2 of the swords. The remaining 10 swords were split among the other star wheels. Even 10 or 100 star wheels wouldn't be able to take up 1 sword. Therefore, when Li Fuchen saw that the armored youth also had a high-grade joint heaven sword, he was rather amazed. Flying Crane Heaven Lord, did you sense it? On the sword pagoda, the Snow Tiger Heaven Lord looked at the Flying Crane Heaven Lord. The Flying Crane Heaven Lord nodded. It should be a high-grade joint heaven sword. High-grade supreme weapons were normally the weapons of City Lord class Heaven Monarchs. Below the City Lord class Heaven Monarchs, there weren't many Heaven Monarchs that possessed high-grade supreme weapons. Furthermore, each of them had top-notch strength. To be honest, after seeing the high-grade joint heaven sword, the Snow Tiger Heaven Lord and the Flying Crane Heaven Lord were rather tempted. The swords in their hands were only low-grade supreme treasure swords. They might not be tempted by mid-grade supreme treasure swords, but they would definitely be tempted by high-grade supreme treasure swords. After all, a high-grade supreme treasure sword would allow their strength to increase drastically. It was something that couldn't be achieved even if they cultivated for tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years. It is a pity that it isn't our weapon. The Snow Tiger Heaven Lord felt it was a pity. Putting aside morals, even if they wanted to forcefully seize the high-grade joint heaven sword, it wouldn't be an easy task. The armored youth wasn't a fish on the chopping board, but a dragon that would transform at any moment. It was very risky to forcefully seize the high-grade joint heaven sword, and they might just form a death grudge. It was a headache to form a death grudge with a future heaven monarch that had already communicated with 200 to 300 strands of source power. It is indeed a pity. The Flying Crane Heaven Lord nodded. After consecutively losing to Li Fuchen, the three-eyed youth, and the rainbow-clothed woman, he was then intimidated by the armored youth. The bald youth's only remaining opponent was the white-clothed youth. But to the surprise of the Wind Cloud Sword Master and the others, the bald youth left the first ring of the sword pool and occupied a futon in the second ring of the sword pool. What is going on? The Red Leaf Sword Master couldn't understand. Someone explained from the side, in the Sword Star City, apart from the Sword Dao Heaven Monarchs, who else is a match for the Mortal Transformation Sword Master? Of course, that primary extreme sword master seems to be able to contest with the Mortal Transformation Sword Master. Everyone witnessed how Li Fuchen defeated the bald youth with an absolute advantage. Mortal Transformation Sword Master. The Red Leaf Sword Master was in deep thoughts. In her eyes, the Mortal Transformation Sword Master had a very unique aura. The Sword Dao Chi presence from others would either be sharp or unfathomable, but the Mortal Transformation Sword Master's Sword Dao Chi presence was very ordinary, just like a beginner sword cultivator. But unlike a beginner sword cultivator, the Mortal Transformation Sword Master's Sword Dao Chi presence was very pure. It wasn't like a beginner sword cultivator's sword chi that was impure. Mortal Transformation Sword Master Huh? Li Fuchen had also heard everyone's discussion. He subconsciously thought of the ordinary Sword Emperor. He felt that the Mortal Transformation Sword Master's Sword Dao was rather similar to the ordinary Sword Emperor's Sword Dao. Chapter 949. All the futons were occupied. Everyone sat cross-legged and tried their best to sense the sword intents in the sword pool. Yin-yang sword intent, destruction sword intent, darkness sword intent, brightness sword intent, life sword intent, death sword intent, life and death sword intent, void sword intent, time and space sword intent, greenwood sword intent, blazing sword intent, thick earth sword intent. In the sword pool, there were too many sword intents. Just the types of sword intents alone had dozens to 100 types. It had almost encompassed all aspects of the sword Tao. Furthermore, these were just the major types. The same sword intent would have different sword intents if the cultivator was different. Of course, all the sword intents would be the same. In the end, all the sword intents would be connected. Brightness sword intent, life sword intent, greenwood sword intent, blazing sword intent, stars sword intent, sun sword intent, thunder sword intent. As Li Fuchen released the resplendent sword intent, many sword intents that were related to the resplendent sword intent swarmed over. Firstly, it was the brightness sword intent. Brightness originally had the meaning of glory. Secondly, it was the life sword intent. The bloom of life was also glorious. As for the greenwood sword intent, it contained a trace of the life sword intent, while the resplendent sword intent contained the life sword intent. Next, the blazing sword intent, stars sword intent, sun sword intent, thunder sword intent, and other sword intents were all related to the resplendent sword intent. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen realized that after being tempered by various sword intents, his resplendent sword intent was getting more transparent and pure. This meant that his resplendent sword Tao was progressing. As the resplendent sword Tao was progressing, wisps of resplendent sword Tao source power descended into Li Fuchen's body. 340 wisps, 350 wisps, Li Fuchen's resplendent sword Tao was rapidly progressing. 3 days later, Li Fuchen's resplendent sword Tao was already able to communicate with 540 wisps of resplendent sword Tao source power. Hum. There was a faint hum of a sword. From the bottom of the sword pool, a bright and radiant sword light suddenly emerged and revolved around Li Fuchen. It is the supreme sword intent, resplendent sword intent. He only took 3 days to activate a supreme sword intent. The snow tiger heaven monarch and the flying crane heaven monarch looked at each other in dismay. From what they knew, in history, the shortest time to activate a supreme sword intent was 5 days. It was 2 days more than 3 days. Thankfully, it's just the radiant sword intent. If it were one of the 10 great supreme sword intents, it would be terrifying. Heavenly Lord Flying Crane sighed. The masters of the 10 supreme sword intents in the sword pool might not be star sector level heavenly monarchs, but in terms of sword arts, they were definitely at the top. Even some star sector level sword Tao heavenly monarchs couldn't compare to them. Star sector level sword Tao heavenly lords were powerful because their sword Tao cultivation techniques had reached a supreme level. Is this the supreme sword will? This was the first time Li Fuchen witnessed the supreme sword intent. Compared to his glorious sword intent, the radiant sword intent seemed to be more natural and self-contained. In Li Fuchen's eyes, even if this radiant sword intent couldn't exist for eternity, it would probably exist for a long period of time. The glorious sword intent and the radiant sword intent were intertwined while Li Fuchen was constantly absorbing the essence of the radiant sword intent. 550, 560, 2 days later, Li Fuchen had communicated with 640 strands of glorious sword Tao source power. The level of this radiant sword intent is still a little lacking. It was also a supreme sword intent, but this radiant sword intent was just an ordinary supreme sword intent. Once Li Fuchen's radiant sword intent reached the supreme level, it would far surpass this radiant sword intent. Blaze. The radiant sword intent scattered and an extremely scorching blazing flame sword intent suddenly enveloped Li Fuchen. He activated another supreme sword intent. The snow tiger heaven monarch and the flying crane heaven monarch's eyes gathered on Li Fuchen again. In normal situations, it was already incredible to activate one supreme sword intent in a month. It was rare for someone to activate 2 or more supreme sword intents. It was only the 5th day and Li Fuchen had activated 2 supreme sword intents. It was impossible for them not to be shocked. So hot. After being enveloped by the blazing flame sword intent, Li Fuchen felt as though he had arrived at a blazing flame sword Dao world. There were blazing flame sword chi everywhere. These blazing flame sword chi weren't ordinary blazing flame sword chi, they were primal chaos blazing flame sword chi that could incinerate everything. The blazing flame sword intent constantly corroded Li Fuchen's radiant sword intent and attempted to assimilate it. It was a pity that the concept of the radiant sword intent was too high and it wasn't something the blazing flame sword intent could compare with. When facing the corrosion of the blazing flame sword intent, the radiant sword intent didn't get assimilated. Instead, it was getting purer. It was just like steel that had been thoroughly tempered and the impurities were slowly being refined. 650 wisps, 660 wisps, a single blazing flame sword intent allowed Li Fuchen's radiant sword Dao to link with 720 wisps of radiant sword Dao source power. Right now, it was the 7th day of the sword pool's opening. Just as the blazing flame sword intent dispersed, a sword intent that was as heavy as the stars hung above Li Fuchen's head. The third supreme sword intent. The Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch and the Flying Crane Heaven Monarch were speechless. The third supreme sword intent that Li Fuchen activated was a star's sword intent. This star's sword intent's level wasn't inferior to the two of them. When the 7th day was about to end, the Mortal Transformation Sword Master had also activated a supreme sword intent. This supreme sword intent was actually one of the top 10 supreme sword intents in the sword pool, the Return Truth Sword intent. The Return Truth Sword intent was left behind by the Return Truth Sword Ancestor. It might only be left behind by the initial stage of the Return Truth Sword Ancestor, but it is still extraordinary. Heaven Monarch Snow Tiger and Heaven Monarch Flying Crane were shocked. The Returning Nature Sword Ancestor was a famous star sector level Lord of Heaven with the two-horned star wheel. He was one of the top star sector level Lords of Heaven. Even if the Returning Nature Sword Essence was only left by him at the early stage, it contained at least half of the Sword Principle Essence of the Returning Nature Sword Ancestor. In the eyes of the Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch and the Flying Crane Heaven Monarch, even though Li Fuchen had activated so many Supreme Sword Intents, they were still inferior to the Mortal Transformation Sword Master's Sword Intent. The improvement is getting smaller and smaller. After connecting with 880 wisps of Radiant Sword Dao source power, Li Fuchen sensed that the Radiant Sword Dao was almost at the extremity. It was just like the primary Extreme Sword Dao which could only connect with 999 wisps of Sword Dao source power. Who? After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen looked around. Right now, there were plenty of people who had activated the Supreme Sword Intent. After all, the sword pool had already been open for over a dozen days. If they still couldn't activate the Supreme Sword Intent, it was basically hopeless. However, only the Mortal Transformation Sword Master was able to trigger the 10 Supreme Sword Intents. Converging his mind, Li Fuchen continued to urge the glorious Sword Intent. Boom! An incomparably dazzling Sword Intent slowly rose. It is one of the 10 Supreme Sword Intents, Extreme Sun Sword Intent. The Flying Crane Heaven Monarch exclaimed. The Extreme Sun Sword Intent was left behind by the Extreme Sun Sword Lord, and the Extreme Sun Sword Lord was also a star sector level Heaven Monarch. This child's fortune is too astounding. The Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch had a grave expression. He could imagine that as long as Li Fuchen didn't perish, Li Fuchen would definitely become an incredible Sword Dao Heaven Monarch in the future. It was very likely that Li Fuchen would become a star sector level Heaven Monarch. City Lord Heaven Monarch would definitely become a star sector level Heaven Monarch without any suspense. Chapter 950. 890 strands, 900 strands. When the glorious sword way communicated with 900 wisps of origin energy, Li Fuchen knew that the glorious sword Dao had reached the end. From Li Fuchen's point of view, the potential of a sword art lay in 2 points. Firstly, the sword art's intent was high. Secondly, the sword art's frame was perfect. Li Fuchen believed that he had already achieved the limits of these 2 points. But the Radiance Sword Dao was still the Radiance Sword Dao, and it was still inferior to the primary Extreme Sword Dao. I wonder how strong I will be when I break through to the Heavenly Lord realm with my glorious sword principle. Li Fuqian had a premonition that the glorious sword art would break through to the supreme sword art level earlier than the primary extreme sword art. The concept of the primary extreme sword art was too profound, and it was so profound that Li Fuqian couldn't perfect it within a short period of time. Of course, the harder it was to break through the primary extreme sword art, the happier Li Fuqian would be. According to the classification of Heaven Monarchs, supreme martial arts were also divided into 3 major levels: Ordinary Supreme Martial Arts, City Lord Supreme Martial Arts, and Star Sector Level Supreme Martial Arts. Among them, Ordinary Supreme Martial Arts were further divided into 5 grades, with the 5th being the lowest and the 1st being the highest. However, a City Lord class Heaven Monarch might not necessarily possess a City Lord class Supreme Martial Art. A City Lord class Heaven Monarch's overall strength was only at the City Lord class level. After arriving at the Sword Star City for a period of time, Li Fuqian understood that before progressing to the Heaven Monarch realm, it was already extremely difficult to communicate with 400 strands of source power. In the entire history of the Twin Star Wheel, there weren't many swordsmen that could do it. Communicating with 400 strands of source power meant that once your sword art broke through to the Supreme Sword Art level, it would be a second-class Supreme Sword Art among the ordinary Supreme Sword Arts. Normally, after connecting with 100 strands of origin energy and breaking through, it would only be a 5th-grade Supreme Sword technique. Connecting with 200 strands would be a 4th-grade Supreme Sword technique. Connecting with 300 strands would be a 3rd-grade Supreme Sword technique. Based on this, connecting 500 strands would be a first-class Supreme Sword technique, and connecting 600 strands would be a City Lord level sword technique. As for connecting 900 strands, it was most likely an extremely powerful sword technique among City Lord sword techniques. How much origin energy do you think he has already communicated with? Heaven Monarch Flying Crane asked Heaven Monarch Snow Tiger. They might be Heaven Monarchs, but it was hard to see how much source power Li Fuqian had communicated with. This kind of thing, only he knew. I'm afraid it's nearing 500 or even 500 strands. Snow Tiger Heavenly Monarch said slowly. 500 wisps? Doesn't that mean that once his sword art breaks through to the supreme level, it will be a first-rate Supreme Sword Art? Heaven Monarch Flying Crane was shocked. With a first-rate Supreme Sword Art, one could be considered as one of the best below the City Lord class Heaven Monarchs. If the City Lord class Heaven Monarchs didn't come out, even if someone could defeat them, they would only be able to defeat them. They wouldn't even be qualified to injure them. After all, in general, it was very difficult for an ordinary Heaven Monarch to kill an ordinary Heaven Monarch. Even a Sword Dao Heaven Monarch with a first-grade Supreme Sword Art would find it difficult to kill a Sword Dao Heaven Monarch with a 5th-grade Supreme Sword Art. If the opponent couldn't beat you, he could escape. If a Heaven Monarch wanted to escape, the success rate was very high. A City Lord class Heaven Monarch could easily kill an ordinary Heaven Monarch, but in order to kill a top-notch ordinary Heaven Monarch, it must be a rather powerful City Lord class Heaven Monarch. A regular City Lord class Heaven Monarch might not have the ability. Heaven Monarch Flying Crane and Heaven Monarch Snow Tiger could be considered the upper echelons of the Swordsman Guild, but their sword arts were only 3rd-grade Supreme Sword Arts. After the glorious sword intent was withdrawn, an even purer and more boundless sword intent was emitted from Li Fuqian's body. At the same moment, in the sword pool, countless sword intents swarmed towards Li Fuqian. It was as though they were worshipping. What is going on? Not everyone could activate supreme sword intents. Most of the people could only activate some incredible quasi-supreme sword intents. Right now, the quasi-supreme sword intents that they activated were all converging towards Li Fuqian. How could they not be shocked? Sect Reverence Sword, what kind of sword Dao is this? The Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch and Heaven Monarch Flying Crane felt that the shock for the past few days was more than the past few thousand years combined. Sect Reverence Sword. In the second ring of the sword pool, the High Cloud Sword Master was shocked. He cultivated the monarch sword Dao and he wasn't unfamiliar with the sect Reverence sword. However, it wasn't a simple task to make countless quasi-supreme sword intense worship him. To be exact, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Red Leaf Sword Master, remember, don't expose how many wisps of source power the primary extreme sword master has communicated. Before arriving at the Sword Star City, the Sword Master Wind Cloud didn't understand what it meant to communicate 999 wisps of source power. Right now, he knew clearly that Li Fuqian, who had communicated 999 wisps of source power, would most likely be a City Lord class Heavenly Monarch once he progressed to the Heaven Monarch realm. Furthermore, Li Fuqian might not be a weakling among the City Lord class Heavenly Monarchs. This was undoubtedly very shocking. Among all the races, only the Divine race could reach the level of a City Lord class Heavenly Monarch once they broke through to the Heaven Monarch realm. The other races couldn't do it. Even the Titan race only had a few individuals who could do it. Of course, nothing was absolute. Among the Twin Horn Star Will swordsmen, Li Fuqian might be the only one who could do it. But if it was the entire universe, it might not be the case. Furthermore, the martial Dao didn't just consist of sword Dao, there were other martial Daos. Apart from them, the other races would definitely have some rare prodigies in the universe. But no matter what, the Sword Master Wind Cloud felt that he had to keep the secret as there might be accidents. I understand. The Red Leaf Sword Master nodded. How could she not know how terrifying it was to communicate 999 wisps of source power? Once it was leaked, it wouldn't just shake the Sword Star City, the entire Twin Horn Star Will would probably be shaken. Taking a step back, it didn't matter if there was any mishap, it wouldn't be a good thing if it was leaked. After all, who would be willing to stand at the heart of the struggle? Just as the Red Leaf Sword Master finished speaking, there was another change in the sword pool. A large number of Supreme Sword Intents emerged from the third ring of the sword pool and surrounded Li Fuqian. Even the Supreme Sword Intents have come to worship. This time, many people were flabbergasted. They found it hard to imagine what kind of sword Dao Li Fuqian cultivated. He wasn't at the supreme level but was able to make the Supreme Sword Intents submit. The Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch and the Flying Crane Heaven Monarch were staring at the sword pool. They wanted to see if any of the 10 great Supreme Sword Intents would come out to worship. After waiting for a moment, none of the 10 great Supreme Sword Intents came out. What are we thinking? The Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch let out a bitter smile. The Supreme Sword Intents around Li Fuqian were all Grade 5 and 4 Supreme Sword Intents. There were only a few Grade 3 Supreme Sword Intents and none of the Grade 2 and 1 Supreme Sword Intents. After all, Li Fuqian's sword intent wasn't at the supreme level yet. No matter how powerful his potential was, it was impossible to make the Grade 1 and 2 Supreme Sword Intents submit. As for making the 10 great Supreme Sword Intents submit, it was absolutely impossible. If Li Fuqian could make the 10 great Supreme Sword Intents submit, wouldn't it mean that once Li Fuqian progressed to the Heaven Monarch level, he would be far superior to the Star Region Heaven Monarchs? Is this because the primary extreme sword Dao is the purest sword Dao? Li Fuqian pondered. With a myriad of sword intents, Li Fuqian's bright sword heart absorbed countless sword Dao essences. The primary extreme sword Dao was different from the radiant sword Dao. Because it was the purest sword Dao, Li Fuqian didn't need a certain aspect of the sword Dao essence, but the most intrinsic sword Dao essence. In other words, the current Li Fuqian didn't reject anything. In his opinion, any kind of sword Dao would have a trace of sword Dao essence. Only by understanding this trace of sword Dao essence would his primary extreme sword Dao be able to progress and break the bottleneck. Of course, Li Fuqian was only able to do this in the sword pool. It would be extremely difficult to do it in other places. After all, sword Dao manuals and sword intents couldn't be compared. It wasn't difficult to find a trace of sword Dao essence from a single sword Dao manual, it wasn't difficult to find the sword Dao essence from 10 or 100 sword Dao manuals either. But to find the sword Dao essence from countless sword Dao manuals, the time needed was definitely an outrageous number. Chapter 951. 1000 Strands. There were still 10 days before the closing of the sword pool. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao finally broke through the bottleneck and connected to the 1000th strand of sword Dao source power. 10,001 strands, 10,002 strands. Subsequently, the primary extreme sword Dao was progressing steadily towards an unimaginable level. This child's sword Dao comprehension is very incredible. My swordsman guild is probably going to have another big shot in the future. It was unknown when another Heaven Lord appeared beside the Snow Tiger Heaven Lord and Flying Crane Heaven Lord. The aura of this Heavenly Lord was supreme and had an eternal charm. In terms of chi presence, this Heaven Lord was already at the same level as the Divine Leaf City Lord and Hundred Flower Empress. It was obvious that this was a City Lord class Heaven Lord. Greetings to the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch. The Snow Tiger Heaven Lord and Flying Crane Heaven Lord cupped their fists. The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch was a City Lord class Sword Dao Heaven Lord and was also a Radiant Sun class member of the Swordsman Guild. The two of them were only Radiant Moon class members. The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch said, if there are no accidents, once his Sword Dao reaches the supreme level, it might push him to the City Lord class Heaven Lord level. City Lord class Heaven Lord. The Snow Tiger Heaven Lord and Flying Crane Heaven Lord were appalled. Becoming a City Lord class Heaven Lord right after progressing was the same as ascending to the heavens in a single step. The two of them had cultivated for countless years and were only ordinary class 3 Heaven Lords. It was unknown if they could become class 1 Heaven Lords in this lifetime. As time elapsed, there were only 3 days left before the closing of the sword pool. 1070, 1071, 1072. Every time the primary extreme sword Dao connected to a strand of sword Dao source power, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao would have an obvious improvement. It was definitely a horrifying thing. After connecting to 500 strands of sword Dao source power, there wasn't much difference between connecting one more strand or less. At least 10 more strands would have an obvious difference. But after 1000 strands, every additional strand would have an obvious improvement. This meant two things. Firstly, after 1000 strands, it would be extremely difficult to improve. Secondly, after 1000 strands, every additional strand would have an extreme increase in strength. As Li Fuchen communicated with wisps of sword Dao source power, a large number of sword intents started to break away from the worshipping state. It allowed the others to activate the sword intents. Of course, during this period, there would also be new supreme sword intents attracted by the primary extreme sword intent. From the initial 5th grade, 4th grade, and 3rd grade, towards the end, even 2nd grade and 1st grade supreme sword intents were attracted over. On the last day, even some City Lord level unparalleled sword intents submitted. Only the 10 supreme sword intents did not submit to him. However, Li Fuchen didn't really mind. The 10 great supreme sword intents only contained more sword Dao essences. If the 10 great supreme sword intents contained 10,000 sword Dao essences, then the City Lord class supreme sword intents would contain around 1,000 sword Dao essences. Regular supreme sword intents would contain around 100 sword Dao essences, while quasi-supreme sword intents would only contain a few to a few dozen sword Dao essences. But there were too many quasi-supreme sword intents. Tens of thousands of quasi-supreme sword intents would contain more sword Dao essences than the sum of the 10 great supreme sword intents. Furthermore, there were more than tens of thousands of quasi-supreme sword intents in the sword pool. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't fuse all the sword Dao essences into the primary extreme sword Dao. At the current stage, his primary extreme sword Dao wasn't able to contain too many sword Dao essences. 1 or 2,000 sword Dao essences were already the limit. Therefore, Li Fuchen had to choose the sword Dao essences that were most suitable for the foundation. 1078, 1079, 1080. When the primary extreme sword Dao communicated with the 1080th wisp of sword Dao source power, the primary extreme sword Dao had reached the limit again. At this moment, there was less than half a day before the sword pool closed. This is probably the true limit. Once this limit is broken, the primary extreme sword art will evolve into a supreme sword art. Li Fuqian had a premonition that once the primary extreme sword art reached supreme, it would most likely be a star field class supreme sword art. It would be comparable with the 10 great supreme sword intents in the sword pool. A star field class supreme sword art might not be able to push his strength to the star field class heaven monarch realm. After all, his cultivation technique's rank was too low. But no matter what, he would still be an elite among the city lord class heaven monarchs. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to break through. Li Fuqian let out a bitter smile. Everything had its pros and cons. The primary extreme sword art's potential was too powerful, therefore, it was extremely difficult to break through. Li Fuqian had a premonition that the Radiance sword art would most likely break through to the supreme level before the primary extreme sword art. There is no hurry. With my current strength, it is enough to deal with weaker heaven monarchs. Li Fuqian wasn't sure what level his strength had reached, but he was certain that he didn't have to be apprehensive when dealing with weaker heaven monarchs. Connecting 300 to 400 wisps of source power might allow Li Fuqian to suppress weaker heaven monarchs for a short period of time. But after a long period of time, the heaven monarch would still lose and die. The source power of a heaven monarch was too robust. As long as the burst of power didn't exceed the limits, the power would be endless and wouldn't be exhausted. But Li Fuqian was different. He had connected more than 1,000 wisps of sword Dao source power. When dealing with weaker heaven monarchs, Li Fuqian wouldn't just suppress them, he would crush them. It meant that if the heaven monarchs didn't run, they would be killed by Li Fuqian sooner or later. However, the so-called weaker heaven monarchs were non-grade heaven monarchs. They were heaven monarchs that were below grade 5. Some races' heaven monarchs were truly too weak. If they were to be ranked, they would probably be ranked at grade 6, grade 7, or even grade 8. It was truly troublesome, therefore, everyone listed these heaven monarchs as non-grade. In addition, if a regular heaven monarch wasn't a grade 6 heaven monarch, they would be easily killed by a class 1 heaven monarch or even a class 2 heaven monarch. Back then, before Wolfman Li Fuqian progressed to a heaven monarch, he was able to repel the Waveya heaven monarch because the Waveya heaven monarch was a non-grade heaven monarch. If the Waveya heaven monarch was a grade 5 heaven monarch, he would be able to exhaust Wolfman Li Fuqian to death. Half a day later, the sword pool closed. Just as Li Fuqian was preparing to return to his residence, he heard a voice. Primary Extreme Sword Master, I am the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch. Come with me. Bitter Sea Sword Monarch? Li Fuqian was rather surprised. He didn't know why the Bitter Sea Sword Master invited him. At the same time, Li Fuqian noticed that the Mortal Transformation Sword Master and the bald youth from the Su Lantern race were also invited. The 6 of them arrived at a conference room in the Swordsman Guild. Sit. The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch gestured with his right hand and smiled. In response, the 6 of them sat down. I wonder why the Sword Monarch invited us. The colorful clothed woman asked first. The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch said, have you heard of the insect race? Insect race? The Mortal Transformation Sword Master frowned. I have some understanding from ancient texts. It seems like the insect race was the enemy of the entire universe back then. They were gradually eliminated. The armored youth said. The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch shook his head. How can the insect race be eliminated so easily? If it is so easy, they wouldn't be the public enemy of the universe. The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch didn't linger on this question and continued, I invited you this time because I hope that you can help me do something. I want to rescue my daughter, Mia, from a sealed insect race battlefield. As for the reward, you can name it. As long as it isn't too ridiculous, I should be able to afford it. As a City Lord class Heaven Monarch, the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch's wealth was more than 10 billion peak-grade spirit stones. He was considered rather wealthy. With the Sword Monarch's strength, you shouldn't need us, right? The three-eyed youth questioned. The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch explained, this sealed insect race battlefield can only allow those below the Heaven Monarch realm to enter. Heaven Monarchs are unable to enter. If he could enter, he would have already entered. I wish for a Heaven Monarch sword bone. The bald youth was the first to make a request. Sure. The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch nodded. Heaven Monarch sword bones were bones left behind by Sword Dao Heaven Monarchs after they perished. They were extremely precious. I also want a sword bone. The three-eyed youth's eyes lit up. Since the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch had a sword bone, it was possible that he had more than one. It wasn't the bones of any Sword Dao Heaven Monarch that could be called sword bone. Only when a cultivation technique broke through to the extreme Dao level would the bones be considered as sword bones. I want 2 pieces. The rainbow-robed woman said. Her space-time sword Dao made her different from the three-eyed youth and the bald youth, especially when it came to searching for people. All right. The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch felt a little heartache. He had spent a lot of effort to gather these sword bones. Next, the armored youth also asked for 2 pieces of sword bones. After all, he had the high-grade Joint Heaven sword and was extremely powerful. It was worth 2 sword bones. Finally, only the Mortal Transformation Sword Master and Li Fuchen didn't reply. The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch valued the Mortal Transformation Sword Master and Li Fuchen the most. The insect race battlefield was indescribably dangerous. Without absolute strength, it would be hard to protect oneself, let alone rescue others. 10 sword bones. Before the Mortal Transformation Sword Master could speak, Li Fuchen spoke. What? Everyone was flabbergasted. 10 sword bones? Why don't you ask for an entire set of sword bones? Oh. Why do you think you are worth 10 sword bones? The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch was rather displeased. Did Li Fuchen think that his sword bones were something that could be obtained easily? It is naturally based on strength. Li Fuchen replied. The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch looked at Li Fuchen deeply. He understood what Li Fuchen meant. I believe you. 10 sword bones it is. Chapter 952. I'll pass. The Transcendent Mortal Sword Master rejected Sword Monarch of Misery Sea. He had once obtained a large piece of sword bone, and it was a skull, so he had no need for sword bones. In addition, after coming into contact with the sword will of returning truth in the sword pool, he felt many things, and was planning to go into seclusion. Seeing the situation, the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch didn't force it. Li Fuchen alone was enough. It would be best if the Mortal Transformation Sword Master agreed, but it didn't matter if he didn't. Heading to the bug race's battlefield was no small matter. Everyone had to research the bug race's information to prevent themselves from dying in the bug race's battlefield due to carelessness. Fortunately, Sword Lord Bitter Sea had a lot of information about the Zerg race. After all, as a City Lord Heavenly Lord, Sword Lord Bitter Sea knew a lot of secrets. Is this the sword bone? The insect race's battlefield would only depart 3 days later. The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch had given Li Fuchen 3 sword bones in advance. In the cultivation room, a piece of crystal clear bone that was emitting pure sword chi appeared in Li Fuchen's hand. From this sword bone, Li Fuchen saw the sword Dao, the mysteries of the human body, and eternity. The sword bone was left behind by a sword principle Heavenly Lord who had cultivated his sword principle cultivation method to the supreme level. Maybe I can find some inspiration from it. It was too difficult to make a breakthrough in a sword Dao cultivation technique. It did not mean that the sword Dao cultivation technique would be able to make a breakthrough with a high level of sword Dao cultivation technique. One had to have a deep understanding of the human body, and at the same time, be able to perfectly combine the human body and sword Dao. If a Heaven Monarch could improve his cultivation technique to the supreme level, he would be able to live for tens of millions of years. If he could improve his cultivation technique to the supreme level, he would be able to live as long as the heavens and be immortal. Although martial arts could also increase the lifespan of a heaven monarch, it was obviously incomparable to cultivation techniques. After extending his spiritual awareness into the sword bone, Li Fuqian started to observe the internal structure. What an amazing sword Dao cultivation technique! Li Fuqian was very certain that the structure of the sword bone was definitely related to the sword Dao cultivation technique. The owner of the sword bone had obviously fused himself with the sword Dao cultivation technique on a deeper level, using the way of the sword to transform the human body. No, to be exact, it should be using the way of the sword to sublimate the human body. Li Fuqian's eyes flashed with radiance. This sword bone was undoubtedly very useful to him. This was mainly because his comprehension was too strong. It would be fine if he didn't have a clue, but as long as he had a clue, he would be able to improve rapidly. It was just like when he'd linked up with the first strand of sword Dao source energy, and what happened next couldn't be stopped. In 3 days, Li Fuqian had almost comprehended this sword bone and obtained some fragmented inspiration. Li Fuqian believed that as long as he accumulated enough inspiration, he would be able to push the primary extreme sword technique to the first-class extreme state sooner or later. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to obtain the other 7 sword bones. On the 4th morning, at the teleportation plaza, the bitter sea sword monarch, Li Fuqian, and the others turned into a teleportation light and vanished. In the universe, there were many sealed insectoid battlefields. There was one sealed insectoid battlefields in the Tiger Fault starfield. Next to a ruin in the starry sky, a glowing sword mark appeared out of nowhere. The bitter sea sword monarch, Li Fuqian, and the others walked out from the glowing sword scar. So fast. Li Fuqian and the others were very envious. Tearing apart the spatial zone was something any saint could do, but tearing a spatial tunnel was something only a few saints could do. Probably only heaven monarchs could do it. Is this the bug tribe's battlefield? The 5 of them looked at the starry sky ruin. This starry sky ruin was emitting a destructive chi presence. It was obvious that a terrifying battle had happened here. The bitter sea sword monarch said, "This isn't the real bug tribe's battlefield. There is a seal barrier at the front. After entering the seal barrier, it will be the bug tribe's battlefield." Lord Sword Monarch, let me make it clear first. We will stay inside for at most 10 years. Once the 10 years are up, we will immediately come out. In addition, if we encounter any fatal danger, we will prioritize our own safety. The 3-eyed youth said. All right. The bitter sea sword monarch nodded. It was obviously impossible for the opposition to risk their lives with just 1 or 2 sword bones. Lord Sword Monarch doesn't have to worry. As long as I can find your daughter, Mia, I am confident I can bring her out. Li Fuqian said. Then I shall trouble you. The bitter sea sword monarch still had great expectations. In his opinion, Li Fuqian's strength was almost equivalent to a low-grade heaven monarch. Let's go in together. The armored youth was the first to skim forward while Li Fuqian and the others followed closely behind. Without any sound or presence, there was a ripple in the void ahead and the 5 of them vanished. I hope everything goes smoothly. The bitter sea sword monarch said to himself. In the dark primal space, Li Fuqian and the others appeared. As expected, the dark primal space that I went to back then should be the bug tribe's battlefield. Li Fuqian understood in his heart. This space gave him the exact same feeling as back then and there wasn't any difference. This is truly stifling. The bald youth frowned. He realized that his spiritual awareness wasn't very useful in this place and could only sense the surroundings vaguely. It is fortunate that we have the Chi Presence token. Otherwise, it will be impossible to find the Mia Sacred Lord. The rainbow-clothed woman said. The Chi Presence token contained the bitter sea sword monarch's daughter, Mia's Chi Presence. As long as the Mia Sacred Lord was within 100 billion miles, she would be able to sense it. While flying in the bug tribe's battlefield, the 5 of them would occasionally see weapon shards and insect parts. These insect parts were very big, the small ones were the size of mountains, while the big ones were like small stars. The insect parts had already lost their vitality, but they were still emitting brutal and tyrannical chi presences. The bug race is indeed formidable. They can even destroy supreme weapons. Reaching out to grab a supreme weapon shard, the armored youth was shocked. Even if it was a low-grade supreme weapon, only a City Lord-class Heaven Monarch could destroy it. But everyone knew that this might not be destroyed by a City Lord-class insect. The insect race's body could secrete a kind of destructive acid. With the destructive acid, a slightly stronger Heaven Monarch insect race would be able to destroy a low-grade supreme weapon. As for a City Lord-class insect race, they would probably be able to destroy a mid-grade supreme weapon. I really don't know how intense the war with the bug race was back then. Everyone lamented. Since the bug race could even destroy supreme weapons, they would probably be able to kill a Heaven Monarch easily. After all, a Heaven Monarch's body wasn't as tough as a supreme weapon. In the bug tribe's battlefield, weapon shards could be seen everywhere. Occasionally, there would be shards of supreme weapons too. These supreme weapon shards might have lost all their spirituality and essence, but the supreme tool patterns inside were still valuable. Everyone didn't despise them and kept them. It is an insect nest shard. The one who spoke was the bald youth. As the Sioux Lantern race's sacred lord, his spiritual awareness was very sharp. There was a flash of sword light as the bald youth flew towards a pile of insect parts. In the center of the insect parts, there was a beehive shard that was around a few thousand miles in size. Insect nest shard. Everyone's gaze swept over, and each of them wore a different expression. The insect nest was considered one of the most precious treasures in the universe. After all, the insect nest was used to nurture the bug race. According to the information, the insect nest had a total of 3 classes. They were the low-class destruction, origin destruction, and supreme class. The low-class insect nest could nurture the sacred lord class bug race. The origin destruction class insect nest could nurture the Heaven Monarch class bug race. As for the supreme class insect nest, it could nurture the demigod class bug race. An entire low-class insect nest was already worth more than 10 billion peak-grade spirit stones. The origin destruction class insect nest was considered priceless, and it was very hard to purchase it with peak-grade spirit stones, let alone the legendary supreme class insect nest. Therefore, it didn't matter what class this insect nest shard was, it meant that the bald youth had made a fortune. It was just a matter of whether it was a big or small fortune. It should be the low-class insect nest. Li Fuqian had seen the low-class insect nest before, therefore, he was very clear about the chi presence of the low-class insect nest. As expected, it is only a low-class insect nest shard. The bald youth arrived at the side of the insect nest shard and observed it carefully before coming to this conclusion. To be honest, he was very disappointed. A low-class insect nest shard that was a few thousand miles in size would at most be worth a few 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was barely considered a small fortune. With a wave of the hand, the bald youth kept the insect nest shard. Congratulations. The three-eyed youth laughed. The bald youth said, "What is there to congratulate? It is just a low-class insect nest shard. If it is an origin destruction class insect nest shard, then you can congratulate me. An origin destruction class insect nest shard would even tempt a Heaven Monarch." Of course, if there was an origin destruction class insect nest shard in the insect race battlefield, it would have already been taken by the Heaven Monarchs. After all, after the battle with the insect race, the Heaven Monarchs could clean up the battlefield first before sealing it. The insect race battlefield was huge. The 5 of them were wandering around and were purely relying on their intuition. PFFF. There was a flash of sword light and a giant insect was cleaved into 2 and turned into ashes. I didn't expect there to be insect race in the insect race battlefield. This was the 9th insect race that the 5 of them had encountered since they entered the insect race battlefield. Although the strongest insect race was only a mid-stage Saint Monarch, it was enough for the 5 of them to be 120% vigilant. After all, Who knew if there were any heaven monarch insect race in the insect race battlefield? Days passed. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them had been in the insect race battlefield for half a year. On this day, the aura tokens of the 5 of them vibrated almost at the same time. It is me, a sacred lord. The multicolor-robed woman's eyes lit up. Close to 100 billion miles away, there was a glowing palace on a broken star. Outside the glowing palace was a flood of insect race beings. Within the glowing palace, there were a total of 4 people, 2 females and 2 males. What should we do? This palace is about to collapse. The one who spoke was a woman in a silver metal dress. She looked anxious. Rose, there is no point in being anxious. I believe my father has already sent people into the insect race battlefield. Let's wait a little longer. Another long-haired woman in dark blue armor said calmly. Mia is right. The bitter sea swordsman will definitely send people into the insect race battlefield. Beside Mia was an extremely handsome youth. Boom! Suddenly, the palace shook as if there was an earthquake. The insect race is attacking again. Chapter 953. If it was in the outside world, 100 billion miles wasn't considered too far for Li Fuqian and the others, and they would be able to reach it in a short moment. But the insectoid battlefield was different. The void here was in a sealed state and the restrictions were extremely great. 100 billion miles would require 10 times or a few dozen times more time to travel. Bursting with speed to the limits, the 5 gradually saw a dilapidated star, the glowing palace on the star, and the insectoids that were surrounding the palace. The Maya sacred lord should be in the palace. The rainbow-clothed woman said. She is indeed in the palace. Li Fuqian's spirit soul force had already seen 4 individuals in the palace. One of them was the bitter sea sword lord's daughter, the Maya sacred lord. As the 5 approached the dilapidated star, plenty of insectoids noticed them. Squeak squeak, there was a sharp sound as thousands of insectoids flew at the 5. Kill! The bald youth drew the joint heaven sword and brandished it. Like moths flying into the flame, the insectoids that were flying at them were instantly turned into ashes. Only a few of the sacred lord class insectoids survived. The bald youth's strength might be the weakest among the 5, but he had connected to around 300 wisps of source power. His strength was strong enough to suppress inferior heaven monarchs for a short period of time. Such powerful survivability. The bald youth was very surprised that he wasn't able to kill these sacred lord class insectoids in a single sword. His sword would even be able to kill a peak-level sacred lord easily. He didn't believe that these sacred lord class insectoids were all peak-level sacred lords. How could he know that Li Fuqian had relied on the joint heaven sword to exhaust a trace of the sacred lord class insectoid's vitality? Back then, Li Fuqian's strength wasn't even 100% of the current strength, but it was enough to show how terrifying the sacred lord class insectoids were. Extinguish. The 3-eyed youth had also made a move. He brandished his single-eyed sword and in the dark void, there were countless sword lights that flashed violently. It was as though there were eyes blinking in the void. It was a pity that this sword was only able to eliminate a few of the sacred lord class insectoids. This was because the bald youth had exhausted a large portion of the sacred lord class insectoid's vitality. Otherwise, the 3-eyed youth wouldn't be able to kill them. Incredible. The 3-eyed youth had a grave expression. How could he not see that these sacred lord class insectoids had terrifying defense and vitality? They couldn't be treated as regular sacred lords. Interesting. The rainbow-robed woman also slashed out with her sword. This sword stirred the dark void and turned the remaining sacred lord rank insects into nothingness. However, there were simply too many insect race beings. They were so densely packed that they covered the entire sky. The number of insect race beings that they had killed earlier was just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, they realized that all the bugs in their line of sight were saints. There wasn't a single one below the saint class. The 5 of them guessed that all the bugs below the Saint class had been eaten. After all, the bug race battlefield had been sealed for countless years. The resources within were very limited, and the bug race was the race that relied on resources the most. According to the records, as long as there were enough resources, the Zergs could reproduce endlessly. Their reproduction rate was close to the sum of all the other races. Such a terrifying reproductive ability was the real reason why the Zergs were the #1 public nuisance in the universe. I'll open the path. The colorful-robed woman took in a deep breath and slashed out at the palace. As the sword was slashed out, a sword force passageway was instantly formed. The insect race beings that stood in the way of the sword force passageway were either blasted into nothingness or knocked away. Go! The multicolor-robed woman was the first to enter the sword energy passageway. Li Fuqian and the others followed closely behind. The sword force passageway was actually formed by the spacetime sword chi. A distance might seem far, but it might only take a single step inside the sword force passageway. The spacetime martial Dao was said to be the hardest martial Dao to deal with, and it wasn't without reason. After entering the sword force passageway, the 5 of them quickly approached the palace. Crack! All of a sudden, the sword force passageway collapsed and exploded. The 5 of them looked over and saw a 100-eyed insect that looked like it was forged from gold. Earlier on, it was this 100-eyed insect that destroyed the sword force passageway. If it was able to destroy the colorful-robed woman's sword force passageway, it meant that the 100-eyed insect's strength was already at the same level as them. Resplendent lantern. The bald youth brandished his joint heaven sword and blasted at the 100-eyed insect's body with a myriad of lantern lights. It was a pity that this powerful sword wasn't even able to break the 100-eyed insect's carapace. PFFF. A golden pillar of light attacked and the bald youth blocked with his sword but was sent flying. Such power! Seeing the situation, the rainbow-clothed woman and the 3-eyed youth worked together to attack the 100-eyed insect. The rainbow-clothed woman's spacetime sword Dao might be powerful, but in terms of power, it wasn't much stronger than the bald youth and the 3-eyed youth. They were almost on par. Therefore, when the 2 of them worked together, they still couldn't deal with the 100-eyed insect. Break! The armored youth naturally wasn't going to stand by and watch. The high-grade joint heaven sword was unsheathed and the armored youth slashed at the 100-eyed insect. PFFF-TSS. The dazzling sword chi felt as though it could slice open the dark and chaotic spatial zone. A single slash left a large wound on the 100-eyed insect's body and golden blood sprayed out. The armored youth who had a high-grade supreme artifact sword was ultimately not someone that the 3 of them could compare with. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the armored youth didn't need to fear some of the weaker non-grade heaven monarchs. If the heaven monarchs didn't escape, they would only be killed. A high-grade supreme artifact sword wasn't just for show, it was a true killing weapon. If a Class 1 Heaven Monarch obtained a high-grade supreme artifact, killing a Class 4 or 5 Heaven Monarch would be child's play. Of course, the 100-eyed insect's vitality was too tenacious. The armored youth's slash only depleted a small portion of the 100-eyed insect's vitality. Break out of the encirclement first. Seeing countless insects swarming over, the armored youth frowned. He might be powerful, but his life would still be in danger if he fell into the insect wave. After all, he wasn't a heaven monarch. He merely had the attack power of a heaven monarch. Everyone, come in. Right at this moment, Li Fuqian made a move. A resplendent sword light flashed and a glowing sword force passage appeared in the insect wave. It was obvious that this passage was formed by the resplendent sword chi and it was similar to the rainbow-clothed woman's sword force passage. Of course, Li Fuqian's sword force passage was much more stable, but it wasn't as fast as the rainbow-clothed woman's sword force passage. Boom! As soon as the 5 of them entered the sword force passage, the 100-eyed insect lunged over. What shocked everyone was that the powerful 100-eyed insect couldn't even destroy the sword force passage. At most, it could dim the radiance of the sword force passage. How did his strength improve so quickly? The bald-headed youth was terrified. During the fight with him, Li Fuchen's resplendent sword Dao wasn't able to defeat him. Li Fuchen had to rely on another sword Dao to defeat him. But now, Li Fuchen's resplendent sword Dao was more than 10 times stronger than it was at the first ring of the sword pool. No wonder he could create such a huge commotion at the sword pool. The armored youth and the others might be shocked, but they could accept it. Inside the palace, the Maya Sacred Mistress and the others were surprised and delighted when they saw the glowing sword force passage. It must be someone sent by my father. The Maya Sacred Mistress let out a breath of relief. She came to the insect race's battlefield to search for fated opportunities. She might be the daughter of the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch and had already reached the Sacred Lord level, but if she didn't have any special fated opportunities, it would be hard for her to step into the Heaven Monarch realm in this lifetime. But when she was truly in a desperate situation, she still had some regrets. After all, even if she couldn't step into the Heaven Monarch realm, she could still rely on herself to live for more than 1,000,000 years. With her father's help, she could still live for a long time. There wasn't a need to force herself so ruthlessly. He actually forced his way through. He is too powerful. The woman in the silver metallic dress had eyes that flashed with a strange light. He is just living for a lot more years than us. When we reach that age, we might not be weaker than them. The youth maintaining the light screen was rather jealous. Of course, he felt that his words were reasonable. After all, they were still young and couldn't compare with those half-heaven monarchs who had lived for many years. Soon enough, Li Fuchen and the others arrived outside the palace. Creak. The palace doors opened and the 5 walked in. When the 4 of them saw the 5 of them, they were rather shocked. The 5 of them looked very young. Some of them might be slightly older than them, but there were also some who were much younger. A person's age could be determined from their chi presence, but it wasn't very clear. You are the Maya Sacred Mistress. The 5 of them looked at the Maya Sacred Mistress while the rainbow-clothed woman spoke. The Maya Sacred Mistress nodded and asked, "Did my father ask you to come?" "That's right. Follow us now." The armored youth nodded. Since they found the Maya Sacred Mistress, they could leave now. The insect race's battlefield wasn't attractive to him. As for the insect crystals within the bodies of the insects, they might contain powerful energy. A Saint-class insect crystal was equivalent to several peak-grade spirit stones, but the energy within the insect crystals was too violent and it was impossible to absorb in large quantities. Even if they were to be sold, due to the violent energy, they wouldn't be able to fetch a high price. Furthermore, with his status and strength, he didn't need to risk his life to earn spirit stones. "They are my friends, please bring them along." The Maya Sacred Mistress introduced the 3 people beside her. Sure. The 5 of them didn't have any objections. This palace was a low-grade supreme cardinal artifact that the Bitter Sea Sword Lord bestowed to the Maya Sacred Mistress. It had extreme defense, but it was a pity that it couldn't move quickly. As the Maya Sacred Mistress kept the palace, the 9 of them were instantly exposed to countless insects. "Let's go." Li Fuchen brandished his sword and a sword force passage penetrated the insect tide. So it is the sword force passage that he created. The woman in the silver metallic dress looked at Li Fuchen with burning eyes. Let's see how long this sword force passage can last. The handsome youth that was maintaining the light barrier was in a dilemma. He hoped that the sword force passage wouldn't last, but he also hoped that it wouldn't. Once the sword force passage couldn't be maintained, their lives would be in danger. Bang bang bang, countless insects charged at the sword force passage, but they weren't even qualified to cause the sword force passage to shake. Chapter 954. After passing through the insect tide, the 9 of them flew towards the edge of the insect battlefield. Behind them, there were countless insects chasing relentlessly. It was a pity that apart from some of the powerful Sacred Lord class insects that were far behind, the rest of the insects were already left behind. In the depths of the insect battlefield, there was a giant insect nest. This insect nest was much bigger than Gloom City. If a Heaven Monarch was here, they would definitely be able to see that this was an Origin Extinction class insect nest. Of course, no one would have expected for an Origin Extinction class insect nest to still exist in the insect battlefield. This Origin Extinction class insect nest might be dilapidated and wasn't even 30% complete. The strange thing was that this dilapidated Origin Extinction class insect nest was constantly absorbing the surrounding materials and it seemed to be mending itself. At the upper right corner of the insect nest, there was a hole. In the center of the hole, there was a giant insect crystal floating there. The surface of the insect crystal was covered with dense cracks and it looked like it would crumble at any moment. Around the insect crystal, there were dozens of insect eggs. These eggs had various patterns on the surface. Crack. One of the eggs that was covered with purple patterns suddenly had a crack. From the crack, a pair of purple palms extended out. Crack. The palms exerted force and tore the indestructible insect egg into two. A purple humanoid life form walked out. This was a humanoid life form that was covered with a purple carapace. The chi presence didn't seem as brutal and tyrannical as the other insects, but it was emitting a crazy pressure and deathly stillness. Food, I need food. The purple humanoid life form looked at the direction where Li Fuchen and the others escaped. With a flash, it vanished into the insect nest. After shaking off the insects, the colorful clothed woman took out a battleship from her spatial ring and the 9 of them boarded it. The battleship wasn't slow and was only 2 times slower than the group. On the spacious deck, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and rested with his eyes closed. Primary Extreme Sword Owner, many thanks for the rescue. Once we are out, I will ask my father to thank you personally. Mustering her courage, the Rose Sacred Lord who was wearing a silver metallic dress came to Li Fuchen's side and said. Li Fuchen didn't open his eyes and said indifferently, "There is no need to thank me. I was just passing by." Holy Lord Rose's father is a heavenly lord. To have a heavenly lord personally thank you is something that many people wish for. The handsome young man who had been maintaining the light screen in the palace walked out of the cabin. So what if they were half heaven monarchs? As long as they didn't become heaven monarchs, they were inferior to heaven monarchs. His father and Rose's father were both heaven monarchs and this was something that Li Fuchen couldn't compare with. Sacred Lord Light Marks, why are you following me? Sacred Lord Rose was a little angry. In the past, she didn't like Sacred Lord Light Marks, but now she didn't like him. It's nothing. I just happened to be coming out. The Light Scar Sacred Lord looked at Li Fuchen and said, Primary Extreme Sword Master, the Light Scar Sacred Lord, isn't someone who doesn't know how to repay favors. After we get out, I will ask my father to host a banquet to entertain you. If he is happy, he might even give you some pointers. Although his father was just an ordinary heavenly lord, he was a second-class heavenly lord and was quite famous in the entire Tiger Watchtower star zone. I don't care. Li Fuchen really didn't care about a heavenly lord. With his current strength, he was basically able to crush a low-grade heavenly lord. Li Fuchen was confident that he could even suppress a 4th-grade or 5th-grade heavenly lord. Those that could truly threaten Li Fuchen's life would have to be at least a 3rd-grade heavenly lord. As for whether the Light Scar Sacred Lord's father was a City Lord class heavenly lord, Li Fuchen felt that it was impossible. If the Light Scar Sacred Lord's father was a City Lord class heavenly lord, he would definitely emphasize it. You don't even care about a heavenly lord. You sure are ambitious. The Light Scar Sacred Lord laughed. What is so special about a regular heavenly lord? Any one of us has the strength to contest with a low-grade heavenly lord. When we progress to become heavenly lords, the weakest will be a 3rd-grade heavenly lord. As for the Primary Extreme Sword Master, he might be a City Lord class heavenly lord after progressing to a heavenly lord. It was unknown when the bald-headed youth walked out of the cabin and spoke with disdain. He was convinced that Li Fuchen didn't rely on a weapon and used his sword Dao strength to defeat him. When he heard someone ridiculing Li Fuchen, he was naturally unhappy. City Lord class Heavenly Lord? Impossible. The Light Scar Sacred Lord didn't believe it. It is up to you to believe it or not. You will never understand our world. The bald-headed youth couldn't be bothered if the bald-headed youth believed it or not. Before the Light Scar Sacred Lord could say anything, the battleship suddenly froze in time and space. A purple humanoid creature descended. Insect race Heavenly Lord. The bald-headed youth was appalled. Previously, the 100-eyed insect race was already so difficult to deal with. He wouldn't be a match for an insect race Heavenly Lord even if he risked his life. The people in the cabin immediately sensed the abnormality in the outside world and quickly walked out. Why is there an insect race Heavenly Lord in this insect race battlefield? Everyone had unpleasant expressions. Insect race Heavenly Lords required an Origin Destruction class insect nest to nurture. Logically speaking, before the insect race battlefield was sealed, the entire battlefield should have been inspected. It was impossible for an Origin Destruction class insect nest to be left behind. Kill. The armored youth drew the high-grade Joint Heaven sword and slashed at the purple humanoid creature. Crackle. The purple humanoid creature shattered the sword chi with its hand. Purple blood flowed out, but that was all. The purple humanoid creature stared at the armored youth. This emotionless gaze made the armored youth feel extreme pressure. Everyone, split up and escape. We are not a match for him. The one who spoke was the three-eyed youth. Before coming, they had already made an agreement with the bitter sea sword saint. If they encountered fatal danger, they would only prioritize their own lives and wouldn't risk their lives to save others. You cannot abandon us. The Light Scar Sacred Lord was anxious. If they left Li Fuchen's group, they wouldn't be able to survive. The Maya Sacred Lord didn't say anything. She knew clearly that if they couldn't even take care of themselves, who would care about others? I will stay behind to stop him. You guys leave first. Right at this moment, a calm voice echoed. Everyone looked over and realized that it was Li Fuchen who spoke. Can you do it? The armored youth frowned and didn't understand Li Fuchen's intention. Li Fuchen's sword Dao level was indeed higher than him, but he had the high-grade Joint Heaven sword and his strength might not be weaker than Li Fuchen. If he couldn't deal with an insect race Heavenly Lord, what could Li Fuchen do? We will know after we try. Li Fuchen wasn't a benevolent person either. To be honest, staying behind to deal with an insect race Heavenly Lord was dangerous. The reason why he stayed behind was for the insect crystals. He didn't care about regular insect crystals, but Heaven Monarch class insect crystals were very useful to him. While speaking, Li Fuchen flew out from the battleship. Seeing this scene, Sacred Lord Light Mark felt ashamed of his inferiority. As compared to Li Fuchen, he wasn't just inferior in strength, he wasn't as courageous either. However, he understood that courageous people would usually die early and there were very few exceptions. All of you are my food. Don't even think of running. The purple humanoid suddenly vanished and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Li Fuchen. The purple palm had sharp nails and was thrusting at Li Fuchen's chest. Get lost. Li Fuchen wielded the witchcraft sword and cleaved at the purple palm. Boom boom. There was a horrific shockwave and a pitch-black hole appeared at the duo's location. Immediately after, the pitch-black hole collapsed and a powerful force burst out. The purple humanoid was sent flying while Li Fuchen was only pushed back by a certain distance. He suppressed the insect race Heavenly Lord head-on. Everyone took in a deep cold breath. Especially the Maya Sacred Mistress and the others. They were flabbergasted and had shocked expressions. Hurry up and leave. Li Fuchen's voice echoed. Leave. The colorful-clothed young lady controlled the battleship and quickly left the battlefield. They wouldn't be of much help even if they stayed behind and would only be a burden. Furthermore, Li Fuchen might have the upper hand in that clash earlier, but a battle between non-heaven monarchs would normally end with the heaven monarch's victory. A heaven monarch's power was boundless and it was too difficult to kill them. If one couldn't hold on, they would die. Chapter 955. He isn't injured. As the battleship sailed away, Li Fuchen looked at the purple humanoid creature. There weren't any wounds on the creature's body. It was obvious that the sword earlier had only sent the creature flying. It seems like only a supreme weapon can injure him. After keeping the witchcraft sword, Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword. The insect race's defense was indeed tough, but in the face of a high-grade supreme weapon, it was useless no matter how tough the defense was. The fact that the armored youth was able to make him bleed was proof. The purple humanoid creature's eyes contracted. It was obvious that he could see that Li Fuchen's sword and the armored youth's sword were the same swords. Roar! The purple humanoid creature opened his mouth that was filled with sharp teeth and roared. The destructive sound wave radiated towards Li Fuchen. The dark chaotic void was also shaking along with the sound wave. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Li Fuchen couldn't withstand the sound wave, he would definitely be turned into dust. It was a pity that with the sword chi's protection, the sound wave couldn't enter Li Fuchen's body. Sect Origin Swords. 10,000 sword shadows appeared in the void and turned into a single sword shadow. It was attacking the purple humanoid creature at an unimaginable speed. PFFF. Purple blood splattered and the purple humanoid creature's body was instantly penetrated. Its strength is much stronger than the Wavya Heaven Monarch. It should be a grade 5 Heaven Monarch. After a spar, Li Fuchen had a rough understanding of the purple humanoid creature's strength. A grade 5 Heaven Monarch wasn't considered weak. In normal situations, those who cultivated the martial Tao would normally reach the level of a grade 5 Heaven Monarch after becoming a Heaven Monarch. Such an existence would be hard to kill even if a grade 1 Heaven Monarch didn't have a powerful weapon. But Li Fuchen was different. Without the joint Heaven Sword, my strength isn't inferior to grade 4 or 5 Heaven Monarchs. With the joint Heaven Sword, I am confident that I can contest with grade 3 Heaven Monarchs. Heaven Monarchs were formidable because they had boundless energy, but a Heaven Monarch's vitality wasn't boundless. In the face of a high-grade supreme weapon, a Heaven Monarch might not be able to withstand it. Let alone a grade 5 Heaven Monarch, even if the purple humanoid creature had the strength of a grade 3 or 4 Heaven Monarch, Li Fuchen might still have a chance of victory, but the chances were extremely low. It was fortunate that the opponent was only a grade 5 Heaven Monarch and Li Fuchen felt that there was still a good chance to kill it. Seeing that the destructive sound wave couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen, the purple humanoid started to engage in close combat with Li Fuchen. The close-range combat of the insect race was extremely terrifying. The skin of the insect race could secrete a destructive acid that could easily corrode and destroy the enemy. Even supreme weapons could be destroyed. Of course, with the toughness of the upper-grade joint Heaven Sword, there was no need to worry about it being destroyed. This kind of combat instinct is really powerful. The insect race's combat instincts seem to be innate. It might seem primitive, but it was actually at the stage of simplifying the complexity. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's incredible combat innate talent and the assistance of his spirit soul, he might not be a match for the purple humanoid creature. Puff. Poo, pu. Before the sword hole on the purple humanoid creature's body could heal, another sword hole appeared. For a moment, it looked like a human-shaped sieve. 2 hours, 1 day, 10 days. The purple humanoid's life force was greatly weakened, and it finally began to flee. You want to run? If Li Fuchen was someone else, the purple humanoid creature wouldn't be able to escape. Firstly, it was impossible to track. Secondly, the purple humanoid creature's speed was too fast and it was hard to catch up. But Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen had planted a spirit's soul mark on the purple humanoid creature from the start. No matter where the purple humanoid creature fled to, Li Fuqian would be able to sense it. Secondly, Li Fuqian's speed wasn't slower than the purple humanoid creature. Even if Li Fuqian was shaken off, he just had to create a sword force passage to catch up. Gradually, the purple humanoid creature's chi presence was getting weaker. It was like a candle flame in the wind that was going to be extinguished at any moment. Die! Rushing out from the sword force passage, Li Fuqian blasted the purple humanoid creature with the origin return sword chi. PFFF. The purple humanoid creature's last trace of life force was turned into nothingness by the sword chi and the corpse was split into pieces. A purple insect crystal flew out from the dismembered corpse. It was impossible to describe how beautiful this insect crystal was. It was also impossible to describe the amount of energy contained within the insect crystal. In Li Fuqian's opinion, even 100 stars' energy wouldn't be comparable with this insect crystal. Li Fuqian reached out his right hand and grabbed the purple insect crystal. For an instant, Li Fuqian felt as though he was grabbing a piece of soldering iron and it was rather hot. If it was a weaker sacred lord, the moment he grabbed the purple insect crystal, he would probably be turned into ashes. Interesting. It contains at least 100 million peak-grade spirit stones energy. Li Fuqian was rather shocked. 100 million peak-grade spirit stones weren't considered much when scattered, but when compressed together, it was extremely terrifying. Once this energy was detonated, it was enough to blast a weaker heaven monarch to death. It is time to leave. After keeping the purple insect crystal, Li Fuqian left rapidly. Li Fuqian didn't know that when he killed the purple humanoid creature, a message was transmitted back to the insect nest. Crackle. One of the insect eggs that was covered with yellow patterns cracked open. Immediately after, another insect egg that was covered with black patterns cracked open too. In a short period of time, a total of 4 insect eggs cracked open and 4 powerful humanoid creatures walked out. Abuz is dead. Find this human and eat him. One of the black humanoid creatures shot out 2 rays of light from its eyes. The 2 rays of light formed a light screen in the air and inside the screen was Li Fuqian's lifelike image. Without any sound or presence, the 4 humanoid creatures vanished from the insect nest. Li Fuqian could faintly feel an intense danger assaulting him. He couldn't help but increase his speed to the limits. He would also create a sword force passage to travel from time to time. We have arrived at the seal barrier. As the rainbow-clothed woman's voice echoed, the battleship broke through a layer of obstruction and appeared in the normal universe. Father. On the battleship, the Maya Sacred Lord saw the Bitter Sea Sword Lord and yelled out with excitement. Maya! The Bitter Sea Sword Lord was also very excited. With a wave of his hand, the Maya Sacred Lord appeared in front of him and the duo hugged. Father, I have made you worry. The Maya Sacred Lord lifted her head and apologized. The Bitter Sea Sword Lord said, It is good that you are able to come out alive. Greetings to Lord Sword Lord. The battleship was kept and everyone got off the ship. The Bitter Sea Sword Lord looked around and asked with astonishment, Where is the primary extreme sword master? The Maya Sacred Lord said, Along the way, we encountered an insect race heaven lord. The primary extreme sword master volunteered to stay behind, insect race heaven lord. The Bitter Sea Sword Lord's expression changed slightly. It wasn't a small matter that there was actually an insect race heaven lord in the insect race battlefield. Since that is the case, we will wait for a period of time. I believe that with the primary extreme sword master's strength, he will definitely turn the misfortune into a blessing. Chapter 956. We will give you our power. Seeing that they couldn't catch up to Li Fuqian, the 3 humanoid lifeforms poured their energy into the black humanoid lifeform. There were many terrifying aspects about the Zergs, such as their ability to reproduce and share information. Other than that, the Zergs could also share power. Suddenly, the black humanoid creature's power tripled. The aura emanating from its body caused even space and time to stop flowing. He's finally coming out. A few days later, Li Fuchen arrived at the border of the insect race battlefield. During this period, the insectoid race's battlefield gave him an increasingly oppressive feeling. He had a premonition that if he slowed down just a little, he might face a life-or-death crisis. After penetrating the seal barrier, Li Fuchen walked into the sword force passage. Buzz! At this moment, a black humanoid creature suddenly swept out of the void. With his appearance, time and space stopped flowing, and the stable and sturdy sword power passageway also distorted for a moment. Li Fuchen turned around and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This black humanoid's aura was more than 4 times that of the purple humanoid. This meant that it was more than 4 times stronger than the purple humanoid. One had to know that strength and strength were 2 different concepts. If one's strength was doubled, one's strength would be increased by almost 10 times. Boom! The black humanoid creature punched out, causing the sword force passage to explode. You think I'm afraid of you? Anyway, here is not far from the seal barrier. Li Fuchen is not afraid of the black humanoid creature, a sword slash over. The commotion caused by the battle between the two was so great that it even affected the seal barrier, causing it to distort. Of course, the seal barrier was only a manifestation of the seal. It would not be damaged unless there was a problem with the seal itself. But through the distorted seal barrier, the Bitter Sea Sword Saint and the others could still vaguely see Li Fuchen and the black humanoid creature's image. It's Sword Master Primordial Extreme. Something isn't right. I remember that the heaven monarchs of the insect race were purple humanoid lifeforms. Why are they black humanoid lifeforms now? Everyone discussed spiritedly. The battle was very intense. The black humanoid creature might be a few dozen times stronger than the purple humanoid creature, but Li Fuchen wasn't someone to be trifled with. Before his energy was depleted, Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of the black humanoid creature at all. Forget it. After a long battle, Li Fuchen was sure that there was no hope of killing the black humanoid creature. Dang! Using the force, Li Fuchen flew towards the seal barrier. The black humanoid sneered, and with a shake of its body, it instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen. In terms of ability, he might not be stronger than Li Fuchen, but in terms of speed, he was much better than Li Fuchen. Boundless Sword Sea. The silver sea of swords enveloped the black humanoid creature. Puff! The black humanoid forcefully ripped apart the sea of swords and blocked in front of Li Fuchen again. Boundless Sea of Bitterness. Suddenly, a dark sword chi drilled through the folds of the seal barrier. As it swept past the black humanoid, it brought the black humanoid into an unknown sword realm. Sword Master Primal Twin, hurry up and come out. The Bitter Sea Sword Saint's voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen rushed out of the insectoid battlefield. Not long after Li Fuchen left, the black humanoid figure appeared from the void and gradually solidified. Although the Bitter Sea Sword Sage was a lord of heaven, it was already very impressive that he could trap the black humanoid creature for a period of time through the seal barrier. It was impossible to trap him forever. Bang! The seal barrier that didn't obstruct Li Fuchen and the others was able to obstruct the black humanoid creature. The massive backlash had caused the black humanoid creature's carapace to crack and black blood to burst out. Lord Sword Sage, many thanks. After exiting the insectoid battlefield, Li Fuchen cupped his fist towards the Bitter Sea Sword Sage. The Bitter Sea Sword Sage said, I should be the one thanking you. Without you, my daughter wouldn't be able to come out unscathed. While speaking, the Bitter Sea Sword Sage swept a glance and said to everyone, remember, do not enter this insectoid battlefield in the future. I suspect that there is an origin extinction class insectoid nest inside and there are more than 2 insectoid heaven monarchs. After returning, the Bitter Sea Sword Sage was planning to report this matter to the guild leader. As for how to deal with the insectoid battlefield, it wasn't up to him to consider. It was something that higher-level existences should consider. Understood. Everyone nodded. They weren't fools. Even if someone offered a huge sum of money to invite them, they wouldn't enter the insectoid battlefield. After returning to the Sword Star City, the Bitter Sea Sword Sage gave the other 7 sword bones to Li Fuchen. With these 10 sword bones, Li Fuchen believed that he would be able to push the primary extreme sword technique to the super first-rate extremity in a short period of time. Once the primary extreme sword technique broke through to the super first-rate extremity, his strength would be terrifying. With the Joint Heaven Sword, it wouldn't be a problem for him to contest with Class 2 or 3 Heaven Monarchs. Li Fuchen was confident that he would be able to contest with a Class 1 Heaven Monarch. However, if the cultivation technique broke through to the super first-rate extremity, he would already be considered as a Heaven Monarch. For martial Dao cultivators to become a Heaven Monarch, there were actually 2 paths. The first path was to master a supreme martial art. The second path was to master a super first-rate extremity cultivation technique. Mastering the supreme martial art would allow one's bloodline to metamorphose into a supreme bloodline, also known as the Heaven Monarch bloodline. Mastering the super first-rate extremity cultivation technique would allow one's body to metamorphose into the body of a Heaven Monarch. The sword bones were a part of the Sword Dao Heaven Monarch's body. After more than half a year, the Wind Cloud Sword Master and the others had yet to leave. After exiting the sword pool, they had been in seclusion. After ending their seclusion, they realized that Li Fuchen hadn't returned yet and had been waiting. In any case, the Sword Star City was an excellent cultivation ground for Sword Dao, and it wasn't a big deal to stay here for a period of time. After staying in the Sword Star City for a few days, Li Fuchen, the Wind Cloud Sword Master, and the others still left. The Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild's teleportation platform lit up and 5 figures appeared. What is going on? Once back in the Divine Leaf City, Li Fuchen immediately felt the intense pressure in the air. In the past, the Divine Leaf City gave off a very peaceful feeling. After all, the leaves of the World Tree contained limitless vitality and were enough to affect the laws of the universe. The Divine Leaf City has been sealed and no one can enter or exit. But the Star Region teleportation array isn't sealed yet, hence, you can teleport back. The White Rainbow Heaven Monarch appeared in front of the 5 and explained. Vice President, what exactly is going on? The Red Leaf Sword Master didn't understand. The White Rainbow Heaven Monarch said, isn't it because of the leaves of the World Tree? Countless pinnacle experts are eyeing this leaf covetously, but no one has the confidence to obtain it. However, it is different from the war countless years ago. This time, it is a ruthless individual and he is the 19th Legion commander of the Undead Legion, the Blood Axe Monarch. He is a Star Region class Heaven Monarch and even the Cross River Primogenitor has to treat him seriously. With his 19th Legion, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he can cover the sky with one hand in the Cross River Star Region. Right now, the 19th Legion has already surrounded the Divine Leaf City and even the time-space has been sealed. No one can enter or exit. If the Star Region teleportation array isn't of a high enough grade, all of you wouldn't be able to return. Undead Legion. Everyone's heart trembled in response. The Undead Legion was famous throughout the universe. The leader of the Undead Legion, the Undead Monarch, was an invincible existence in the universe. Generally speaking, the Undead Legion had 2 types of systems. One was the Legion system and the other was like the Sky Patrol Demon Lord, which was more scattered. They would only gather when there were missions. The Divine Leaf City was targeted by the 19th Legion commander of the Undead Legion, the Blood Axe Monarch. It was probably doomed. Should we contact the Sword Star City's Swordsman Guild? Li Fuchen asked. The Sword Star City's Swordsman Guild was after all a Star Will class Swordsman Guild and they did have Star Region class Heaven Monarchs. The White Rainbow Heaven Monarch shook his head. This is a war between the Divine Leaf City Lord and the Blood Axe Monarch. It has nothing to do with us. There is no need to complicate matters. Be it the Swordsman Guild or the Undead Legion, they were both top-notch factions. Such factions wouldn't easily have conflicts. After all, the top-notch factions were always tangled up and a slight move would affect the rest. It was very easy for a small conflict to cause a universe-class war. Divine Leaf City Lord Residence, It is not too late to give up now. The Blood Axe Monarch isn't a benevolent person. 100-Flower Empress persuaded the Divine Leaf City Lord. The Divine Leaf City Lord said unwillingly, "Give me another few tens of thousands of years and I am confident I can break through to the Star Region class. It is impossible to give up now." This leaf of the World Tree was of great help to the Divine Leaf City Lord. Furthermore, as he grew stronger, the help would only increase. According to normal development, he would become the second Star Region class Heaven Monarch in a few tens of thousands of years. It was a pity that the Blood Axe Monarch was here. 100-Flower Empress sighed, "But you have to know that the Blood Axe Monarch isn't a regular Star Region class Heaven Monarch. He is comparable with the Cross River Primogenitor. If you fight with him, your chances of victory are less than 10%. Once you are defeated, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. If you give up on the Divine Leaf City, you still have a chance to break through to the Star Region class Heaven Monarch." How could she not know the Divine Leaf City Lord's feelings? Heaven Monarchs might seem high and mighty and wouldn't be blinded by anything, but it was just that the temptation wasn't great enough. If it was her, she wouldn't bear to give up on the World Tree's leaf either. She might be like the Divine Leaf City Lord and choose to fight with all her might. "I know, but I, the Divine Leaf City Lord, am no longer the Divine Leaf City Lord of the past. If the Blood Axe Monarch wants the World Tree's leaf, it will depend on whether he is capable enough. If there wasn't a 30% chance, the Divine Leaf City Lord wouldn't fight with all his might. It was precisely because there was hope that he would be so irrational." After a moment of silence, 100-Flower Empress raised her head and said seriously, "I will not participate in this war. You have to understand. The Blood Axe Monarch wasn't scary. What was scary was the undead army and the undead king behind it. 100-Flower Empress had no reason to fight with all her might." "Of course." The Divine Leaf City Lord nodded. In the starry sky billions of miles away from the Divine Leaf City, a blood-colored fortress floated quietly. The front of the blood-colored fortress had the symbol of the blood axe, which looked very domineering. Inside the fortress, in the long hall of the palace, many sacred lords and heaven monarchs gathered. It might be hard for outsiders to understand how powerful the 19th Legion was. Only those who truly understood the 19th Legion would know how terrifying it was. In the 19th Legion, apart from the Blood Axe Monarch, there were 10 City Lord class Heaven Monarchs, hundreds of ordinary Heaven Monarchs, tens of thousands of Sacred Lords, and the rest were all peak-level saints. In terms of the number of Heaven Monarchs, it was comparable to half of the star field. Taking the horizontal river star field as an example, there was only one star sector-level Heaven Monarch and more than 10 City Lord class Heaven Monarchs. In the main seat of the palace hall, a giant with dark red skin sat on it. Chapter 957. The Blood Axe. The Arch had already forgotten how long he had lived. As a star sector-grade Heaven Monarch, his lifespan was almost limitless. It was meaningless to calculate his age. Then, the Blood Axe Sovereign Emperor picked up a huge wine cup filled with a scarlet liquid. He swirled it around before downing it in one gulp. "Inform God Leaf City Lord, if he doesn't surrender within a month, we will attack the city." Sovereign Lord Sanguine Axe said to a heavenly monarch to his left in a cold voice. "Yes." The heavenly lord stood up and accepted the order. "The Arch, why waste a month's time? With our strength, it isn't difficult to break the Divine Leaf City's array formation. After all, we have the Undying Spear." One of the Heaven Monarchs was puzzled. The Undying Spear was a trump card bestowed by the Undying Monarch to every corps commander. It contained a strand of the Undying Monarch's power. Even without the Immortal Spear, with the strength of our 19th Legion, it's only a matter of time before we break through Godly Leaf City. Right, it's just a mere universe city, it's not like our 19th Army hasn't broken through before. In my opinion, we should force God Leaf City Lord to surrender now. If he dares to disobey, we will kill him without mercy. Below, the Heavenly Lords were discussing. Clearing his throat, Heavenly Lord Armageddon, the first city lord to the right of the Blood Axe monarch, said, "The monarch naturally has his own considerations for doing this. Firstly, the power of the immortal spear is limited. The more it is used, the less it can be used. The Lord Immortal King will not take the initiative to replenish the power of the immortal spear unless he has performed a meritorious deed. Secondly, the godly leaf city is different from the other cities in the universe. With the support of the leaves of the world tree, no one knows what might happen. If we force the godly leaf city lord into a corner, our 19th Legion will definitely win, but we will definitely suffer some losses." Monarch Sanguine Axe nodded. Heavenly Lord Doomsday is right. Although the godly leaf city lord is nothing to worry about, godly leaf city and the world tree's leaves cannot be ignored. Without the protection of the divine leaf city, the Sanguine Axe imperial monarch wouldn't even care about 10 divine leaf city lords, let alone one. Sovereign Emperor Sanguine Axe has ordered City Lord Yi to surrender within a month. Otherwise, he will have to bear the consequences. On this day, in the sky above the God Leaf City, a thunderous voice resounded through the entire city. "This is an ultimatum. I wonder how the God Leaf City Lord will choose. They'll probably surrender. Emperor Blood Axe is simply too powerful. Aside from the Headriver primogenitor, no one in the Headriver stellar region is a match for him." The heavenly monarchs living in the divine Leaf City were discussing this matter. This war didn't have much to do with them. It would be fine as long as they didn't offend Imperial Emperor Sanguine Axe. A clear voice rang out from the city lord's mansion. "Go back and tell Imperial Emperor Sanguine Axe to leave immediately. This is not a place for him to act wildly." Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that the divine Leaf City Lord has some backing? Otherwise, why would he dare to speak to Sovereign Emperor Sanguine Axe in such a manner? Maybe. Everyone was unsure. "Godly Leaf City Leader, I hope you can still be so arrogant after a month." The Heavenly Lord who came to deliver the message snorted and left. 1 month. On the street, Li Fuchen frowned. Although this war had nothing to do with them, it definitely affected them. The God Leaf City Lord was a fair person. Under his rule, the God Leaf City was in good order. On the other hand, the undead army was inclined towards evil, so the cities under their rule wouldn't be too peaceful. It might even be better than the Darkness Heavenly Lord's Darkness City. "I hope we can win." Li Fuchen let out a sigh. Blood Axe Fortress, it seems like he has some backing. Interesting. The Blood Axe Emperor nodded and smiled. The Doomsday Heaven Lord sneered and said, "Even if he has some backing, he is dead for sure." Universe cities were indeed very hard to break through. This was because every universe city was enveloped by supreme arrays. Supreme arrays were classified into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and peak-grade. Generally speaking, low-grade supreme arrays wouldn't even be able to block City Lord-class heavenly monarchs. Mid-grade supreme arrays wouldn't be able to block Star Domain-class heavenly monarchs. High-grade supreme arrays wouldn't be able to block demigods. Only peak-grade supreme arrays were unbreakable. However, universe cities could set up a few more layers of supreme arrays. For example, the Divine Leaf City had a total of 2 layers of mid-grade supreme arrays and 7 layers of low-grade supreme arrays. In normal situations, Star Domain-class heavenly monarchs wouldn't be able to break through. But the Blood Axe Emperor wasn't a regular Star Domain-class heavenly monarch. The 19th Legion didn't rely on numbers to intimidate others. As of now, the 19th Legion had already broken through 3 universe cities and was rather experienced in sieging cities. There's no hurry. 1 month will pass quickly. The Blood Axe Emperor wasn't in a hurry. He liked the feeling of being in control of the whole situation. Life was long, and it would be too boring if he didn't find some entertainment for himself. "Blood Axe Emperor, can you give me some face and leave the horizontal river galaxy?" Outside the Blood Axe Fortress, an old man with his eyes closed gradually materialized. Horizontal River Ancestor. The Blood Axe Emperor's gaze passed through the fortress and landed on the old man. "As long as you are willing to leave, I can pay for part of your losses," said Horizontal River Ancestor. Hearing this, the Blood Axe Emperor sneered. "If I'm not wrong, you are already negotiating with the Divine Leaf City Lord. What do you think?" Horizontal River Ancestor didn't deny it. "I must get the leaf of the world tree." The Blood Axe Emperor was resolute. "In that case, I'll take my leave." Horizontal River Ancestor heard the tone and knew that it would be difficult to negotiate. "Divine Leaf City. What do you think?" Horizontal River Ancestor said to the Divine Leaf City Lord. He only had one goal, and that was the leaf of the world tree. He was willing to exchange for the leaf with a sincere price. This way, although the Divine Leaf City Lord would lose the leaf, he wouldn't gain nothing. But if he faced the Blood Axe Emperor, not only would he gain nothing, but he might even lose his life. As for splitting the world tree into two, they didn't have the ability to do so. It wasn't realistic for the two of them to use it at the same time. Who knew what the other party would think? 100,000 years later, let's trade again. I can make an oath. The Divine Leaf City Lord needed the leaf to break through to the star sector level Heavenly Monarch realm. Horizontal River Ancestor shook his head. "Impossible. I'm already taking a huge risk by going against the Undying Army." If it was any other enemy, Horizontal River Ancestor might agree to this condition. However, the opponent was the Undying Army. Those who went against the Undying Army were either invincible experts or dead people. Now that he had the leaf of the world tree, he could study the profundities of the leaf. Perhaps, his strength would increase by another level. It was impossible for him to wait for 100,000 years. Rather than wait, he would rather give up. In the end, the two didn't come to an agreement. 1 month later, the Blood Axe Fortress flew near the Divine Leaf City. Everyone was staring at the Blood Axe Fortress. "Divine Leaf City Lord, come out and accept your death." The dark red-skinned giant flew out, and beside him were the Storm Heaven Monarch and the Doomsday Heaven Monarch. "Blood Axe Emperor, why must you be so overbearing?" The Divine Leaf City Lord appeared on the city gates. The Doomsday Heaven Monarch pointed at the Divine Leaf City Lord and said, "The Emperor has already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. It is too late to say anything now." "Is that considered a chance?" The Divine Leaf City Lord sneered. "This person is the Blood Axe Emperor." It was the first time for most of the people to see the Blood Axe Emperor. Looking at the dark red-skinned giant that was overlooking the world, everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. If there was a day that they could have such prowess, they would die without regrets. No wonder he is a star sector-level heaven monarch. There were plenty of people standing on the city walls, including Li Fuchen. Different from others, before their spiritual awareness could get close to the Blood Axe Emperor, it would be shattered by an invisible force and could only be observed with the naked eye. Li Fuchen's spirit soul power was able to get close to the Blood Axe Emperor without being detected. Li Fuchen's spirit soul could sense that the Blood Axe Emperor was emitting a concentrated eternal chi presence. This eternal chi presence was similar to the stars. As long as it wasn't destroyed by external forces, it would continue to exist. It wouldn't be a problem for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years. The Blood Axe Emperor's skin was emitting an indestructible law. Li Fuchen had a feeling that even if this space-time zone was completely destroyed, the Blood Axe Emperor's skin wouldn't have a trace of damage. The Blood Axe Emperor's eyes seemed to be able to see through the past and the future. As long as he was willing, he could even see some scenes in the future. The Blood Axe Emperor's power was as vast as the sea of stars. A single ripple would cause fear and despair. Li Fuchen didn't know if the other star sector-level heaven monarchs would give him the same feeling. He only knew that the Blood Axe Emperor was very powerful, extremely powerful. Without the protection of the Divine Leaf City, the Blood Axe Emperor just needed to leak a trace of chi presence to slaughter countless people. I, the Blood Axe Emperor, once led the 19th Legion to conquer 3 universe cities. The Divine Leaf City will be the 4th one. The Blood Axe Emperor raised his right hand high and a blood-red giant axe appeared in his hand. See splitting. With a deep yell, the Blood Axe Emperor cleaved at the Divine Leaf City. Heavens! In everyone's vision, a blood-colored axe shadow that was billions of miles in size cleaved over ruthlessly. In the sky above the Divine Leaf City, 9 different colored chi barriers burst out from different space-time zones. When the blood-colored axe shadow made contact with them, the space-time zone shattered like a mirror before freezing and returning to tranquility. Nine layers of supreme array. The Blood Axe Emperor frowned. In the past, he had only conquered one universe city at most and they were only set up with 7 layers of supreme array. Set up the array. The Blood Axe Emperor gave an order. With the Storm Heaven Monarch as the leader, a total of 64 Heaven Monarchs gathered together and formed a storm battle formation. With the Doomsday Heaven Monarch as the leader, a total of 72 Heaven Monarchs gathered together and formed a fireball battle formation. Rumble. The 2 battle formations blasted at the Divine Leaf City. This wasn't the end yet. Tens of thousands of sacred lords flew out from the Blood Axe Fortress and formed a giant spear battle formation before thrusting at the Divine Leaf City. Finally, even the Blood Axe Fortress burst out with a blood-red pillar of light and blasted at the Divine Leaf City. The Blood Axe Fortress was originally a battle fortress. As long as there was enough energy, the power it could display wouldn't be inferior to Star Sector-level Heaven Monarchs. After 4 layers of attacks, the Divine Leaf City's 9 layers of supreme array were all revealed and flashed with radiance. Chapter 958. Kill. The Divine Leaf City Lord waved his hand and a 1,000,000 miles long azure wind blade slashed towards Divine Emperor Blood Axe. With the support of the 9 supreme arrays, the Divine Leaf City Lord's strength had undoubtedly reached the level of a Star Sector-level Heavenly Lord. Bang! Divine Emperor Blood Axe waved his axe and easily destroyed the wind blade. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Divine Emperor Blood Axe, the Divine Leaf City Lord turned to attack the Storm Battle Formation and the Fireball Battle Formation. Unfortunately, the Storm Battle Formation and the Fireball Battle Formation were supreme arrays and their power had reached the level of a Star Sector-level Heavenly Lord. Even the Spear Battle Formation formed by tens of thousands of Sacred Lords was a supreme array and its power had also reached the level of a Star Sector-level Heavenly Lord. The reason why the Undying Army was able to dominate the universe was mainly due to their supreme arrays. Supreme arrays were usually controlled by the top forces in the universe and normal Star Sector-level Heavenly Lords wouldn't even be able to touch them. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. The 2 sides were in a stalemate and no one could do anything to the other. Chaos Blood Axe. 1 week passed. Divine Emperor Blood Axe's aura suddenly increased. He held the blood-colored axe with both hands, raised it above his head and hacked down. A 10 billion miles long blood-colored axe shadow hacked down on the 9 supreme arrays. Crackle. Cracks began to appear on the 9 supreme formations. Not good. The Divine Leaf City Lord's expression changed. He didn't expect Divine Emperor Blood Axe's strength to increase by more than 10 times. It would be fine if it was just Divine Emperor Blood Axe, but he had the help of the entire 19th Legion, which allowed Divine Emperor Blood Axe to find a tiny flaw in the array. Power of the World, strengthen. The Divine Leaf City Lord formed a hand seal and an azure air rose from the leaf of the World Tree and merged into the array. In the next instant, the cracks on the array closed up. The power of the leaf of the World Tree. Divine Emperor Blood Axe's expression was gloomy. His only worry had indeed happened. The Divine Leaf City Lord knew how to use the power of the leaf of the World Tree. Even a small portion of the power was extremely terrifying. After all, it was the leaf of the World Tree. Divine Emperor Blood Axe, if you leave now, you'll still have some face. World Seal. The God Leaf City Lord roared and struck out with his palm. A huge green palm print slammed towards the Fireball Battle Formation. Boom! The fireball battle formation collapsed. The people in the fireball formation spat out blood and were sent flying. His strength? The Doomsday Heavenly Lord was extremely shocked. They were both City Lord Heavenly Lords, but the other party had the support of a supreme formation and the World Tree's leaves, yet he was so powerful. Next, the God Leaf City Lord destroyed the Storm Battle Formation and the Long Spear Battle Formation. I admit that I have underestimated you and God Leaf City. Monarch Sanguine Axe's axe clashed with the Azure Palm, and the powerful impact sent him flying back tens of thousands of kilometers. He was different from the God Leaf City Lord. He represented an individual. In the face of the impact, he would naturally be pushed back. As for the God Leaf City Lord, he represented the entire God Leaf City. This bit of impact was not enough to make the God Leaf City move. It's a pity that you're barely strong enough to control the power of the leaves of the World Tree. I don't believe that you can keep going. Countless runes that looked like ants crawled out from Monarch Bloodaxe's body. At the same time, his body began to grow larger. 10,000 kilometers, 1,000,000 kilometers, 100,000,000 kilometers. Monarch Sanguine Axe only stopped when he reached 100,000,000 kilometers in size. Raising his blood-colored axe, Monarch Sanguine Axe struck out 1,000 times at God Leaf City. The dense blood-colored axe shadows were like raging waves, engulfing the entire God Leaf City. Bang bang bang, with the support of the World Tree's leaves, God Leaf City's formation was at least several times stronger. There were no signs of it collapsing. Blink another half a month passed. Monarch Sanguine Axe's attacks had already slowed down. As long as he didn't exceed his limits, his power was endless. However, in the first few days, he had the intention to test the God Leaf City Lord. Hence, his explosive power was a little fierce. On the city gate, the God Leaf City Lord's forehead was covered in sweat. Controlling the power of the World Tree's leaves was indeed a huge burden for him. For example, you might not be tired for a day when you brandished a weapon that weighed 100 kilograms. But when you brandished a weapon that weighed 1,000 kilograms, you might be tired after a while. Although the latter was much more powerful and invincible. Attack! Monarch Sanguine Axe ordered. 2 tens of thousands of kilometers long and a few hundred kilometers thick silver iron pillars extended from the front of the Blood Axe fortress. Zap! A terrifying electric current flickered on the iron pillars. Almost instantly, a flickering ball of lightning was born between the 2 iron pillars. The thunderball was sometimes big and sometimes small. When it was big, it was a few thousand kilometers wide. When it was small, it was hard to see with the naked eye. Silently, the thunderball floated towards God Leaf City. Rumble. The world was filled with thunderbolts. In front of the thunderbolts, time and space no longer had any meaning. Everything was blasted into a state of chaos. Damn it, this is chaos divine lightning. The God Leaf City Lord's face turned ugly. Chaos divine lightning was the ultimate form of lightning. Although a heavenly lord had mastered the Chaos Realm had different levels. Initial mastery and complete mastery were 2 different concepts. If it was a normal battle, even if he couldn't withstand the Chaos Divine Lightning, he could still dodge it. Or, he wouldn't even give the Blood Axe Fortress any time to accumulate the Chaos Divine Lightning. But this was a siege. He couldn't possibly bring God Leaf City to dodge. Hence, he could only resist it head-on. There's a flaw. Naturally, the Chaos Divine Lightning couldn't break Divine Leaf City's array formation. However, it managed to create a small flaw in the array formation. Seizing this opportunity, the Blood Axe Sovereign Emperor activated his supreme secret technique again, hacking at the flaw with his axe. Kacha! Inside the God Leaf City, a huge axe mark appeared. Everything within the axe mark was naturally destroyed. Run! In the beginning, everyone thought that they were safe inside the city. No matter who won or lost, it would just be a change of city lord. But now, they realized that they were wrong. No matter who won or lost, there would always be a lot of lives lost. It was unavoidable. But then they realized that where could they escape to? The appearance of the axe mark was random. If they escaped to another place, there might be another axe mark. As for escaping outside the city, it was even more unrealistic. The void outside the city was chaotic. Even heavenly monarchs would be in danger if they went out, let alone those below the heavenly monarch realm. One after another, the thunderballs struck the God-Leaf City's array formation, causing it to be in a state of instability. Inside the Blood Axe Fortress, the Heaven Storm Monarch, the Heaven Doomsday Monarch, and the others were all present. Activating the Chaos Divine Lightning required a massive amount of energy. The entire 19th Legion was pouring energy into the Blood Axe Fortress energy pool. Only by doing so, they would be able to activate the Chaos Divine Lightning to blast at God-Leaf City. The Blood Axe the Arch would make use of every opportunity to attack the flaws in God-Leaf City's array formation. But in this way, the people in the city suffered. They could only watch helplessly as the axe traces fell down, they could only watch helplessly as countless lives were lost, they simply could not do anything about it. Be careful. Li Fuchen immediately sensed that an axe mark was about to land on this part of the city wall. He immediately skimmed over. Crack. Even though there were a few people that followed closely behind Li Fuchen, they weren't able to escape and were shredded into pieces by an intense chi presence. The power has been weakened by at least 100 or 1,000 times. But apart from the City Lord class Heaven Monarchs, no one can withstand it. The instant the axe mark landed, Li Fuchen felt as though everything had turned into nothingness. What time, what great Tao law! In the face of this axe mark, everything was just fleeting clouds. I must not let it graze me, Li Fuchen said in his heart. The battle was still ongoing. In the God-Leaf City, everyone was anxious and everyone was looking forward to the end of the battle. In fact, a portion of the people hoped that the God-Leaf City Lord would surrender. Because only if the God-Leaf City Lord surrendered would the battle end quickly. The God-Leaf City Lord's mental state was rather terrible. The Heaven Monarch's power might be boundless, but the Heaven Monarch's spirit wasn't indestructible. It was a little unbearable for a Heaven Monarch to constantly fight. As his mental state worsened, the God-Leaf City Lord's control of the World Tree's leaf power was getting lesser too. It was a vicious cycle. Kacha, 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 the God-Leaf City was in chaos. There were axe marks everywhere and even the Swordsman Guild was split apart by an axe mark. The time is here. The Blood Axe Thearcha's eyes burst out with a horrifying radiance. A grey spear appeared in his hand. Once the grey spear appeared, all the energy in the surrounding universe surged towards the spear and transformed into fearsome undying power. Absorb and transform all material energy. Li Fuchen was rather shocked. Destroying all material energy was something that anyone who grasped the primal chaos realm would be able to do. But absorbing and transforming all material energy wasn't something that just anyone could do. It was reckoned that only those who completely grasped the primal chaos realm would be able to do it, and those people were at least demigods. Go! With a yell, the Blood Axe the Arch exerted strength in his arm. The grey spear turned into a grey bolt of lightning that penetrated the God-Leaf City's array and the body of the God-Leaf City Lord. Sigh. Ancestor Heng He, who had been observing the battle, let out a sigh and vanished. Why bother? 100 Flower Empress shook her head with a complicated expression. She knew about the Undying Legion's Undying Spear. If the God-Leaf City Lord was a Star Domain class Heaven Monarch, he might be able to survive this spear attack. City Lord class Heaven Monarchs would definitely perish. Foolish. The Darkness Heaven Monarch, who was hiding in a dark whirlpool, sneered. In his opinion, the God-Leaf City Lord was too foolish. He knew that it wasn't possible, but he still wanted to do it. Wasn't he courting death? I am unwilling. The God-Leaf City Lord pointed at the Blood Axe the Arch with widened eyes. He thought he could succeed, but he still failed. The price was death. If he could do it all over again, agreeing to Ancestor Hang He's condition wasn't a bad idea. Bang! The God Leaf City Lord's body was blasted into ashes, including his spirit soul. Chapter 959. Just as many people expected, after the God Leaf City changed its master, the order in the city was much more chaotic than before. The 19th Division took advantage of their special status to bully men and take women by force. Many sects, families, and gangs were pressured into joining the 19th Legion. Of course, there was a price to be paid for taking refuge. Without top-quality spirit stones, even if you wanted to take refuge, no one would want you. On the bustling street, people came and went. Sigh, God Leaf City is too chaotic now. When will it end? That's right, these people from the 19th Division are really useless. I think we should consider leaving Godly Leaf City. How could it be so easy to leave God Leaf City? First, you have to spend a large amount of top-grade spirit stones to apply for a city exit permit and a teleportation permit. Then, you have to queue up for a spot. Forget about that, you will eventually get your turn. But the prerequisite is that no one has bribed the 19th Legion to cut the queue. You know old Chin, right? He had already applied for all sorts of documents last year, but he still hasn't gotten his turn. According to my estimation, he won't be able to leave God Leaf City for another 8 to 10 years. With his remaining top-grade spirit stones, he doesn't have enough to bribe anyone. We can travel directly. There's no need to queue up for teleportation, right? Do you think that the 19th Division will let you take advantage of a loophole? Right now, the vicinity of Godly Leaf City is filled with space pirates. If you don't use the teleportation star, you will lose your life. Space bandits, could it be the 19th Legion who ordered this? Sure. Lower your voice. The two of them suddenly fell silent. Above the two of them, a strong soldier of the 19th Division slowly descended. To be able to become a soldier of the 19th Legion, one would at least be a peak-level Great Monarch. Of course, just being a peak-level saint wasn't enough. One must also have the Undying Emblem. However, it was said that every upper echelon in the Undying Legion had plenty of Undying badges. If one was strong enough, there was a chance to become a soldier of the Undying Legion. Over the past year, there were plenty of peak-level saints and sacred lords who chose to become the 19th Legion soldiers. You slandered the 19th Legion. You deserve death. The strong soldier waved his hand, and the two great monarchs who were discussing the 19th Legion turned into ashes. The passers-by nearby who saw this scene were all terrified. The 19th Division was too domineering, killing someone on the spot just because of a few words. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw that everyone was lowering their heads and hurrying on with their journey. The strong soldier was very pleased with himself. Although being an undead army soldier was very lonely most of the time and didn't have much freedom, sometimes even having to charge into enemy lines and become cannon fodder, it was still very carefree as long as they came to a universe city. Basically, no one dared to offend them. As for taking over a universe city, that was even more carefree. Every day, countless people would come to suck up to him, and countless beauties would throw themselves at him. Whichever beauty he fancied, he could forcefully possess her. The muscular soldier suddenly frowned. The others avoided him and hurried on with their journey. Only the yellow-clothed youth was an exception. Not only did he not avoid him, he even walked towards him, intending to brush past him. I see. The next moment, the muscular soldier found out the reason. The other party was wearing the Swordsman's Guild's badge. Clearly, he was a swordsman of the Swordsman's Guild. The higher-ups had instructed them that as long as the swordsmen of the Swordsman Guild didn't have a conflict with them, they weren't allowed to look for trouble. They knew that the Snow Dragon Behu was a P-class saint, but the 19th Legion had a very strict selection. Not every P-class saint was qualified to become a soldier of the 19th Legion. Right now, they knew why the Beihu clan was so arrogant. Pa! Li Fuchen swung his palm and sent the ferocious-looking man spinning in the air. His teeth were all spat out along with blood. You should be glad that this is the Divine Leaf City. If it was outside, Li Fuchen wouldn't waste his breath on such a person and would turn him into dust with a single slap. You dare to make a move? Seeing the ferocious-looking man fainting on the ground, the Black Mountain Beihu's eyes were wide open and he was in disbelief. He naturally knew that the Swordsman Guild wasn't a regular faction, but this was the Divine Leaf City and it was ruled by the 19th Legion. Even the Swordsman Guild would have to tuck their tails and behave. Get lost. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on these people. With a wave of his hand, the Beihu clan members were all sent flying and couldn't resist at all. Let's go. The Black Mountain Beihu flicked his sleeve and left in a sorry state. Sword Master, will the 19th Legion? Yi Bu asked carefully. They won't. Li Fuchen shook his head. He didn't believe that the upper echelons of the 19th Legion would interfere in such trivial matters. It was just like a fight between two children. Would the adults fight too? Of course, the precondition was that the children didn't get hurt. Chapter 960. Beihu Family. Snow Dragon, I must get rid of the Desilu family. Think of a way. In the hall, Black Mountain Beihu said to the uniformed Snow Dragon Beihu. All these years, he and the Desilu family had a huge grudge. In the past, he had to swallow his anger. This time, he wouldn't do so. Snow Dragon Beihu said, with my identity, I can't intimidate the primary sword master. You know that the Swordsman Guild is very powerful in the universe. They aren't just some random people. Even the undead army has to give them some face. Are we just going to watch the Desilu family and not touch them? Black Mountain Beihu was very unwilling. Snow Dragon Beihu sneered, not necessarily. Although the Swordsman Guild is strong, this is a city ruled by the 19th Division. A little conflict is still possible. Brother Wu Hai, didn't you say that you are friends with the glorious Lord Wolf? Can you introduce us? In a private room of a famous restaurant in Godly Leaf City, Snow Dragon Beihu and a peak-level lord were seated. I am indeed friends with the glorious Lord Wolf. We have been friends for a long time. Speaking of the glorious Lord Wolf, Wu Hai was proud. The glorious Lord Wolf was very talented. 100,000 years ago, he was just a peak-level lord. 100,000 years later, he was already one of the top 20 holy lords in the 19th Division. One had to know that the 19th Division had tens of thousands of holy lords. To be able to rank in the top 20 was very impressive. It was much better than the top 10 holy lords of a universe city. Moreover, after activating the Undying Badge, one would have the power of undying. Their overall strength would increase by another level. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the top 20 holy lords of the 19th Division would be comparable to the top 3 holy lords of a universe city in a life-and-death battle. However, it's difficult to introduce you. Wu Hai shook his head. Being friends with the glorious Lord Wolf was one thing, but introducing Snow Dragon Beihu to the glorious Lord Wolf was another. After all, Snow Dragon Beihu wasn't qualified to know the glorious Lord Wolf. Snow Dragon Beihu said, actually, I'm not trying to get close to the glorious Lord Wolf. It's just that I have some trouble here. I need the glorious Lord Wolf to help me. What trouble do you have? Who else dares to provoke the 19th Division? Wu Hai raised his eyebrows. Snow Dragon Beihu said, my Beihu clan has a conflict with another clan in Godly Leaf City, the Desla clan. The Desla clan has a powerful backer and has always been bullying my Beihu clan. This time, my father wanted to regain his dignity, but he was beaten back by the other party's backer. Therefore, I wanted to ask the glorious Wolf Lord to help me. Who's their backer? Great Sage Wu Hai sneered. He wanted to meet the backing of the Darcy clan. In Godly Leaf City, no matter how strong the backing was, could it be stronger than the 19th Legion? Its Swordsman Guild's primary extreme swordmaster. Swordsman Guild. Sage Wu Hai's expression changed slightly. The Swordsman Guild was indeed a powerful backing. In the universe, their influence wasn't inferior to the undead army at all. In fact, they might even be a level higher. Fortunately, the Swordsman Guild was a loose organization and didn't have much ambition. The Swordsman Guild is nothing. Our 19th Legion has the final say in Godly Leaf City. Sage Wu Hai slammed the table and said coldly. Then this matter, Snow Dragon Bay who looked at Wu Hai. Sage Wu Hai said, don't worry. Leave this to me. I've been bored recently. The reason why the 19th Legion was so overbearing and arrogant was because they had been suppressed for too long and needed to vent. In their eyes, there were only those they could afford to offend and those they couldn't. Under normal circumstances, there wasn't anyone they couldn't afford to offend. Ancient Castle Manor. It was a rather famous manor in Godly Leaf City. This manor originally belonged to a holy lord of Godly Leaf City. Later on, it was forcefully occupied by the glorious Lord Wolf. In the ancient castle manor, there was a huge castle. Outside the castle, there were fields of grass, vineyards, lakes, etc. In the manor, a meat forest convention was being held. Those who could participate were all holy lords of the 19th Legion. Lord Wu Hai, you're here. Please come in. Seeing Sage Wu Hai, the subordinates of the glorious Lord Wolf didn't stop him. In the 19th Legion, everyone knew that Sage Wu Hai and the glorious Lord Wolf had been through life and death together. After entering the castle, Sage Wu Hai naturally participated in the Meat Forest Convention. As for the Snow Dragon Bay Hu, that could be discussed later. Half a day later, the convention ended. Only Sage Wu Hai stayed behind. Wu Hai, what's the matter? The glorious Lord Wolf asked. Hearing this, Sage Wu Hai told him about the snow dragon and flying tiger. The glorious Lord Wolf ate a mouthful of fruit and said, it's a small matter. I originally wanted to meet the holy lords of the Swordsman Guild. During this 1 year, Sage Wu Hai had already challenged several holy lords and all of them were famous holy lords in Godly Leaf City. It was a pity that none of them were a match for him. Of course, the top-ranked holy lords in Godly Leaf City were either from the Swordsman Guild or had left for many years. Therefore, even if Sage Wu Hai didn't look for him, Sage Wu Hai was planning to spar with the invincible holy lord of the Swordsman Guild. Patriarch, it isn't good. The Bei Hu clan is here again. The guard's voice echoed in the Dasla clan's hall. They are here again. Yibu frowned and quickly transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Come, let's go out and take a look. Yibu led the group out of the hall. Black Mountain Bei Hu, what are you up to again? On the plaza in front of the hall, the Bei Hu clan's members were lined up in a few rows. The leader was none other than the Black Mountain Bei Hu. Apart from the Black Mountain Bei Hu, the Snow Dragon Bei Hu and Sage Wu Hai were here too. What kind of attitude is that? Slap yourself. Sage Wu Hai sent Yibu flying with a slap while blood splattered. As a soldier of the 19th Legion, he could slap anyone he wanted. Even if it was the Swordsman Guild's swordsman, he would slap them as long as he didn't kill them. You. The Dasla clan's members were infuriated, but when they saw the Sage Wu Hai's uniform, they didn't dare to say anything. Sage Wu Hai's uniform was the 19th Legion's uniform and it was a great deterrent. Pa! However, right after Great Sage Wu Hai slapped Yibu, he was also slapped away. Who is it? The Snow Dragon Bei Hu was first shocked before he spoke with a ruthless tone. You actually dare to slap me? You are dead, all of you are dead. Sage Wu Hai climbed up from the ground and had a sinister expression. So what if I slapped you? Li Fuchen appeared in front of the Dasla clan's members. Primary Extreme Sword Master. The Snow Dragon Bay who recognized Li Fuchen. In the Divine Leaf City, Li Fuchen was very famous. If it wasn't for his status as a soldier of the 19th Legion, the Snow Dragon Bay who wouldn't even be qualified to stand beside Li Fuchen. Such prowess. No wonder he is the primary extreme sword master. Among the Bei Hu clan's members, a tall and sturdy golden-haired youth walked out. His pupils were vertical and also golden in color. It seems like you are their reliance. No wonder. Li Fuchen could feel an extremely powerful qi presence from the golden-haired youth. Apart from that, there was also pure undying power. I have always said that the primary extreme sword master is the #1 sacred lord of the Divine Leaf City. I, the glorious Wolf Lord, would like to experience it. Chapter 961. The glorious Wolf Lord was the 14th ranked sacred lord of the 19th Legion. After cultivating the Golden Wolfman bloodline to the extremity, he found the Dark Wolfman bloodline in the deepest part of the bloodline. Since then, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. After sizing up Li Fuchen, the glorious Wolf Lord's battle intent surged. To him, defeating peak-class sacred lords was much more exciting than conquering peak-class beauties. You aren't a match for me. It is better not to waste time. The glorious Wolf Lord was very powerful, but he was ultimately just a sacred lord. If the glorious Wolf Lord was a heaven lord, Li Fuchen would be cautious. Oh. Are you that confident? The glorious Wolf Lord had an unpleasant expression. He had never been underestimated before, and this was the first time. It isn't confidence, it is a fact after observation. Others might misjudge, but Li Fuchen, who had a powerful spirit soul, wouldn't misjudge. Even if the glorious Wolf Lord was a Star Region class Heaven Lord, Li Fuchen wouldn't misjudge. Shameless boasting. The glorious Wolf Lord roared and instantly turned into a golden wolfman. But unlike the Wolfman Li Fuchen and the Wolf Lord, the glorious Wolf Lord's golden wolfman was even more dazzling. His fur didn't look like golden fur and looked more like fur formed by golden radiance. But it didn't give off an illusory feeling. Instead, it made people feel stronger and harder to block. Glorious Claw. The glorious Wolf Lord clawed at Li Fuchen with a pure and dazzling claw light. This glorious claw was a kill move that he created based on his own characteristics. It was far stronger than the Blood Moon Claw. Just as the claw light was about to tear Li Fuchen's body, a layer of illusory sword qi blocked the claw light. This layer of sword qi was automatically emitted by Li Fuchen's body. It was just like his qi presence. But in the face of this layer of sword qi, the dazzling claw light collapsed and didn't pose any threat to Li Fuchen. Impossible? The glorious Wolf Lord was speechless. Nothing is impossible. Li Fuchen brandished his hand and sent the glorious Wolf Lord flying with a sword qi. If Li Fuchen was wielding the joint heaven sword or was a little more serious, the glorious Wolf Lord would lose his combat strength. But a casual sword qi wasn't enough to make the glorious Wolf Lord lose his combat strength. After being humiliated, he was planning to fight again. Boom 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 boom, Li Fuchen brandished his hand again and blasted more sword qi on the glorious Wolf Chief, turning him into a bloody man. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's mercy, the glorious Wolf Chief wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Retreating again and again, the glorious Lord Wolf quickly retreated to the gate. With a look of humiliation on his face, he turned around and fled from the Daslu family. Are you still not going to scram? Li Fuchen looked at the Wu Hai Saint, Snow Dragon, Bei Hu, and the others. Let's go. Everyone had long since been scared silly. One by one, they dashed out of the Darcy Lu residence. Damn it, how did this happen? The Snow Dragon Bei Hu was terrified. He felt a little dizzy. It was obvious that Li Fuchen wasn't someone he could easily deal with. In fact, Li Fuchen wasn't someone the 19th Legion could easily deal with. With Li Fuchen's strength, he might have already entered the eyes of the Swordsman Guild's upper echelons. Such an existence wasn't someone that Li Fuchen could easily deal with. Did you hear? The glorious Lord Wolf lost to the Swordsman Guild's primary extreme sword master. I know of that primary extreme sword master. He isn't someone easy to deal with. Demon Sword Sacred Lord, you are also a swordsman. Furthermore, you are the #1 swordsman below the Heaven Monarch realm in our 19th Legion. We can only leave the 19th Legion's honor to you. Different levels would have different circles. In the 19th Legion, the top 20 Sacred Lords were definitely a circle, while the top 10 Sacred Lords were a circle within a circle. The people in this circle were already qualified to speak with the 19th Legion's Heaven Monarchs. The Demon Sword Sacred Lord that they were talking about was the 5th-ranked Sacred Lord of the 19th Legion. His strength was enough to contest with unrated Heaven Monarchs. You don't have to provoke me. I will personally defeat this primary extreme sword master. The Demon Sword Sacred Lord's body naturally emitted a sharp evil chi. This sharp evil chi couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but if one used the spiritual awareness to observe, they would see that the Demon Sword Sacred Lord was enveloped in a pitch-black evil chi and was separated from the world. Demon Sword Rampage. Divine Leaf City, in a rather private martial stage, there were two figures facing off. One was the Demon Sword Sacred Lord. The other one was actually Li Fuchen. In the surroundings of the martial stage, there were some spectators. There were members of the Swordsman Guild and members of the 19th Legion. The Demon Sword Sacred Lord attacked first. When he brandished his sword, the black sword light sliced through time and space and turned into a pitch-black sword world that enveloped Li Fuchen. Interesting. Li Fuchen casually brandished his sword and the pitch-black sword world collapsed. When facing the 19th Legion's challenge, Li Fuchen knew that he couldn't escape. Therefore, he might as well fulfill their wish. In his opinion, it didn't matter how many Sacred Lords the 19th Legion had, they wouldn't be a match for him. Demon Dragon Heart Sword. After his first sword attack failed, the Demon Sword Sacred Lord burst out with a yell. He wielded the black greatsword with both hands and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Roar! The black sword light turned into a black devil dragon. This black devil dragon felt as though it was going to destroy and contaminate the entire world. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if it was any other Sacred Lord, even if they could block the sword move's power, they would still be contaminated by the sword move's evil intent. Such contamination was very terrifying. The stronger the expert, the more afraid they would be of the mind being contaminated. Once the mind was contaminated, it would give birth to a heart demon. In the universe, there were plenty of Star Region-class Heaven Monarchs that didn't have a good ending after developing a heart demon. Some of them went berserk, some of them split up and had severe flaws. Some of them were completely devoured by the heart demon and turned into horrific demons. A dazzling and resplendent sword light bloomed. In front of this sword light, the devil dragon that was formed by the sword light was incinerated into nothingness. Li Fuchen's radiant sword art had a brilliant sword intent that had the ability to illuminate and purify everything. The Demon Sword Sacred Lord's sword move was instantly purified. Not only that, the resplendent sword light was like 1,000 suns exploding at the same time. The Demon Sword Sacred Lord wasn't able to block it and was sent flying while vomiting blood. The Overlord Sky Sacred Lord shall try your skills. A boundless pressure assaulted Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen looked up and saw a figure that was wearing close-fitting fish-scale armor and had an explosive body descending from the sky. The figure wielded a giant stone hammer with both hands and smashed at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. The Overlord Sky Sacred Lord was the number 3 Sacred Lord of the 19th Legion. In the 19th Legion, the Overlord Sky Sacred Lord was famed for his strength. In terms of pure strength, some of the Heaven Monarchs weren't a match for him. When the stone hammer smashed down, everything in front of it was shattered into nothingness. It wasn't hard to imagine that once hit, be it the spirit or the body, they would be turned into ashes. Clang! It was a pity that this absolute strength was nothing in the eyes of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen raised the witchcraft longsword and slashed, sending the Overlord Sky Sacred Lord into the air again. Impossible. The Overlord Sky Sacred Lord was appalled. Who else is there? Li Fuchen didn't even look at the Overlord Sky Sacred Lord and looked at the 19th Legion's Sacred Lords. Too arrogant. The 19th Legion's Sacred Lords that were here were basically the top 20 Sacred Lords. They had never suffered such humiliation before and were rather enraged. But apart from being enraged, they couldn't do anything. They couldn't help but look at the number 2 Sacred Lord, Star Destruction. The Star Extermination Sacred Lord walked towards Li Fuchen. Don't underestimate me. In the air, the Overlord Sky Sacred Lord smashed down with his hammer again. Star Destruction. The Star Destruction Sacred Lord didn't have any intention to have a fair fight with Li Fuchen. He cooperated with the Overlord Sky Sacred Lord and executed his strongest sword move. In the air, a cross-shaped starlight flashed and gave everyone an endless sense of danger. There was a dazzling sword light. It was still the glory sword art, but this time, the sword art was even more resplendent and glorious. PFFF. PFFF. The Overlord Sky Sacred Lord and the Star Destruction Sacred Lord vomited blood and looked as though they had seen a ghost. Li Fuchen's strength was simply unbelievably powerful. When the two of them worked together, even the number 1 Sacred Lord of the 19th Legion wouldn't be a match. Li Fuchen actually neutralized it so easily. With such strength, was he still a Sacred Lord? Sheathing his sword, Li Fuchen said, "If you want to fight, I will accompany you anytime. But I hope that the next challenger will be stronger. I haven't even warmed up yet." He didn't even use 10% of his strength. Such a fight wouldn't be interesting at all. In response, the 19th Legion was speechless. They knew that in the 19th Legion, apart from Heaven Monarchs, no one was a match for Li Fuchen. Even the number 1 Sacred Lord, Silksnow, wouldn't be a match for Li Fuchen. At the Sacred Lord level, Li Fuchen was nearly invincible. He was truly invincible, and not just invincible in a universe city. No wonder he is the primary extreme sword master. Behind Li Fuchen, the members of the Swordsman Guild had expressions of admiration and pride. The appearance of the 19th Legion had disgusted them. Now that Li Fuchen was able to suppress the 19th Legion's prowess, they were undoubtedly delighted. Even the Overlord Sky Sacred Lord and the Star Destruction Sacred Lord aren't a match for the primary extreme sword master. Interesting. Divine Leaf City, inside a snowy manor, there was an absolutely beautiful figure standing in the snow. She had long silver hair and was wearing a tight-fitting silver armor. She had a pair of slender and beautiful legs that were peerless. I am going to host a gathering. Go and invite the primary extreme sword master. Remember, be polite. The absolutely beautiful figure's voice had a trace of magnetism. Yes, Lady Silksnow. Not far away, a figure received the order and left. Primary extreme sword master, I hope you are stronger than I imagined. The absolutely beautiful figure turned around, and the first thing that reflected in her eyes was a towering and firm chest. When she shifted her eyes upwards, she saw a face with well-defined facial features and a pair of silver eyes. Anyone who saw this face would probably be stunned. Sacred Lord Silksnow, the number 1 Sacred Lord of the 19th Legion. No one knew her background, but they knew that even the Blood Axe Monarch would be very polite when facing Sacred Lord Silksnow. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.